Welcome to the GettingChannels.com early lobby.
Yo.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Yeah, you know how it is.
Yep. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
This is your off night, though, right? You're off tonight.
Yeah, some night I always catch up on yard work and stuff like that for my mom.
Yeah. Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, somebody's got to do it.
Yep. Flippy ain't gonna do it because he doesn't even exist.
I know.
Man.
I bet he would enjoy it too, because I know my mom's got some bamboo down there.
That was some funny shit last night. Well, today.
I,
I
I,
listened to it
I
today.
yeah, I didn't get to catch it yet. I caught some of the text chat every now and then.
It's
Last night.
funny because of the, like, there's always new members, and there's always, like, we've been chatting for years. But there's always new members, and the new members are like, "Who's this guy?" And then it's like an old member, and the old member's like, "Who's this guy?" And it's a new member. Like Too Hottie was didn't know who Mika was. Mika still thought Flippy was a phony, a troll. It was hilarious.
Yeah, when I get a couple hours, I might have to, a few hours, I might have to catch up on it. Sounds like some entertainment. And Flippy, if you're listening, Fine Ape, or not Fine Ape, shit, was it Old Skids?
Old Skid just got a new
Yeah.
comment. I heard about it, but I didn't read it.
Yeah. Yeah, he commented again. Flippy's #1 fan.
I read it. I read one of the comments. I think you or Heavy or somebody. I think it was you.
The
Did
one I
you
posted.
copy and paste it into the chat? What he said?
Yeah.
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 Fucking nuts. It's like, you're all cowards. as he sits behind his fucking keyboard, never coming in a chat. It's hilarious.
So if you're listening, old skid, it's free to join gun channels. You can join in on the conversation.
Yeah. Don't be a coward. You're lucky we let you fucking listen to our conversations. Inconsiderate, fucking selfish prick. Ungrateful, this fucking guy. Old skid. Aren't any of these other fools joining? Got Flippy out there. Too Hottie. Raphael. Night Strike is sleeping.
Meat's out there too, isn't he?
Yeah, Matt's out there. Asking for everybody's ID and
I know. Social security numbers. Yeah, I was hoping they'd join so I could go down and mow. Don't want to leave you hanging.
they're slacking. Yeah, I'm calling you out, Too Hottie. Or are you talking about Ape calling a mid out on a green card? I sold my Glock 26. I sold some other shit. I think I'm about paid off. I'm ready to get my Glock. They just gotta call me.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah, Glock suckers me into buying a new Glock like twice a year. It's like just when I think I'm done buying guns, they come out with a new one.
Damn that Vickers, I tell you.
Yeah, and when I buy this, they're gonna come out with an even cooler Glock, and I'm gonna be like, "Fuck! Why did I buy this Vickers? I should have just waited for their inevitable next cooler Glock. Like it's gonna be like a navy blue, thin blue line Glock or some shit. Navy blue frame, black slide. Who knows?
What's up, guys?
It's Knives.
What's up, Knives?
Hola.
I'll definitely get a Gen 5 Glock when that comes out. If I just get the Vickers and the Gen 5, I'll have an even number of 19s.
Yeah, because 2 is 1.
Yeah. 4 is 1.
Yeah, G's comment must have really stuck with me when I was buying his FMs.
Yeah. Two is one is none is a good one from these chats.
What up, guys?
How's it going?
Oh,
What's up, dude? Howdy.
going all right.
Too hotty. How do I know you're real?
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
How do you know I'm real?
Keep that in my head a lot.
What was that one?
Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Oh, okay.
How do I know you're real? Fucking knives.
Because I'm a motherfucking turtle.
You're just a cartoon, man, aren't you?
Well, that's
Yeah, but
what
they
I.
made movies about him.
That's what he is.
Oh, I got you.
He's,
Dude,
he's
how
never
big-
claimed anything else but being a Mexican turtle.
Has Flippy ever claimed anything else?
Yeah, his name is right there on the thing. Chris Miranda.
Oh, okay.
He's always been that. We just call him Flippy because that's a stupid screen name on his Google account.
No, that was pretty good last night. I jumped into the. I just wanted to hear what was going on, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta jump in on this.
3 hours of the same shit.
I know a Brian Miranda. They're probably related.
Miranda rights?
All Mirandas, yeah. They invented the rights that they read you before you get arrested.
Because the guy was caught raping a child. I mean,
Yo, Mitt, you sound like Satan. Yeah.
He's a
fuck
little
this.
man.
So, Ahmed, is a picture of me and my social security card gonna do? You know, along with a gun right next to it.
Well, of course, Satan would ask for that. It's Satan we're talking to.
The cult and the clock and the Glock compels you, young child. I don't feel right being up in here with this motherfucker right now.
Well, I'll be back later, guys. I gotta get a mow the yard, so.
Alright.
Can I get paid?
I get paid with love.
Well, I need payment, dude. I ain't gonna mow it for free.
Huh?
I'm not gonna mow it for free.
Give you some oranges. How's that?
Yeah, they're kind of pricey right now. I'll take the oranges.
I'll be back later, guys.
Have fun.
Right on. Yeah, I really needed a good laugh last night, and I jumped in right at the right time, I think.
I was listening to it this morning, getting ready for work, and then on the way to work. It was awesome. Such a great chat to wake up to.
Yeah, I forget what I was doing, but I was sitting around. I'm like, I'm gonna see what these guys are talking about, and I'm just like, oh, this is too good not to join in.
Yeah.
I like how Flippy was kind of chill at it.
What's that,
Robbie,
Knives?
that Flippy doesn't exist, so he can't defend himself. He's not in here to defend his honor.
No, he's not even a real person.
Miko hasn't been around in a while, and he was still under like his first Flippy impressions that he's a troll.
Oh,
So then he said he didn't believe him that he was a real person and that there was no proof.
yeah, that was awesome because I'm a newcomer and I've never heard of Mika, and I'm just like, what? What's going on here?
Yeah, Mika's from he's from Finland, and he's been chatting with us for like 3-4 years, probably as long as the chat's been going. He's hopped on here and there, but a lot since Gun Channels.
Yeah, I don't think he's been around since I've been around though.
Yeah, he like disappears for a month or two, and then comes back for like a few months or a week. You never know. Yeah, Mika did win the chat just by making it that exciting last night.
No, that was gold.
Hey man, in case you're wondering, you sound like Satan. So you have to refresh or something.
Who? Amit?
Yeah.
Oh.
Flippy!
Oh shit, it's a ghost.
Speak of the fucking devil.
What? No, I don't exist. Don't worry about that.
Hey, if there's no picture, you don't.
Yeah, I don't exist. Dude, the part that like I found the fucking funniest out of the entire thing was when like Heavy's like, "Trust me, he's real. I have pictures," and then Mika's like, "You're a liar."
I told him you were real in the earlier chat. I just didn't give any evidence.
Yeah, well, the funny thing was like Heavy's like, "Trust me, he's real. I have pictures of him." It's just like Mika over and over again. It's like, "Nah, Heavy, you're a liar." Like Heavy's about to fucking go off. I was disappointed that Heavy never like went off.
Yo,
Hey,
That's better.
all right, I got some shit to say. I got some heavy shit to say.
real quick, I'm just like to say that I'm glad to see you made it after your exorcism. Typically,
Yeah.
people don't bounce back as quickly.
Well, most people are not
That'll be $3.99.
evil Jewish lizards, but yeah, I just want to say that I actually went and listened to yesterday's chat.
That link
And-
works?
I think that even though all of you are making fun of it, I think that fucking sucked ass. And seriously, I'm very glad that I wasn't here because I would get like seriously upset.
Dude, you fucking that shit started yesterday, and you bounced right the fuck out when it started.
Why would you get upset?
Dude, I was just laughing my ass off. It was hilarious.
I'll tell you why. Because I don't. It was. Never mind that Flippy doesn't give a shit about anything, right? That's cool, but not everyone's Flippy, and I think that was bullshit. Oh, give me proof that you're a real gun owner. Fuck you and fuck your proof. Give me proof that you're not a piece of shit.
No,
Fuck
but
that.
I'll give you proof that Mika's not a piece of shit. He's cool. He's been chatting for a while, and he was fucking.
Yeah, I know. He was always fine, but he was being a real dick yesterday. I'm
No,
sorry.
It was funny.
Hey, here's what I was kind of wondering last night is if Mika had Flippy and Clay confused for some reason.
Nah, man, he didn't have them mixed up.
Mika doesn't even know who Clay is.
I was waiting for Clay to get on.
Look, Flippy posted his double fucking Vickers. How's that even possible?
You double
I
Vickers?
can't. I can't let them touch. If I do, the world might explode from awesome.
You need to put them clear stick mags in there loaded in each one.
With my fucking silver ammo for like killing werewolves.
Yeah.
Be like, yo, check it out. I'm the bitch from Underworld.
The underworld.
Whatever her
Bitch.
fucking name was. Hashtag Underworld bitch.
I don't know. It was funny, like, for 5 minutes, and then it was just like, fucking let it go. And plus, Flip, you're such a dick. Just all you need to do is get a fucking webcam and one time show Mika your penis on that, and everything would be
Just
fine.
do a meat
Yeah.
spin. Just give Mika a meat spin. Here I am.
You've
Here I
got to be a special snowflake. You've got every piece of fucking technology on the face of the earth. You've got all fucking Gears blocks. You don't have a fucking
Ahmed, I think that's the point why we were all with, or why I was with Flippy last night. It's like, I don't care if I have this shit or not. If you're calling me out and asking for it, you're not gonna fucking get it.
Nah, Mika was just being a crazy, like, lovable guy. So I'm like, all right. I'm not going to give into your international internet terrorism.
It was funny too because it was like, why does this matter so much? I prefer to exist like even though I don't actually believe like even though Flippy is pretty unbelievable like that such a person exists, I prefer to live in a world where such people exist.
That
makes the world funnier.
lobby made lobbies great again.
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah, it did.
Right on.
Like intriguing and entertaining all at the same time.
What Pink really needs to do is go back over that footage and just cut that segment out and post
It's
it
a
as
good
its own
2-hour segment. It's like a 2-hour. It's like a movie.
thing. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
just
Oh
make it its
yeah,
own
it went
thing.
on and on and on.
I thought
It'll
I
end
thought the
with,
link I thought the
but-
link would be
but
like 10
there's
minutes.
still no proof. That'll have
Did he
the
not
credits will
conceive?
start rolling.
I stopped watching. I stopped watching it. Did he not conceive that Flippy is actually a real person?
No, but Dano did.
Yeah, Dano was like, all right,
I don't think.
I guess
Dano,
he's a real person.
Okay.
I don't think Dano didn't actually believe you're a real person.
All right.
Dano said he was convinced by the bayonet picture.
I'm totally reminded. I came in after Dano was in here last night.
Well, like, the great thing to the whole bit was the fact that, like, we'd be talking about something else, and then, like, as soon as the conversation that, like, would go to a lull, fucking we could be right there, but, like, just one picture of you and a guy.
Yeah, and he was like, "That's not what the discussion is about." Listen, it was the discussion 40 minutes ago. Give it up. Oh, jeez. It
It was wonderful. I had a great time.
I don't know.
I
If
also had a
someone
great-
maybe-
I also had a great time listening to this morning's fucking Gun Channels chat. That was also fun.
I think I need to. I gotta go listen to that one.
It started out with, like, the person who shall not be named. I'm like, all right, where's this going?
Yeah, and the worst part is Flippy actually is a troll. He's a real person and a real gun owner and a troll, and he got rewarded by having an entire fucking 2 hours dedicated to his life work.
Yeah,
People like
that's
talking
pimping.
about.
That's straight chat pimping.
I know. I just need, like, one of those fucking Thug Life videos made up of me. With my little logo just sitting there, and, like, the little, like,
Well-
digital sunglasses fall on top of it.
We would make a video, but no one has a picture of you because you don't exist. So
I exist on the internet. As a
and
panda.
that's the only place that matters.
Yep.
Yeah. So I had an interesting shooting day today. First time in my life that I was instructed at a gun range by a person who can't fucking speak. Because he was a very nice dude. I'm just saying that was kind of bizarre. Because he has like throat cancer or whatever. so he can't speak. So, and you have to understand, this isn't an American gun range when you can just go in there and shoot. You have to have an instructor with you. But the dude can't say anything because he's got throat cancer. So it was kind of weird. He was just standing there judging me. When you just go in there and shoot, you have to have an instructor with you. But the dude can't say anything because he's got throat cancer. So yeah, I'm echoing off your day.
Hey, Dano is echoing.
Did you just like look at him and be like, "I'm sorry, sir. Can you speak up? I can't hear you." Like
No,
the big
no.
shit.
I got questions for Dano and his AK.
No, I was cool about it. I was just like, oh crap, Dano.
You just like look at him and be like, "I'm sorry, sir. Can you speak up?"
No, I'm sorry. Dano,
Like
switch
the big
off the
shit.
chat on gun channels. I was
Why?
right.
I was
Oh,
gonna say, is Dano here or what?
I was trying to say fucking. I just told him like, all right, I'm just gonna before I do something, I'm gonna tell you. So just like, if you don't want me to do it, say something. So I basically just trained myself, and then. But he was a nice enough dude. It was pretty funny because, you know what I like. I like people that like you argue with them, and you make a valid point, and they're like, yeah, all right, you win this one because, again, the whole. Oh, why are you carrying your gun with a loaded chamber? And he was like whispering to me. And then I looked at him. I'm like, you're carrying a snub-nose revolver with a double action trigger. I'm carrying a semi-automatic with a double action trigger. Both of us are. It's the exact same thing. So he's like, yes, you're right. I'm like, okay.
I need these CAC Keymod covers. CAC.
wait, which CAC? Like Shockwave CAC or like good CAC?
Knights Armor.
Alright.
They got rail covers that look cooler than the BCM one.
Anybody have a AKT trigger in their AK? Or another inexpensive upgrade to your AK?
now.
I personally, whether you choose to believe it or not, really like the Tapco G1 or G2s, and all you do is a little bit of filing on it, and that thing is fucking butter.
Unless you show a picture of you with that gun, I can't believe anything you have to say.
I don't even believe he has fingers. We want to see your fingers, Flippy.
Well, I've got I got 2 Tapcos on my AKs now, and they've been polished, and it's an incremental improvement, but it's still nothing when you compare it to, let's say, triggers made for the AR. Even
Wait,
less
you got
expensive.
Tapco on you got a Tapco on your AK, and it's not like glass. It doesn't feel like a 3-pound glassy trigger.
No, it does not.
That's weird.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I don't
that's
think you installed them correctly.
that's how they came. I didn't install it.
Oh, they came with Tapcos? Your Arsenal
Yeah.
came with a Tapco?
My Yugo did. I'd have to double check my Bulgarian.
So
Oh.
did you round your Yugo, or did you just like leave it? Because you have to round the trigger itself, like you have to round the hammer on it, and you have to clean up a little bit of the grit on the trigger, and then that thing is like, it's butter.
Right. There's a seam that runs down the middle.
It's the cast mark.
Right. Right.
You can polish that all off, and
It just, I'm comparing it to a non-mil spec trigger, and that's why there's this. I'm seeing a huge difference. I'm just wondering if there's, and of course the least expensive upgrade for AKs out there is that ALG AKT trigger, and I know Smeggy has it.
people seem to like it, but you might have to do a modification to either your rifle or the trigger kit itself. I can't remember.
Did you
Well,
already?
There's a little pin that you might have to drive in.
Okay.
And if you don't, you might be able to pull the trigger when it's unsafe and go bang. But
Yes.
it varies from rifle to rifle because AKs are not interchangeable parts.
What?
It depends. There are certain parts that aren't interchangeable, but there are plenty of parts that are. The trigger
Yeah.
is not a not interchangeable part. You can hop a trigger from whatever to whatever.
No, there's a difference between.
There was plenty.
basic and
I
precision.
mean, yeah, I mean,
You don't have to do anything to the ALG trigger, and then there's AKs where you have to modify it to get it in there.
Yes.
The only real difference, to my knowledge, is whether it's a two hook or a knot.
Well, the tolerance vary from manufacturer to manufacturer and country to
Exactly.
country.
Country to country. The day of the week. I mean, all the tolerance stacking.
There are a bunch of AKs that are interchangeable. Not all of them, but that's because they're
Triggers are
Dozens of
generally interchangeable in an AK.
I mean, if
Yeah,
all you want to do is
But you might have to do some modification
if all you wanted to do is to
to
go
get it to
bang,
work in
yes.
every single AK out there in the whole entire
I'll
world.
try this one more time. If all I wanted it to do was to go bang, then yes, you would be right. But if I also want the safety to be involved in my rifle, then I might have to do a modification to
I
the
don't-
trigger pack itself.
I don't understand this safety thing.
Well, I know. It's like, why could I have a Glock with no safety? And I need a safety on my rifle.
No, of course you need safety on your rifle. Your rifle's not holstered.
What do
Just
you mean?
fucking around.
He's saying,
Put one of them mic holsters on my AK.
I walk around with one of those end of the world styled fucking like big bulky leather holsters that my AK fits in. And there's like
No.
little pieces of bone hanging off of it from the people I raided.
That's what the strap is for. It's just point it up in the air or down on the ground. If it was truly all that dangerous, there'd be millions of Arabs that would be dead.
No,
There
no,
it
no.
is.
Hang on. First of all, there are millions of Arabs that are dead.
No, I mean dead from their own
Just
hands.
from Iraq.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's also true too. There are lots of Arabs dead by their own hands.
but no,
Because
I'm
they always
saying
do celebrate shooting by shooting in the air.
yeah, but generally speaking, the reason that safety is more important on a rifle is that rifles are not holstered, even though they're slung. When you're okay, if you're a civilian and all you do is go to the range with it, that's fine. But if you're a soldier and you're like walking around the bush and shit can get up in that up on that trigger and fuck you up, man. That's why.
Yeah, who the hell knows?
Damn it. You may not have noticed, but I'm not a soldier anymore.
You can be crawling across the ground in the woods and shoot
Yeah.
yourself in the ass. 'Cause
So all
you're
I'm
in
doing
a
is-
branch.
I'm driving to the range on a sunny day when it's nice
Yeah.
and cool. I'm setting it on the bench. It's not touching the ground.
Okay,
Get rid of your safeties then on your AR and your AK.
I don't.
Put your money where your mouth is, Dan.
It's not even the point. It's not a holstered weapon, therefore it's good to have a safety on it. I don't know. You want to take them off? Take them off. You were the one that wanted the safety. I'm going with you.
I didn't say I wanted a safety. I said it came with one.
Well, is the AK not operated or not designed to have that thumb throw safety, or that it's big safety on the right hand side of the firearm?
Yeah, they are, but Dano just wants to be a badass.
No, I think Dano wants a trigger pack that is going to allow him to shoot and use a safety, or am I misunderstanding that? 100%.
Dano wants a Glock AK with no safety and
That's not what
little
I
tab on his trigger.
Dano
Not
wants
what
a
I said.
polymer striker fired AK.
Bob,
I just
you
took
don't
the conversation to the next step, and now I'm retracting it.
Bob,
Too late.
wait. Hang on.
Wait, now we're trying to wrap our heads around this.
Hang on. Bob, you don't get to laugh because your pistol has a safety and a magazine disconnect. It's like the most ridiculous apparatus in history.
doesn't have the magazine disconnect anymore.
Oh, you got rid of that?
Yeah.
All
On
right.
video on YouTube, go figure.
Oh, careful mentioning that on the fucking interwebs. The Canadian government will kick you in your door for not being safe enough.
Yeah. It no longer fits Canadian safety standards. You could be
How'd they
arrested.
get-
By the
How do
time
you-
I get around to it, I'll be down in Arizona.
Yeah, how are they gonna find him? He like lives in a trailer.
No, the Canadian government knows where everyone lives. That's part of free healthcare.
Oh, hell.
Nah,
They
I
don't
d-
even
I-
know where to send me my bags to poop in anymore.
I doubt they even know where they live, let alone where Bod lives. Fucking incompetent bastards.
But anyway,
Oh,
my original question was, does anybody have an AKT trigger? And I think the answer was
No, but when I was talking to Vince about it, he told me that they're fantastic and I should 100% get one on my gun.
Who's Vince?
Vince Buckles, the owner of Mesa Kinetic Research.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah.
that dude from like that was on that horrible gun show on television?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not 100% like willing to.
Buy into it?
Yeah, but if Flippy's idea or Flippy's theory is if you've been on TV, you know everything and you're famous.
No,
Well,
my theory is when Rifle Dynamics directs me at a place and says these guys are fucking down to fuck and they're good people at what they do, I'm going to trust them. I'm going to trust Rifle Dynamics when they say that. I'm also going to trust G-Webs when he says that this dude knows what the fuck he's doing.
Now, are you referring to the video that Fuller made in the back of his shop a couple years ago?
No, I'm referring to the fact that I got an email from Fuller's assistant telling me that they're sorry that they don't take Century Arms AKs at the moment, but a fantastic shop to use and that will do it is Mesa Kinetic Research, and I should wholeheartedly go with them.
You mean you were going to ship your rifle out just to change the trigger?
No, I was going to ship my rifle out to get my rifle turned into an SPR. This was
Oh.
before I traded it to, what's his
Gotcha.
face?
Okay.
before the critical moment that proved that Flippy exists.
So did we ever settle whether Flippy
No.
is or not?
No, we never did.
Oh.
I'd like to say that the jury is still out, but I'm not sure if they have juries in Finland.
Well, you know, the Europeans have been known to be a bit wishy-washy,
Really?
especially their UK partners.
Hey, they got rid of Britex, whatever.
Oh, Canada.
No, I'm not saying anything bad about Finland. I love Finland.
Oh, they make some good guns.
You
I love
know,
everything about them. They killed many communists, which is great.
Yeah.
They don't like Arabs, which is great.
Finland's always been a good ally of the U.S., have they not?
They make good
Well,
guns.
they fought for the German side in World War II, but
Oh,
Yeah.
did they?
yeah, except for that little minor fact.
Oh,
But
okay.
I forgive them. It's fine.
yeah,
Well,
well,
that-
they kind of had to.
That little small thing in history.
Actually, one of the strangest historical accounts I read was while the Finns were fighting the Soviets alongside the Germans, there were Jews in the Finnish military. So there were like German military camps that had synagogues in them in Finland.
Oh yeah, well the Finns wouldn't. Yeah, they're different people, man. They
They're
won't
tough
be
fuckers.
bullied, let's put it that way. Like if you told them we want your Jews, they would go, no, there are Jews.
Well, it's not that negative, so I'll shame you into it. I'll look into my lunchbox and be like, darn, I forgot one. I'll have to use another one. Because what would happen is I just use the smaller one. Actually, the way to really teach you is to
What are we listening to?
Dano and his son.
Oh,
Dan, I forgot to mute himself.
I thought there was like some lunchbox chat that I'm missing out on.
Yeah, the lunchbox. Is it real? We need pictures of it. This shit's about to pop off again.
I don't even believe you eat lunch.
Yeah. Do you even eat lunch?
How are we
supposed
you're not
to know?
real. You're not
Yeah,
real.
I don't eat
so
lunch.
you can't
I
eat
have
lunch.
breakfast and then supper.
I'm literally sincerely upset about that, by the way. I'm still not really that amused.
Dude, I'm, to be honest, super amused by it. I was also super amused by the Early Gun Channel's lobby thingy or whatever the fuck the show's called.
You're not amused. You just have a sickness where you're happy because everyone's talking about you. That's
No,
not.
I'm happy because it's fucking funny.
Wait. Okay. Wait. All right, what did I miss in the early lobby?
That wasn't early lobby. The gun lobby channels gun show thingy. That Bob, Dano, Island Z, and
The day of the gun
G
show.
does. Yeah,
Yeah, today or yesterday?
today.
Oh yeah, that's on my to watch list.
Yeah, it was just funny. It starts out with them being like, for someone who will not be met, the name that will remain not mentioned.
Yeah.
It was like, all right, this is about to get good.
Oh, also, I saw someone shoot a fucking clay pigeon, or whatever you call those small clay things that you shoot with a shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
I saw someone shoot one of those from 70 yards with a pistol today.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like,
cool.
well, it was in the sky, or like,
in midair or
No, not in fucking midair. Are you fucking insane?
well, now I'm less impressed.
No,
Wait,
man.
you ever
It
seen
was,
Tex Grebner shoot one with an elephant gun?
it was a fucking tiny ass clay, and it was not like a nice pistol. It wasn't like this nice 1911 or some competition gun. It was like a completely stock service gun.
See, you were about to say CZ, and then you realized the CZ and 1911 are the same.
No, it wasn't a CZ. It was a CZ clone, but a cheap CZ clone. So it wasn't even a 10 folio or anything.
Yeah, well, it's amazing what people can do with pistols if they get good with them. Like, you know,
That dude is hilarious, man. He was just like, it wasn't the mute guy. First I was shooting with a mute guy, which was pretty funny, and then that other guy who I met before, and I kind of like him, and he likes me, so he was like, yeah, let's shoot some more. I'm like, all right, I'll take another 50 rounds. And we went shooting, and he just can't help himself. You know, he was like training me, and then once in a while, I was like, let's see if I can hit this 45 case from like 12 yards. Yeah, I think I can. Ding. Like, fuck you, we're trying to make me feel bad about myself. What the fuck?
yeah, don't you love shooting with people like that?
I hate it. I hate it when instructors start shooting next to you, you know, or like competition shooters, because it's not fair. It's like Usain Bolt sprinting next to me while I'm running or something.
He's just fucking doing laps around you, and it's just like, God damn it, you motherfucker.
Yeah. No, but I had a good time. I hurt myself again. I just bought like cheap ass shooting gloves online because I keep hurting my. I have the hands of like a 12-year-old girl.
So you don't have Trump hands then? Huge hands.
No,
Are
man,
you sure? Are you sure you want to say that in an all-male chat?
I fucking.
Yeah, you're totally gonna bring the 45 crowd in on this one, and all the AARPers.
Now, I have to ask, were you really popular in the barracks at night? You know?
Oh, I didn't have nice soft hands in the army. My hands were like fucking elephant skin. But they went back to being like fucking, and I hurt my trigger finger. How do you even fucking do that? I don't even know.
Do you have a serrated trigger?
No, man, it's not. And I didn't even know that I hurt it until I was like driving back home. Like, why does my finger hurt? Oh yeah, so I fucking cut myself. Okay, and my thumb. I don't know.
You hold your finger high on the trigger.
I might. I don't know. I need to check into it, but
Because-
I'll just get.
because the skin can get caught between the trigger and the frame
Mm-hmm.
on the reset.
And the trigger I think it's getting caught between the trigger and the trigger guard.
That's a very good point, because sometimes there's actually a little step that'll actually come and bite you if your trigger finger's running too high.
No, there's definitely. Let's have a look. See.
Yeah, and I'm thinking you guys are a bunch of pussies. I don't even wear gloves.
I don't wear gloves to shoot, really.
It's like minus 20, and then you've got to wear them because otherwise your fingers freeze.
Well, Bob, that's because you had years of experience of jacking off lumberjacks. Your hands are fucking like burly as a motherfucker now.
But
Yes,
I tell you what, I don't need.
I think it might be getting caught like right there.
Yes.
See that shit?
Yep. That hook right there.
Because yeah,
And
I
that's
think
why I
what's
thought
going
maybe you might have been grabbing it just a little bit high.
I wonder if I can. I mean, I'm just gonna get. It doesn't bother me while I'm shooting. It doesn't affect my shooting, so I can just shoot with gloves at the range. I don't think it matters, but
Yeah, but you want to be able to enjoy it and not just come home and have a little fun mark.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll get gloves, or I mean, I can try to like.
If you keep cutting your hand, eventually it'll stop cutting.
Yeah, that's also true, but I'll need to like shoot a lot for that to happen.
When I first started carrying my first Vickers Glock, the RTF2 would scratch up the side of me quite good. Now I don't even notice it anymore.
Now on this newer Vickers Glock, is that RTF2 very subdued compared to what it used to be?
Nope, it's the exact same. I love it.
Is it?
Yep. Dude, it like fucking, you throw it into your hands and like fucking leaves little pin marks all over your fingers.
Man, I've seen a
Like
picture,
1,000 stab marks all over the place.
I've seen
It looks like you were fucking strangling a porcupine. Yeah, it's great.
What is it great for?
It sticks to your hands.
Oh, all right.
So if you're going to be handling like, lubricants, it might come in handy. Right, Flippy?
Yeah.
or if you might get
You
in
never
a gun,
know. You might be-
or if you might get in a gunfight and find something that's red that is kind of like a lubricant in the way it acts on
Yeah.
your skin and
When it dries.
Dude, I can't see the future at all, but I mean, it's really handy if you're like in the middle of watching a Sidney Vicious video and you're having a bit of fun, and then some dude kicks in your door, and then you're like, well, my hands are a bit like slippery.
Some
So you
God,
grab your
I was going the
RTF
opposite direction.
Yeah, I
Some
think
dude-
Flippy's gone off his own little trail.
Some dude kicks in your door and, like, with a heavy Finnish accent, says, "Oh, I found you finally. Now I know that you're real."
I don't need that dick pic anymore. I have it
But that's
forever in
not
my
but
mind.
that's not a zenith in your hand.
Dude, don't discount it. I mean,
You really
do
didn't. You didn't actually send him a dick pic, did you, Flippy?
To who? Finish Micah?
Mm-hmm.
No, I sent Heavy a cock pic.
Really?
Yeah.
You are a sick little motherfucker.
I don't think he means this.
Well, I mean, that's how I display all my patches. I have them stuck to my cock.
You don't have very many patches then, right?
Oh, I have quite a bit of patches.
Are they extra small ones so they fit on your cock?
You're talking about those
Well, I mean, there's
SOE
not much
cocks, huh?
surface area left on my cock, so.
Yeah, those SOE cocks. They can get kind of small.
It was great. Because in the middle of that chat, I'm like, yeah, Heavy, the third picture has my cock in it. He goes, oh. And then he's like, wait a moment. He's like looking at the picture. He's like, wait, where is it? I'm like, my SOE cock. And he's like, oh. Oh.
The other great thing was
Like,
like
he sounded a little disappointed by it. It was kind of funny.
the other great thing was like Micah's circle of trust. He's like, I trust Heavy, but I don't trust him so much.
He's like, no, I trust Heavy. Then Heavy's like, yeah, I have these pictures. I can see it. I'm describing it to you right now. He's like, Heavy, you're a liar. I don't trust Heavy.
It was
Like, what?
and then everybody who stood up and said, I have seen Flippy or I've met Flippy or whatever, and he's just been like, you're a liar. You're a liar.
Actually, when that whole thing started about being real or a figment of our imagination, I thought he was joking.
No, he
you're
went
right.
like straight up. He started that chat in like the early lobby yesterday, where at one point, because I was like talking about getting my story at the gun shop of getting my new Vickers Glock, and then he's like, I don't believe you. You don't have guns. And I'm like, okay, I don't have guns. You're right. And I just started fucking with him because I thought he was making jokes. But then he was super serious because he came back with it in the second chat. I'm like, all right, I'm going to keep fucking with this dude.
And then it was later last night that I tuned in and I jumped in and I'm like, wait. So do we think Flippy's like a 13-year-old dude or transgender living in his mother's basement, and or what's going on here?
When I was there, all he said was that Flippy sounds like a woman.
Yeah. Well, he started with that. He's like, "You sound very, I don't know how to say this, feminine." I'm like, "All right, cool."
And,
He's
and
like,
he
"I don't believe you," and I'm like, "All right, don't believe me. I'm lying to you."
There's also major language barrier there,
February 10th.
and everyone's a dick about it because he's like trying to trying to translate the sentence in his head before he says it, and everyone like pops in. He's like, "I think Flippy is," and someone says, "A chair."
The best was the fucking panda rap that started happening. He's like, panda. The TV popped. He's like, "I got bronze in Atlanta."
Emmett, how old were you when you started learning English?
5, 6.
Oh, okay. So you were pretty young.
Yeah. No, I'm not making fun of him. He speaks better English than I speak Finnish. That's for sure.
Well, that's true for me.
Yeah, I got bad news. This is real bad news.
Oh God. The surgery
Uh-oh.
not working.
John Wick is using a Terran tactical Glock in John Wick 2.
Instead of his P30L.
That's what it looks like in this picture.
Oh
He's
my
holding.
God. I'm going. Well, Moon, you know what this means. We have to sell our P30Ls and buy our tactical blocks.
Yep. Guess that's the answer. What are these Terran tactical blocks good for? They just got like the stippling and the Terran tactical logo on them with match grade barrels.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
What are these pictures? I do not see them.
What is a match?
Oh.
What is a match gold barrel gonna get you out of a 3 to
Google bulletproof.
4-inch barrel?
Google bulletproof?
Bulletproof Keanu Reeves is back in John Wick 2.
It's the
And to answer your question, a lot.
the bear baiter has arrived.
Match grade in a pistol.
Keanu Reeves Canadian? I'm pretty sure he is.
Nah, dude, he's Californian.
Californian, almost
I
as
think
bad
he's
as
like
Canadian.
half Hawaiian, half white.
I got to get going here, but
American.
Flippy, I did answer your question, so if you go over there and check it out, you'll see the information.
Knock it out.
I also put a link to, in case you're interested in where to get some more. It's not at that price, of course, but from SGMO. So knock yourself out.
All right.
Yay, Flippy.
Yeah.
I'm going to make the
All right,
donuts.
so if we need extra ammo at the shoot, we know Flippy's got at least a crate.
Wait, what kind
I'll
of ammo are
probably-
you buying, Flippy?
If you don't sell it by then, honestly, bring it with you. I'll buy it. I'll pay the $290 or whatever.
I thought it was 300.
Yeah.
It's magical how it changes.
Well, I'm just saying, if he doesn't sell it by the gun shoot, which
Yeah.
is 2 months away,
Flippy's
I'm
always
pretty
gonna
sure he
undercut
doesn't
you.
mind taking like $10 off that price to sell
He's
it.
always.
Well,
gonna
I don't know. He's
undercut
got to burn all that extra gas to haul it there.
Well, no, I didn't even. The earliest I intended to sell it was Tulsa.
Fudge.
I'm
Fudge away.
not having a fire sale. Anyway,
Well, either way.
Yeah, you
Okay,
bring
yes.
it down. I'm sure one of us will take it.
all right, we'll catch you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
So, later. Bulletproof Keanu Reeves?
You see the picture where the tailor's like measuring his shoulder?
Yeah.
There's a full picture right next to it.
Oh. I see. What the fuck is that? It's
So,
got yep. There's the Terran.
Glock, yeah, with this logo on it.
Yeah. And the fucking is that? It's slide cut too.
Yeah, it's got a hole
Yeah,
on top.
I bet they were willing to pay a lot of money to get their gun into that.
I think that might actually be his real gun though.
Yeah,
He's
that's
real-
the one. That's definitely the one he was shooting, or he was definitely shooting a Glock in that 3-gun.
Because like Terran even talks about it.
I was gonna
Oh,
ask. I was gonna ask if that's the one he competes with because he does some of that, doesn't he?
Well, no,
Because he
like
got free ones for them.
yeah, he got free ones for the movie. But the thing is, he also bought a Benelli, a fucking AR-15, and a Glock from Terran Tactical, and had them customized out.
Oh, he's like one of those pro gun people in Hollywood.
I haven't heard him say anything anti-gun, and he owns guns, and he's a fucking shooter. If you haven't seen that video,
He might be as pro gun as you can get without coming out and saying it and then being blackballed.
oh shit, that also reminds me. Fucking Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt are breaking up.
Yeah, I saw that. She filed for divorce.
That's not really a surprise, though, is it? I mean,
I mean,
Is it-
kind of. They've
and
been
then
together for a while.
And then she bashed Obama.
Fucking.
Oh,
fuck.
did she?
Yeah.
So the fucking anti-gun gloves are coming off then.
I guess.
She's like, I'm ready.
Oh yeah, well she's really into shooting, eh? Like apparently Brad Pitt bought her a custom shooting range, built one in the
I
basement.
thought she bought him one.
No, I think it was the other way around. I heard it, but yeah. Anyway, they're both apparently really like guns.
Yeah, but do they like guns to the point where they like are cool with other people having them, or are they like one of those?
Oh no, they're cool with other people. They're smart enough and they know what side their bread's buttered on. They're not going to come out pro
Brad,
in Hollywood because they'll get blackballed. I mean, it's happened to other actors.
I have a question. Hasn't Brad Pitt came out and actually been a little bit anti-gun?
Yes, he has, but that was later. That was after because Brad Pitt's also a shooter.
I fucking hate people that are like into shooting and shit and own a bunch of guns and are like, oh yeah, but not for other people. I'm special.
Also, Moon, check it out. It's the gun. That's the Keanu special that he's holding in that picture.
Are you screen sharing?
Yep.
Oh, let me turn my bandwidth up.
Oh, okay. Let me see this.
Yeah, but we need to see your hand on it.
My gun. Here's a picture of Keanu with
Are you
his hand
sure?
on it.
That's an ugly gun.
Sure, that's the same one.
Yeah. I'm very sure that's the same one.
But look at
And-
the
An ugly Glock, Bob? Really?
that cut.
I'm
Yeah.
shocked.
Zoom in on that cut on the top.
Fucking Bob with his alien mask in the background.
See? There's the cut
Yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
Yeah, I see it.
There's the cut right there. That's the gun.
All right. How much is that? 1,200.
No, according to this, it's like $950 without any options.
Not bad. It's
Yeah.
not much. It's not much more than my P30L. Like a
Or
brand
this
new
is
P30L.
wait, is this brand new or is this like if you send them your Glock?
I would send him my gray one.
Yeah, I'd buy
No,
a
I could.
fucking
I'd
I'd buy
have
a
to get
police
a black.
trade-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ship the police trade-in in.
And it doesn't even matter if it's a 23.
Yeah. Well, honestly,
Put
the
a
Glock
9mm
19s.
barrel in it.
Well, the police trade-in Glock 19s are about to fucking come up on market. They're on the market. So
Are they? Is that a little flippy wisdom?
yeah, it's coming soon.
I thought I had that theory like a week ago on the Jets, but I can't remember why.
I had someone.
I think
I had some people confirm it earlier this month. So
Well,
I have
So-
on good authority that it
Some people
should be
will.
happening soon.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
I-
yeah. This was my theory since the law enforcement and FBI are moving on to the 9mm and 19s. Next year, you'll be seeing them getting rid of their 19s to get new 19s to keep their budget going. So instead of 40s and 23s and 22s on the street, you'll be seeing 17s and 19s for the
Yep.
next years to come in police trade-ins.
Well,
That's my
because
theory.
because the police by the I mean, when it comes to whatever their budget year is, if they don't spend it, a lot of times they fucking lose it, just like schools.
Yeah.
So,
Well, businesses are like that too.
But they might get like a gun budget for every 4 years or something. So it might be they pop up certain.
yeah, but if they don't buy shit for 3 years and then they're sitting on a freaking gold mine, they're gonna go invest in them in some guns before they lose that money.
Check GT and see what's going on with GT.
You can tell the ones that have to keep theirs longer because they'll be like perfect on the inside, but on the outside, the holster wear is like crazy.
Yeah, but who cares about that? I mean, that's.
I mean, if you're
That's what I'm
shipping,
saying.
that's the
You're
point. If you're
shipping it
shipping the
to
gun
them,
off, it
they're
doesn't
gonna
matter.
refinish it, redo everything to it, so it doesn't matter.
See, myself, I mean, a gun's a gun to me. It's a tool. Like my Browning has got scuffs all over it and shit, and I just don't care. As long as it works fine, I don't care what it looks like.
Well,
I couldn't care less. It's like with my truck, right? You know, I never put bed liner in my truck because I don't care. It's a truck, so it's supposed to get scratched up and beat up. Whereas,
Well, Bob, I have to differ with you here. If you have a nice truck and you're gonna possibly be hauling something in it, why would you not put bed liner in there to save the bed of your truck?
See, I have another theory on that.
Sure.
Show me your hands.
everybody should be like Bob and how Bob does it.
that's right. You know, I've often said if I was the emperor of the world, everything would be good. There would be free Glocks for everyone.
Dude,
Free
fucking,
scratched up Glocks for everybody.
they're selling GT, or GT Distributors is selling right now used 23s for $360.
Yeah.
See, that's so cheap. I don't know why anyone would buy, like, you know, a cheaper new gun.
Well,
Or a-
because if you're really gonna
one.
if you're really gonna buy a 23 to convert it, then you gotta expect to put out like $100 more for a conversion barrel, or 150 or 200, depending on what company you're buying it from.
Yeah,
And
but
then you
still,
got
I mean,
back to a
that's not-
$500 gun again.
Yeah, but that's not very much for a quality firearm, right? That's what I'm saying. And if it's just finish, like, you know, if it really bothers you, like you say, you can refinish them fairly easily.
Oh yeah, I was never worried about it. All I said was that you could tell the departments that have to keep them longer by the wear
Yeah.
on it. I had
Other
no
than that, yeah.
opinion of it either way.
Yeah, well, I wasn't saying that you're one of those, you know, got to have a pretty gun and polish it all the time, like you know who.
All right, yeah, that's settled.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
this
gotta figure out if Flippy's real or not.
this $950 combat package isn't the Glock. That's what they're going to do to your Glock.
Oh well, that's fine.
So it's
So-
really a $1,500 thing to get that gun.
So I can
Honestly,
send them
that's
my
actually
pictures.
cheaper. Yeah, you should 100%. That's actually a lot cheaper than Salient Arms. Because Salient Arms is like $1,500 and your Glock.
Oh, and it's better, probably. I mean, like, what the fuck does Salient do to it that Terran Tactical wouldn't do to it?
I mean,
If
Terran
you-
That
Tactical's
would make
basically.
it
Here's my question.
$1,000 more than that.
Okay,
At the
well,
end
this
of,
is
at the
what's
end of the
included.
day, do you still have a Glock?
Well, this is what. No, you don't. You have a different Glock. This is what's included in the package. You get combat master slide cuts and ion bound coating. You get the Terran Tactical fiber optic sight set with your choice of red, green, or what? It says red twice. Whatever. Red, green, or red fiber optic rod. Ultimate Grandmaster trigger, which is a 3 to 3.75 pounds. Stainless steel guide rod with reduced weight recoil spring. Laser engraved Terran Tactical logo. production grip job or competition grip job upon your specific request. Lightning aluminum magazine well for Glock, and 2 base pads of your choice.
Nice.
For the awesome deal of what was it again?
$950.
Nice.
And you need to provide the gun.
Yeah, you need to provide the gun. Well, the base pads themselves, like just the base pads, those are like $50 a piece. So that's like $100 in base pads they're giving you with that. The trigger thing, I'm assuming they're basically giving you, like if you were to drop in a new trigger, that's like what, $150?
Yeah.
So right there is like
Slide
fucking,
work is like
it's like
$200,
$350,
something like that.
depending where you go. Some of the slide work could just be like $150.
And what did they say about the barrel?
I think they give you a match grade barrel. Let me go back through.
That's like another
Yeah, I think they're giving up
$200 to $400.
I don't see anything on here about the barrel. I assume they're giving you a match grade barrel because these barrels are different colored.
Well, they might just be like fucking.
I mean, either way, contact them on that bit. But
Titanium nitrated, gold coated Glock barrel, maybe. Either way, that 3.7 pound trigger is why Keanu Reeves was so good. Now that I heard that, that's like a PPQ trigger. I could do that shit. With
it's a sniper's trigger.
Yeah, it's a sniper's trigger.
Although I will say that Vickers went on multiple bits where he's like, you should never change out your stock Glock springs for different Glock springs.
Yeah,
I've seen him make. I've seen that video.
One Glock, your Terran tactical Glock, then what the fuck is the difference? Are you gonna carry it?
Yeah, you're gonna John Wick that shit.
Yeah, you're right. But there better be a comp on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure whether you're carrying or not is the determining
That
factor
photo
there.
does not look like there's a compensator on it. However, it has the cut, so it could if it wanted to. If they want to be a compensated barrel.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I mean, the barrel doesn't have to have the holes, but it could have a threaded barrel with a compensator screwed on.
All right, the stippling they charge $180 for.
There you go. The framework too. I forgot all about the framework. It's worth it as a package.
Yeah, their trigger job they charge $180. They charge $175 for.
Yeah, you're getting a deal, I guess.
Yeah, altogether, it's not a bad deal. Plus, again, cheaper than Salient.
Better than Salient.
What fucking color would I pick? Tactical Matte Black or Onyx Edition?
We have to figure out exactly what he has.
Oh, Onyx Edition makes it go from $950 to $1,200.
What the fuck? Is that like a special coating?
I don't know. Bronze barrel.
His barrel is silver, but
his
that might
barrel's
just
gold.
be because of
No, his barrel's bronze.
bank barrel
Look
or
at it.
something.
No, if you're looking at the thing, that's bronze. It's
Is
just
it?
yeah, it's just the color is like iffy because they're trying to go with an artsy style of pose.
Yeah.
I have a Gen 2 or 3 and do not have finger grooves. Remove finger grooves, keep finger grooves. I can't tell. We'll keep finger grooves because I have no issue with them. Stippling. I don't know what kind of stippling. I guess carry stippling, ambidextrous?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
That's like fine stippling, but it's. I guess it gets finer if you go to competition stippling.
Okay, so basically, if you're not picking Onyx Edition or Platinum Edition, It's going to be $1,000. If you're picking Onyx or Platinum Edition, it's 2,500 or it's 1,200. Almost 13.
Ooh, fuck. No, thank you.
I wonder if you have to get their logo on your gun.
Yeah.
You can't have a cult logo put on it. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I might not even see the movie now.
I'm going to see the movie.
Fuck, man. Get rid of the P30. L. You should have just started with a Glock. The Salients are the bad guys' guns. So the Terran Tactical's the good guys' guns. That's how it's going to be. It's the dichotomy of the gun Glocks, first Glocks in movies.
Dude, I wonder if like the fucking conversation went as followed, where it's like, yo, you want us to train Keanu? Fucking, you're gonna put our gun in the movie, and you're gonna put our gun as like the fucking champion's gun. And they're like, aight.
It's good marketing. It already has me getting ready.
So do you
Yeah.
think it was the gun company who pulled those strings, or the movie company who said,
Oh, it's 100% the gun company. It was
we
like,
want
put our gun in the movie.
this gun, you're gonna fucking make it, and
Actually, I'm looking.
and this is why you're going to make it, because you're going to sell X many of these.
I'm looking at it. I don't think he has a Glock 19.
I think he has a 17, right?
No, I think he has a Glock 34.
Ah.
Because the Glock 34, I'll whip out this picture real quick, has that same like top cut on it.
They come. All the 34s come with that already.
Yeah.
You think he has a 34 there? Because that looks like what he was running around with in the video. One of his training.
It might be a
Yeah,
34.
it wasn't new 19 he was fucking shooting.
What's with those magazines where they hold a couple extra rounds?
They hold a few extra rounds, and they protect your gun from when you drop it on the floor.
Why would you drop your gun on the floor?
Well, they weight
Because
your magazine so that when it's empty, is something else I've heard competitors use it so that there's a little more weight dropping,
Drops out quicker.
free dropping out. Yeah.
I can't see a good picture of the gun, of his handgun, when he's like running around in the shooting thing. But yeah, all those fucking guns that he's shooting off, he bought those. Like, not the ones in the fucking thing, but he bought a set just like it. Yep, that's a Glock 34.
So I need to buy a black Glock 34.
Yep, look how
And that's
fucking
it.
big it is. Like, check it. That's straight up a Glock 34.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's a pretty big gun.
Oh, yeah. But in the movie, I hope it's still a 34. I'm gonna wait and see.
I think it might be a 34 in the movie.
I don't want them to pull a fast one on me. I buy a 34 and it's a 17 or some shit.
Well, what's the problem? You gotta fucking buy the gun and get it shipped off like now. Or else you won't make it in time for the movie. You'll be like going to the movie being like, man, I wish I had the Terran Tactical one that's in this movie, but I'm
sure
still
we could
another
find
3 weeks
out.
out from it.
Man, I totally wish I could carry that gun to this movie that I'm gonna go
That's
watch.
what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
sure we can find out in the next couple days.
I'm genuinely confused by this thing.
Maybe we'll
And
fucking post it on Instagram.
open carry that gun into a movie theater.
Type in Terran Tactical Glock 34 and see what.
Yeah, and then the wait time after they post it.
Yeah, this is the gun.
Where's it at?
What the fuck is
I always
that?
wanted a 34. This is the best
What is
excuse.
what?
What is that?
I can't tell. It's in like gibberish.
No, the fucking gun.
I don't know. Is it one of those fucking South American 1911s?
Yeah, it looks like a 1911. So, oh, that's a Yama.
What the hell is that?
Oh, I think they're Spanish.
Oh, okay. Fine.
My brother had one. It was a terrible gun. He used to double tap all the time.
No, because it says 7.62 Parabellum. I'm like, what the fuck? Why?
30.
7.62 Parabellum?
Yeah, that's 30 Mauser or
30 Luger.
Luger. Yeah.
So that's I can get like 800 for my P30L. That's a good chunk of the cost right there. Sorry, I interrupted whatever you guys were talking about.
Nah, it's okay. I was just fucking confused because I've never seen that before. I saw a really nice 1911 today, by the way. Really nice one. Like a 9mm one, which is kind of meh, but still.
I think like the 34 is the only one that Terran Tactical really takes pictures of. Or reposts. It's got to be a 34. What gen is it? Gen 3, Gen 4?
Okay, guys, I'm gonna split. I gotta barbecue up my birthday steak, so I'll talk to you guys probably later tonight.
Have fun.
Right
Happy
on,
birthday.
Bob. Have a good one. Happy birthday.
Easy.
Powered by Mario already has basically the John Wick 2 Glock. It's not fair.
You must have connections, huh?
Yeah, because everything that dude has is Terran Tactical out.
I bet you he takes a picture with his face with one of them.
It's got like a Terran Tactical Tavor. What is that? Oh. Shit.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna go catch up on this Daily Show that I'm thinking I should have seen today, but was sleeping. So
Alright.
y'all get them.
Have fun with that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to be reading the chat.
Yeah, that's the 1911 I saw today. Tiny little thing. I mean, it's not the specific one, but same thing. The one I saw was probably nicer, actually. Had nicer sights.
So what are you trying to say, Robbie? It's good? It's bad? I'm not going to sell my P30L because the first movie will still exist, and the second one might suck. I'll be back later. I'm gonna go do some other shit while everybody's being quiet.
Nobody home.
Yep. Woo!
So what the fuck does this shit mean that you sent out? What the fuck is a Covania?
Who did?
I thought you did.
Not me.
Okay, because I don't know what the fuck a Covania is, so.
What the fuck is a Covania?
I don't know. Is that someone who's like a member of like Covania? I don't fucking know, dude. It sounds like some fucking European country. Next to like Romania. Or Baghdadistan.
Did you watch that shit that DB put out?
Now what is it?
That George W. Bush.
Is this fucking DB?
Doing the what shit?
Yeah.
I don't know. That shit was funny. Woo! What the fuck did I just watch?
Wait, what video? The uh Triggly Muzz video?
Yep.
Yeah. Get your hate speech out of my campus. Get it out.
Bullshit. Are you still playing with your new toy?
Every day.
How she feels every day? She get dirty?
Not yet. Gonna get really fucking dirty tomorrow though.
How dirty?
Pretty dirty.
Lucky bastard.
I mean, you can have one too. If you weren't in shitty California. Where this gun is outlawed. Because it's just full of too much freedom.
Oh shit.
Hmm. I'm going to assume Fine Ape is not there. And he's at work, doing work-related things.
Who?
Fine Ape. I'm assuming he's pounding metal together, or whatever it is he does.
Are you sure of that? Are you sure I exist? Are you sure the metal even exists?
Well, I mean, I'm not seeing any photos of you holding a gun, so we don't know. But it's okay. I don't require. I'm pretty easy to impress. I don't require that level of substance.
Sure, usually you just have to show you something shiny and you're pretty easily distracted.
That, or you send me a link to good porn, then it's like, all right, we can be buds. I trust you now.
Well, now is that trust that I exist or trust that I'm alive?
Both?
Hey Flippy, did you like all that attention you got yesterday?
Oh, I loved it. Soaked it up. It's great. My cock was so hard.
Bet your wife liked it.
No. We didn't diddle last night.
Hey, Flippy, how big are your screens? Your monitor?
I honestly thought when you're like, hey, Flippy, how big? I was like, my dick?
I don't roll that
Huge.
way, dog.
Huge. My monitors, I think, are 27 inches each. I think that's what I bought.
Okay.
Let me look, because I don't remember. They're fairly large.
They're huge.
They're huge. Yep, 27 inches.
Oh, okay.
I bought three 27-inch 1920 by 1080 monitors that all have 144 hertz.
I got a hard on for the Predator monitor.
Dude, the fucking new shit from Asus, those like 1440p's that run 144 hertz with G-Sync, damn,
Yeah.
that shit is fucking like, that shit's hard.
And curved?
They're not curved.
Oh, wrong one.
Dude, I run multiple monitors, so curved is kind of like shitty for me.
Oh, with the new Titan Black, the new GeForce, what is it,
Oh,
the Black?
fucking 1080s that are better than my fucking
Yeah.
cards that, it's a shame. Regardless, I don't have to worry about it anymore because, like, Trump's going to get elected. He's going to take our guns away, and then I'll have to spend my money on other things. So then I'll have, like, an even shinier computer.
Dude, I had the same computer for what, since 2008?
What do you want to count as my computer?
Nah, my computer's old as fuck.
Yeah, and I was saying, what do you want to count as my computer? The case my computer's in? Because if that's the thing, then yeah, my computer I've had for 3 years now. If you want to count the case as my computer, the motherboard and internals, I've had it for about a little under a year. The
She's still
graphics
young.
cards I bought those I bought those probably a month before I joined Gun Channels. So I've had those for about a year.
I just got a $500 one.
Yeah, I bought three 980 Ti's.
Fuck you, Flippy.
Because you gotta have that power, you feel me?
Now I know the envy you feel for Barnacles.
For what? Barnacles?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is Barnacle? Oh, that fat motherfucker. Fuck that dude.
That motherfucker got a good ass setup though.
Fuck him and his chubby ass self and his fucking 3D printer and his fucking AR and his 3 4K monitors that are the size of fucking, like, what are they, 40-inch monitors?
Yeah, I think so.
They're like 4K? Fuck that dude. Fuck
Bastion.
that dude. I just kind of want to sit here slamming my foot in the ground yelling, fuck that dude. But then my wife will walk in and be like, what is happening? What are you doing now? I'll be like, don't worry about it.
It's a song.
Bring me a sandwich.
It's not a sandwich, it's a sandwich.
Oh god, you're right. My life is a lie. Nah, fuck it, dude. I know how words work.
One day I'll be up in that level, man.
A banana lover?
One day I'll be up in that level of computers.
Oh, okay. Is it when you take all of your American money back after ICE finds you and ships you back?
Fuck you.
And you're like, yo, I have all these like 20s I hid in my ass. I'm gonna own this place.
It fucking rolls.
You'll just roll by looking like the fucking dude from what was that movie? Man on Fire? Like the dude's dad who owned the daughter and the security people.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be like that dude. You'll be like, whatever.
That was a good movie.
Apparently it was a remake. I wasn't aware of that.
It was.
There was some other Man on Fire beforehand. Dude, these women can move. They just have, like, no boobies. Which I'm assuming is because they're, like, fit enough to be, like, wiggling about all day long.
What movie you decided to watch last night, Flippy?
Oh, what? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying, Megatron. No.
Didn't think so.
Up. I think you just grabbed the Allspark because you're starting to, like, sound like you're powering up.
Starscream, shut up.
Fuck you, Starscream.
That shit was good.
New Megan, the new Decepticons with Safe Space and the black guy.
You know one of them gotta die first.
Yeah.
Did I go too far?
Dude, did you not see that one? Or like Megatron becomes a woman or a transgender robot.
No.
So fucking funny. Like which one is it? Is it Jazz? Which is the Autobot that's the police car? By the way, the Autobot that's the police car, like Megatron's like naming off his new team. And he's like, this is Safe Space. And he like transforms like a big crib. And he's like, this is our other gender and ethnicity correct person, Kevin, the black man. And fucking like Jazz just shoots him like immediately. And they're like, what? What the fuck?
That's where it's going.
Yeah, pretty much. It was really funny.
My safe space is in your backyard. So.
All right, how about this?
All right, now you're working out. Also, there you go, knives.
That a second game can let from someone who doesn't exist. Oh wow, what movie did you see?
When we did what?
Oh, like half hour or so after the chat kind of died down, you're posted in there what was a good movie to watch.
Oh, yeah, I didn't end up watching a movie. I kind of just watched some YouTube videos on, like, the history of certain guns and then fell asleep.
Cradling your Glocks on your shoulder.
No. I you know, I had to kick the Zenith out of bed and put the new Glock in.
I read my kids the story of Gaston Glock as a bedtime story. And on Christmas, we all sit around and read about John Moses Browning delivering all the 1911s to the good children.
And what, the bad kids got the Browning high powers?
Keltex for the bad kids. Browning high powers work.
Fucking Taurus, like, you know, explodes. So there's that.
What the fuck did I just watch? Megatrans.
What you're saying is that the new Megatron is a pre-op transformer?
Yeah. Blackbot.
I don't think I'll watch Transformers anymore.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Blackbot
That's not cool to
transform. Fucking Prowler just shoots him immediately. I was like, what? I thought we were starting. Weren't we starting? Fuck you guys. Throws down his gun, walks away.
Flippy, show us one gun.
No?
Don't read this shit up, man. Fuck.
Oh, that
If
reminds
you
me.
can't show us
Check to see
one
what's going on.
gun, all you need to do is show us one video of one gun with you or your fraud.
Yeah, still not going to do that, but whatever.
I think you're a hoax.
Probably am.
I just watched yesterday's chat, and I kind of agree with the guy. I don't really like his style, but I'm kind of on his side.
Okay.
So let the bashing continue.
Of social, economical, and gender? Because we were just doing that with that fucking Transformer video.
Show us one gun.
I'll show you a cock. Also, I just noticed, my Glock in the Edelon holster, it looks like the fucking handgun from Halo.
The Magnum?
Yeah. Like, it looks like that.
That shit was the shit, though.
Maybe if I find a way to, like, cut it holes in it so I can still fire it, but leave the slide bit on. Later, Ballistic. Have fun mopping up at the semen factory, wherever you work. Oh, that reminds me. Fucking, I watched the new season of Scream Queens started last night. It's fucking great. That show's so goddamn funny.
The fuck is Scream Queen?
You've never seen Scream Queens?
No.
Dude, the show's fucking hilarious. It's do you have the Hulu? I assume you do, because I'm guessing you're stealing it from the kind white family next door.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Go on the Hulu and watch season 1 of Scream Queens. It's fucking hysterical. It's
That's
basically
why.
like it's like a murder thing at like a sorority, whatever, college. There's murders happening by something called the Red Devil. It's so goddamn funny. I can't even like explain how funny it is. It's great. But yeah, the new season of that like started up last night, so I was watching that. I watched the new episode of what's that show called? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't bad.
I've never got to watch that shit.
Dude, they did Ghost Rider. They did new Ghost Rider, so he drives a fucking Charger instead of a motorcycle because, I don't know, he needs to be a pussy. But so he's driving his Charger around, but they actually did the Flamey Skull thing, and it's pretty good. It's not bad. It actually looks better, in my opinion, than the first Nicolas Cage movie.
One?
Yeah, it looks better than the first Nicolas Cage one.
Part 2 sucked too.
Dude, part 2 had a fucking cock flamethrower. There's only going up from that. I need ya right now.
Like my new patch?
Eh.
Got a fucking eagle on it. An eagle and an AR-15. What more could you want?
A panda and an AK?
Fuck you.
Okay. Is this in relation to the dick pics you want?
Show us one gun for your hoax.
That ain't right, Clay.
Clay, give me your email. I'll show you a whole bunch of guns.
No. On video. One gun.
All right. I'll do that. Hey, Pink, you're about to get flagged really hard. We're gonna rename this chat to fucking, not Pink's Lobby anymore, but Cock's Lobby.
One gun.
So Nathan, have you gotten any requests yet for a double holster, like the one from Face Off?
I think he's on mute.
Probably.
Have you heard anything about your HK?
The earliest I will be seeing it is October 28th.
God damn, how many months has it been?
I don't even remember when I shipped it in the first place, to be honest. Dude,
Ain't
I'm
that
not
a
gonna lie.
motherfucker?
I have to go to Instagram now to look at pictures of my gun just to remember what it looked like. And then I cringe. I cringe really hard. And then I turn that off and go look at John Wick to see what my gun should look like.
I'm not a big fan of HK.
Oh, they're fantastic pieces of hardware.
I've never
Probably
shot
the
one.
best. Well, they're probably the best gun makers in the world. They produce one fine ass product.
Could be, but I've heard their service kind of sucks.
I mean, I've had great experience with this service.
How long have you been waiting for this one now?
Well, long because of our shitty government's import laws.
Okay.
There's nothing they can do about importation laws.
That's a problem.
Yep.
Hey, remember those things in front of for John Wick, those suppressors?
Oh, the
Professor-
compensator that's like imaginary? Yeah, they don't exist. There's a dude who was going to start making them and selling, like to sell. The studio shut him down real fucking hard and fast.
Motherfuckers.
They sent him like a straight up cease and desist letter. And he's like, I'm not fucking with Big Hollywood. You guys win. I
Big
won't make it.
Hollywood.
Yeah.
Fucking things are awesome though.
Well, that's a shame. Amit's not here, so I can't call it Jewwood, but oh well.
I know we can make anything like them.
You could. It's just some simple machining. And you just need to like get the design built out in like AutoCAD and then put it into like a CNC machine and have it get like popped out.
Did I mention I saw a bald eagle in the wild just a couple days ago?
Nope.
It looks just like the one on this patch.
I would assume it wouldn't be black and white, but alright.
It's the closest I ever got to one. I think only the second time I've ever seen one. Just cruising around looking for a free lunch at a campground.
Oh, so you're telling me it's an Obama eagle?
No.
Is it a Hillary supporter? Because you know,
Wild.
Because it's looking
All
for free
eagles
lunch.
are wild, Flippy. You can't corrupt an American eagle.
Like fuck, you can't. Anything and everything is corruptible.
True that.
But yeah, I have a buddy trying to acquire the 1911s from, or a similar set of the 1911s that were featured in Face Off. And he needs the, what was it, Castor? Yeah, Castor Troy holster that has like the two 1911 slots in it.
Are you still working on that that one rifle?
Yeah, I'm waiting for like parts to basically fall in line.
Any thoughts?
Well, I talked to Noveski. They're not Noveski. I talked to Nodak. Nodak was super chill about it. They're like, we'll help you source out whatever you need. They're like, but the problem we're having right now is due to the process in which our lowers and uppers get cut, there's a lot of blems, and we're gonna have more blems than like regular ones. I'm like, that's chill, just because I'm like, I don't give a shit if it's blemed. I'm just gonna probably repaint it anyways, and let that shit wear naturally, because that'll be fucking like hella cool.
Can't wait to see it, man.
And the dude's like, all right, and he was like explaining, he's like, just go to gun shows, fucking, you'll find like old shitty optics and old shitty flashlights there that, like, he was telling me, he's like, look, I found like an old school Trijicon like pre-ACOG or whatever. And he's like, I bought it for like $50. The tritium and it was dead, but whatever. Like if you're building one of those like period pieces, that's a great place to find shit. But in like the meantime, he's like, because I was explaining what the parts were. I'm like, yeah, I need an A1 upper. I need like, I'm like, I don't know what the lower would have been. He's like, well, if it was an A1 upper, it was probably an A1 lower. So he's like, we don't have any A1 lowers in yet, but we should be getting a shipment in soon. I'll call you when they come in. You can order one. And like, you know, if shit falls through with my buddy on his like upper, I'm just gonna buy one from them.
That's cool, man.
Like, there's a place, or Midwest sells a 4-position buffer tube kit, and then I would have to hunt down that car stock, which he told me 2 places that produce them, and said that if I wanted a new one, I should go to either like Tony's something or other and some other place. And he's like, talk to them, they'll help you get your shit. And I'm like, cool. My rifle sling comes in sometime later this week, and then I got to assemble it.
Yeah, go talk to Tony. He'll hook you up.
Yeah, it's like Tony's Customs or something. I can't remember what the fuck it was.
Tony's a good guy.
Probably. I mean, there's never been a bad Tony.
Tony's a real stand-up fella.
So, like, tomorrow I gotta put together, or whenever the fuck it comes in, I gotta put together 2 USGI slings to make a single operator sling out of it with some 550 cord.
Wait, did you just say operator and 550 in the same sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
But, you know, I might put parts of that build on hold just because there is a Vickers Glock 19 Special Edition. That's the
Another one?
FD. Well, it's the FDE one, dude. The one that I'm missing. And right now it's up for auction. So I'm like, I have an eye on that. And as soon as that shit is about to come up, I need to buy the fuck out of that.
I'm all about FDE.
Dude, I'm going to touch all 3 Vickers together and end the world. It's like the Triforce with Vickers. I'll become the hero of time, dude. It'll be the greatest.
I don't know
Moon have all
about
3?
that.
What?
Doesn't Moon have all 3?
Nah, Moon, I think he's actually getting his first one, like, next week. Fucking Moon came in the other day. He's like, that's cool. You bought your stupid Vickers Glock that's useless. I'm like, yeah, when's yours coming? And he's like, next week. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about ending the world, but with an FDE Glock, you could walk into the desert and practically disappear.
Dude.
Hey, Flippy.
Yeah, I'm looking at G's chat. Dude, like, straight up, it'll be the Triforce, but, like, with Vicker Glocks. I think that's going to be my next Instagram pic whenever I, like, fucking pocket this new Glock.
Fucking rainbow of tacticalness.
Dude, like, I'm fucking ecstatic, bro. Like, you have no idea. Life is good. Also, with this new Glock, I have like a week of content coming out for fucking Instagram. Which reminds me. Pimp this shit. Oh, wait, you don't have a computer. No, you have a phone. You stole it, didn't you?
No, I don't have a phone. I'm probably the last motherfucker in the world without a fucking phone.
Flippy.
What?
Take your Vickers Glock and show video with you and Glock on this website.
Okay. I'll take video of it next to my cock so you can see like how actually small the Vickers Glocks are.
Hey, which one is that one on the right? What color is that? Because my eyes are kind of fucked up.
The one on the right is the new Vickers all black Glock. The one on the left is the Vickers gray Glock.
It looks like you got a, like the slide's kind of green. It's probably me.
Nah, I did some like artistic liberties to it to kind of make them like mirror each other.
That shit looks cool though, dude. Is it green?
It's green. You got it. It's the color of money.
That's sick, dude.
And like, you know, the most worthless political party.
So make one like that, dude.
What, a porno?
Nah, a green one like that.
That's what everyone thought the next Vickers Glock was going to be, was a green Vickers Glock.
It is cool. I thought it was my eyes.
I think I got it figured out. You're not actually a hoax, but you're a plant from Vickers to sell Glocks for the exorbitant prices they charge. You're under contract with Vickers to say their name every minute while in one of these chats. Isn't that right?
I wish. I wish I got paid to talk about the glorious Larry Vickers and like how his magic touch makes all guns better. Dude, this is the guy who invented the fucking H&K 416, which is probably the best like rifle out on the market. This is also the dude who like invented the H&K 45 and 45C, which is probably the best 45 out there aside 1911.
Okay, but what about Bill Ruger?
Fuck a
Bill
Ruger.
Bill Ruger is a faggot who was like, we need 10-round magazine restrictions so I can sell more of my shitty revolvers. He was a fucking Hillary sellout piece of shit.
Don't you have one?
A fucking Ruger? Nah.
Oh, yeah, you got the Hillary hoe.
Yeah, I strip have the Hillary hole on my gun, bro. It's where I hang my gold chain. So I can walk around with it on my neck, being like, look how fly I am.
You got them OG Dookie chains?
Nah, dude. I got like that 550 cord style chain.
It's gold.
It's a fucking tactical chain, dog. It's all like 550 cord. Gold 550 cord linked together around my 360 PD.
Bring your chain hang close.
When it wobbles to and fro.
Damn, I feel old.
Oh, why is that? Is it because you have to like now stop and take more naps under sombreros than you used to have to?
Fuck you, man.
Do you get winded now when you're doing your Mexican hat dance?
I get winded because I'm kind of fat, dude.
Hey, so how many international chatters have come on to gun channels? We've got Catch.
We have Mika
got-
from Finland. We have
Right.
Amit from Israel.
Right.
We
And then
have
who's the guy from
Marvin
the
from
island?
Jamaica.
Marvin, that's right. So just those three guys?
We have Mr. Knives from Mexico.
But he's naturalized, so he
No,
doesn't
he
count.
isn't. That's just, dude, he's just telling us that because we're Trump supporters and he's afraid.
We've only had
He-
three
And
international
he
people
should
on these chats.
goddamn be.
We should get someone from Australia. Oh, the
Oh yeah, we also
Canadians.
have Bob and the other.
See, we don't
Canadians.
really count them because it's only a matter of time till the U.S. takes over Canada, which is rightly ours. So we just kind of ignore the fact that they're another
Oh,
country
fuck.
at this point.
Dude, we don't need Canada. If we get Canada, we have to take Quebec, and Quebec fucking sucks.
We can leave that. We can leave that section out. It's very easily done, just on the corner.
Let me get all the liberals.
Right. So back to the international thing. How come we don't have anyone from Australia on these chats? They're English
Oh yeah,
speaking.
we also have Phoenix from Korea, from South Korea. I forgot about that dude. That dude's awesome.
What?
There's a fellow named, or goes by chatter ID of Phoenix. He's from South Korea. He's a cool dude.
But he hasn't come into one of these chats and talked.
Yeah, yes. Dude, he was
Good.
explaining life in South Korea for a couple of nights.
Phoenix. Oh, huh. I missed those chats. I must have been doing something with my life.
Yeah, I doubt that. So, Nathan, are you able to hear us yet, or are you still just like the man behind the glass? Got it. Go fuck myself.
You're getting used to that, aren't you?
I mean, are you never not used to it?
So what about England? Don't the English have some? Isn't there like one Londoner who wish he could have a gun, who wants to come onto this website and
I mean,
show us
don't we?
his
Doesn't
knife?
Hawaii Volcano and like didn't Heavy B, weren't they on like a chat with fucking Scottish folk or some shit?
Yep. Where the fuck is Heavy B at though?
Out being the night.
It's just interesting to hear an international viewpoint, and it's much different from what I've seen. It's been very different, and I'd like to hear more because we are so unique as Americans that I would think other people would want to come on here and worship us, more or less. But
I mean, for the most part, the rest of the world hates us, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, but it's kind of like a spite hate.
No, it's a they think they're better than us hate.
You sure it's not more of like a jealous hate?
No, like 100%, they think they're better than us. We're savages over here with our guns and our fucking awesome ideals and our invention.
Oh, that is
Also, I
pretty
want to
accurate.
take this moment to say fuck you, Brazil, and your stupid lying bullshit about like the invention of flight. If you motherfuckers actually invented flight, wouldn't you think you guys would be better off than you are now? Mic drop, walk away.
I don't know. I think a lot of the world yearns for freedom. They just aren't sure what it means.
Nah, dude, people like being subjugated. It means they have no responsibility. And the less personal responsibility you have to take, the fucking better people enjoy it. We're just a weird group who enjoys personal responsibility.
Well, it is a burden.
I mean, it's no burden. It's no burden, no more of a burden than the fucking, like, chain around your neck that is relying on another party. Hashtag being imaginary.
Yo, you saw what G put up?
Yeah. Hashtag just being real.
G's coming out swinging. Ain't there never enough ammo chat today?
7 p.m.
Okay. No.
7 p.m. if you're in the wrong time zone.
But he's in my time zone.
No. The right time zone is the East Coast.
That would be 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Or 10 p.m.
10. Yep.
That's the one.
What's real time? That's when things actually happen. Well, this is an exciting lobby.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's about as exciting as camping out in the desert for a few days, and I'm glad I was away while all this terrorism shit went down, because I don't know anything about it, and I only heard a little bit about it on the way back, and I don't care much about it.
Haven't you ever seen When the Hills Have Eyes? Camping in the desert can be quite exciting.
Were you at the Burning Man? Was that what you were doing?
No, I think that was a week or two ago. I don't do that shit. I get away from people when I go away from people.
Well, you don't dress like a gay Mad Max character and then frolic through the desert with sparklers
On a bicycle? No.
and make
no, I
a
don't.
bonfire that's like worse for the environment than anything you're like fighting
Are you
against.
talking about Burning Man?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just went to the bathroom and came back, and I'm like, gay Mad Max in the desert making fires. Oh, it's clearly Burning Man.
A friend of mine went to one of the first Burning Mans, or some of the first Burning Mans, and told me stories about how they would just like get in a car and just drive out through the playa shooting guns into the desert. And, you know, those were the days. It actually started excuse me, I'm working through a sore throat here. Started in San Francisco on the beach. Their first ones were on
That's
the
okay.
beach.
I understand. Work can be hard sometimes.
Yeah, fuck you. But then, as it grew, it moved out into the desert, into the Nevada desert and the playa. Not that I know anything about it other than that.
They're like hacky sack hippies and big government anarchists.
Damn, I just got that right now, dude.
Dude, they get together and they just do nothing but drugs and fuck.
But then when they come back, they want to take your guns.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, I was in the desert doing some hardcore fucking shit and banging what I assumed was a woman, and it gave me this fucking, like, epiphany that guns are evil and we shouldn't have any kind of self-reliance.
We need peace, love, fire, and a dusty desert.
And several tons of heroin.
And lots of that ecstasy stuff. If they still make it.
Bring shoeboxes full of coke.
And glow sticks.
Mm-hmm.
They'll all go back to their daily jobs of making glow sticks.
Oh, and fucking hula hoops. Everyone has a hula hoop for some reason nowadays.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a hula hoop in a long time.
Dude, look at hippie shit. Like, never enough hula hoops is their motto.
Why the fuck I want to look at hippie shit?
Because sometimes hippie women can be kind of fucking hot if they aren't real hippies and they actually shave and bathe.
Have their titties start stepping on the titties when they're 13 and shit?
Like I said, not the weird hippies, but, you know, the ones who are just like, yeah, I'm into this, like, life of drugs and fucking. It's like,
They turned
Maybe-
most of my favorite state park into a fucking golf frisbee.
Jesus Christ.
That's some fucking, and you can't even like walk around anymore. You might get hit in the head with this fucking rock hard
Called
frisbee.
frisbee golf.
Yeah,
and
you
it's
might get
very
hit in the
popular.
head with one of them.
I said, hey, you're gonna laugh at this, but I set up a slack line near one of those baskets, not realizing how popular that sport was, and like I could barely walk on the line. It was the first time I'd set up the line. I could barely get on it without somebody like hurling a frisbee at me, and people like asked this one like borderline homeless guy trying to talk to me, and then this other guy actually jumped on the line and walked it, and like made me feel like an idiot. But yeah, that frisbee golf thing is sweeping the nation.
I think that frisbee golf thing already swept the nation. I think that craze is over with.
They're still doing it. The hardcore players are still out there ruining the woods with their baskets and their hard frisbees.
The fucking youngins of today and their baskets and rock hard frisbees. And there are no jobs or like anywhere else to go.
They like get pissed off because you're walking through the woods. They're like, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to play some
I'm trying to
frisbee
beat the
golf
frisbee right now.
Like, dude, trying to explore nature, not catch a blue steel frisbee to the teeth."
I can make a swastika with Glocks.
If they made if they made handguns out of that polymer, the frisbee, super hard frisbee polymer, it would be like too heavy.
I know. Imagine like how the fucking FNX Tactical wouldn't fucking melt in the sunlight if
Well,
they
that's
made out of that
annoying.
shit.
Yeah, that they have to upgrade that to frisbee golf polymer material.
A requirement now.
What about this sport? Glock golf.
I think you're supposed to, when that gets soft, you're supposed to wrap that one around your next FNX 45.
You just peel it off the frame.
Yeah, it's like a It's like a Hogue sleeve grip, except it's the whole gun.
Dude, I saw that video. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's insane. I live in Texas. What's going to happen? I walk outside and it just fucking, like, evaporates, and I'm just sitting there with a fucking barrel in the slide.
What's that guy's name? He's the Top Shot guy. What's his gun? I forget his name. Came
Also,
with an
isn't,
A.
like, isn't evaporated plastic, like, actually bad for you?
I don't know.
Not
Does it
if
have
it's BPA free. As long as it doesn't have BPA, you're all set, Flippy. Just suck away.
Is BPH something different? Or am I just thinking of BPA?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Moon, what do you think about this controversy with Flippy never having shown one of his guns on gun channels?
It made my day. Last night's lobby made my day today.
Hey, by the way, I just want to point out something. G-Webs has never shown his face. I think he probably has one.
Now, people that don't show their face don't have faces. They just have mouth holes.
I mean, do they? Do they even?
Maybe not.
Who knows?
They're
Oh,
talking
dude,
directly
do you
into
think
my
G-Webs- Do you think G-Webs is some type of like super intelligent computer program talking to us through the interwebs?
Nah, he's AK Jesus.
He's like a presence that sits in front of somebody else's computer and then talks into our brains. No? That's too far out. That's
What? Like he's one of the
far out.
fucking... He's
That's
one of the brain slugs
outside.
from Futurama?
Yeah, maybe. That's out of sight. What else? What other slang was there back then they used?
Jiggy with it. Hip.
That's too new.
Swell.
Dynamite.
Dynamite? No.
Honky.
Did you say groovy?
No, I didn't say groovy.
What year?
It's too groovy.
Far out.
Of a notion. Yeah, I said far out, I think. I said far out and then out of sight. There's another one that's like those.
Yeah, far out is basically the same thing as out of sight.
Yeah.
FYI.
What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, it just may be demographically different.
I think like the hippies were like far out, man, and the people that were like the jive talkers were like out of sight.
Yeah, right. Jive talk. That's what it was.
That's groovy, dude.
Does anyone here speak jive? I've been known to dabble.
Airplane is like one of the best comedies of all time.
I like Blazing Saddles.
I've never seen Blazing Saddles. I probably should at some point.
Blazing Saddles is like Mel Brooks' version of just going all out, full-on racist in one of his films for laughs. Like where Spaceballs was focused on making fun of Star Wars, Blazing Saddles is just making fun of racists.
I like where the black guys are combing the desert with the pick, and they say, "We ain't found shit."
That was Spaceballs, not Blazing Saddles.
I know.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Comb the desert.
Okay, I do have something to say about this. My son, who is a Star Wars fanatic, I flipped it on to Spaceballs by accident, and he walked by when he was 7. He goes, Star Wars? Because he saw Dark Helmet. He's like, Star Wars? And I said, no, it's not Star Wars. No, it's Star Wars, Dad. No, it's not. Luckily, it was during the very end slapstick scene where they just all did silly things. So there wasn't any humor to explain to him.
But then it turned into aliens, and he had nightmares.
No, he got bored before that happened. Once Mega Maid crashed and they all fell out of it and it went to the wedding thing, he just like left. Like it's done. Click.
All right, I'm gonna hop over to Never Enough Ammo's chat. See what's going down.
Late.
Later.
Toodles. Yeah, Brandon sent me a message that he was looking for, what the fuck's that dude's name? Castor Troy holster from Face Off, the one that holds the dual 1911s.
I'd have to Google it.
Okay, the only thing worse than a small of back carry is a double small of back carry or double appendix carry. Not either way. Double kidney carry? Is that what we're calling it now? This is all just a bad idea gone wrong.
Yeah, that is the epitome of a movie holster. That has no comfort level in it whatsoever. Weight too much on the small of your back. Having one gun on the small of your back is not advised. Having two giant guns, 1911s, is yeah. It'd be much better going with double shoulder pistols like this with a mag carrier strap down.
When you get food tomorrow for the puppies.
Dog food? Okay. Thank you. Night night.
Right.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't muted. Yeah, I could. If you wanted 45 carriers, I could do double 45s, and then where the 45 goes in, under it at an angle, have a piece that comes off that holds the magazine.
Well, because the thing, he basically is looking into getting the Castor Troy 1911s from Face Off, and he wanted the holster to go with it.
You know what? I could probably figure it out.
All right, I'll send them over to you. I'll be like, yeah, I'll go talk to Nathan. He'll figure it out.
You know what? I've given up. If you want it done and I can figure it out, fine. I'll give you a quote.
All right.
That's one thing I've learned about firearms, boys, is don't ever tell anyone what gun or what caliber they should buy. Just give them a few vague pieces of information, what to do and what not to do, and let them go figure it out for themselves. They'll probably mess it up.
So, what is everybody's guess on the caliber that the U.S. military is going to use in their next pistol?
I don't know. Maybe the same one they've always used in their pistol since 1982. Did you say U.S. Army?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably gonna stick with 9. They're probably still gonna roll with Berettas, unless they hop to Glocks for Glocks being cheaper.
Well, but here's the thing: is the Glocks don't meet their standards. The Glocks have to have safety mechanisms for the Army.
Oh, okay. So yeah, then they'll never go with Glock, and it'll literally just be like.
Okay, so here's the funny part about this: is I read where a general, high-up general, went in front of Congress, and they were talking about allocation money for this pistol research project that took 3 years. And he says, yes, this is how we have to do things to determine the right pistol, blah, blah, blah. And they said, this seems like spending, I think it was some outrageous amount, like $330 million, or maybe it was $600 million to figure out what pistol you want for your troops to carry seems a little strange because police carry guns, FBI carries guns. You as a general, we could probably just ask you what gun you think your troops should carry. And he says, honestly, you know, blah, 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 Chairman, if I had my way, I would just go and buy Glock 19s, the same as that shoot our 9mm, that shoot for all the, Glocks, same as the ones the cops carry that shoot our 9mm cartridge. With the contracts with Glock and everything, it would cost half as much as the study to outfit the entire U.S. Army. He literally could buy for the $600 million, for $300 million, he could buy all the Glocks he needed, Glock 19s, for the military.
I read that same article. Yeah, it's stunning.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's so much waste in our government. How do you expect it not to be that way?
So we can assume that 40 caliber
for
40
for not to have all this waste.
What?
So we can assume that 40 Smith & Wesson is a dead caliber just based on the fact that the Army would never go with it?
I wouldn't say it's dead. They're still making guns in it.
No, okay, so you have to understand this. The Army has had 9mm since 1982. The 40 caliber was invented after that. The 40 caliber was then adopted by the FBI, and then it was better than it was the ultimate compromise round in the day before technology went past it. So in the day, the 40 caliber was probably the best round for the number of rounds for law enforcement with the best knockdown power trade-off, right? Because 9s back in the day didn't really hit as well as they do now. So this was the ultimate. Do you even know how do you know how they invented the 40 Smith & Wesson?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that bedtime story before.
Okay, so anyway, they were shooting the 45 and the 9, and the guy downloaded a 10 millimeter at home, brought it in, they loved it, and they told him to make us a cartridge that'll fit in a small to medium frame pistol, like the 9 will. So it was the ultimate compromise round specific to the FBI. They wanted invented for them, and then it took off. It got kind of this like, oh, this thing is great. And then all the federal agencies had to go to it, and all the cops adopted it. And whether it's the best or not, everyone argues over that. But the simple fact is that there will always be someone who will prefer the 45, the 40, and the 9 because they all ballistically do roughly the same thing in damage. Just some do slightly other things better than others.
Okay, but so the military is still obligated with the NATO round of 9 millimeter, and I don't believe there's a NATO 40 Smith and Wesson round.
They really don't have to stick with that. That's kind of a joke at this point. We have over decades started outfitting our soldiers with stuff that NATO normally wouldn't use, and then they adopted it. So stuff from the Hague Convention of 1898 about not using hollow point bullets has gone out the window. Like, how many hollow point bullets do we give our military? And then not using certain other types of bullets. It's all gone out the window pretty much. They're going to adopt different things. And what they do is the people who don't actually put rounds in people are the ones who make these decisions, and they make poor decisions based on bureaucratic regulations and thought processes.
Well, I mean, either way, the Army itself, for the largest part, to my understanding, doesn't really even use handguns, like, hardly at all, if not ever. And it's pretty much just for officers and select, like, groups.
Officers, Rangers, Delta Force, and a few
Well, no,
other
I mean, like, Army in general. I don't mean, like, the SOF stuff. The Special Forces use whatever the fuck they want for the most part.
Okay, I know that. I'm just saying, you're right. In the Army, the normal ground troop typically doesn't get issued a sidearm unless he's specialized in something where they know he's going to need a backup weapon. Even standard Army infantry isn't issued sidearms, I don't think. Which is ridiculous in my opinion.
So if the 45 ACP has no chance in the Army trials, then why are we even still talking about the 45 ACP? Is it some nostalgia that we've developed?
The Marines, hold on, the Marines.
Talking about the Marines still use it. Special Forces still use it.
People who shoot people use it. People who it's their job to kick in doors and shoot people point blank use it in the military, is what he's saying.
LA SWAT also uses it.
Yeah, well, LA SWAT ain't the end all be all because look who they put in that movie, Colin Farrell. Oh. Anyway,
there's also some highway patrol agencies that use it.
Well, okay, so here's the thing about it is certain groups are highly likely to engage and shoot people. And LA SWAT's one of them. Special Forces is one of them. A lot of these groups that actually SWAT and stuff get into situations where they have to shoot people with pistols point blank. And after they do it with a 9mm, they're like, yeah, this didn't work very well. And they all observe that and they get to discussing it and they're like, we can order anything? Okay, let's try this. Let's try this. So, you know, basically when you're talking to old SEALs and stuff, they're like, yeah, we use 9, but we typically wanted our 357s because the 357s worked really good. And then other people say we like our 45 ACPs. You know, I don't really know any special forces that really use 40 Smith & Wesson because I think it's too close to the effect of the 9mm. And then, but fully automatic 9, like on an MP5 silenced, that works great. You know, if it's the right bullet weight and dimensions and expansion, then it works just great. But again, we're talking about people that have to hit people point blank hard. and the special forces all go towards the 45. And they're the ones who put rounds in people.
So if they've got a spray in CQB, then they're opting for a 9. If they've got to take out targets one by one with a pistol, they're opting with a 45.
So if you kick in
It
the door,
depends.
well, okay. So listen. So if you're a SEAL and you kick in a door, and you don't have your M4 in your hand, you have
The
what's it
Glock
called?
19 right now, because that's what their most recent
No,
thing was. They adopted the 19s.
So you kick in a door and you have an MP5 suppressed 9mm, and you have hollow points in it, and you have it fully automatic with a 30-round mag, and you fire a 5-shot burst. That's more effective than kicking in the door with a 1911 in your hand. Granted, but if they have to go to a pistol and kick in a door, they want their 45 in their hand if they don't have an MP5. Now, the SEALs, because of the way our warfare has changed to where they're not just hostage rescue, they've all gone back to the M4 fully automatic. And a lot of them shoot the 77 grain 223 round out of it. So again, for what they're encountering, they switch their weaponry and bullets to coincide with it. So your typical SEAL and other people will carry 45 of some type, and they will carry an M4 of some type variant with 77 grain round Sierra hollow points. No matter if
That sounds like a good loadout.
Range.
That sounds like a decent loadout. So, but the SEALs are, like Flippy just said, the SEALs are carrying Glock 19 as their sidearm, probably for ammunition compatibility with the subguns. But the Marines.
Oh no, that doesn't matter in the slightest.
No, they're not.
The Marines
from one to another mag.
Well,
No,
maybe it's
then
just
their
easier
budget-
for them to buy one kind of caliber. Who
It
knows?
doesn't matter. You don't understand.
But the Marines,
when it comes to the SEAls,
regardless,
their
why they do
fucking
it.
budget for arms or
All
whatever
right.
is
so,
like
so they
fucking through
love
the sky.
Glock. They're a bunch of Glock tards. They want the 19 because everybody else wants it. Whatever the reason they're using the Glock 19, they use the Glock 19. And
Okay,
the
so
Marines.
hold on. Clay, I didn't actually know the SEALs are even using the Glock 19.
Okay, well, apparently the Marines are using 45 ACP.
They're
in
using
the
old school
1911.
1911s because Marines think
Yeah.
like Marines.
I think they're going with nostalgia,
Yeah.
Nathan. I think they're full of the whole classic upbringing of their military traditions, and they don't use the sidearms that much, but when they do, it's up close and personal, and a 45 is going to do it better than a 9.
But you know what? I'll say this. I guarantee you the Marine Corps went with nostalgia with going with that 1911 for their new handgun and stuff. They wanted that. They think that looks cool. They love that gun. Can I say that there are other 45s that are better for combat purposes than the 1911 in this modern day and age? I can say, yeah, a lot of them. I can name almost anything else besides the 1911 that's in 45 that is a well-sold pistol with a double stack that would be better. But they like their 1911 as long as they're carrying, an M4. Let them carry whatever pistol they want. Who cares? I don't know of very many people that have been put down in the position where they ran out of their entire vest of 223 rounds, all 300 rounds, and then they ran out of all 7 or 8, or not 7 or 8, but like if they're shooting 1911, they shot out their 3 mags of that, and then they got taken out. It's kind of like when you're at that point that you fired off 323 rounds, if just one more bullet counts, you need air support.
Yeah, like I was listening to an interview with one of the Delta team dudes who was in Somalia during the Black Sea affair, or whatever it was called, the Battle of the Black Sea, and he was explaining that like he fired probably a total out of all of the magazines that he carried on him, probably like 5 bullets or something like ridiculously slim of the actual magazines he carried on him. He was explaining that he was like, look, what ends up happening is as you're rolling through and people are getting downed or dead, you just grab their stuff and you just keep rolling with it. Like if someone refuses to fight, they become an ammo mule.
Okay, this happens in war. He's right. Other times there are these last stand situations where people are pinned down and they're shooting their ammo up and stuff, and they're getting depleted in every round they're carrying. But, you know, kind of like in our day and age, our police carry sidearms with double stack magazines because that's about the right amount. If bad things and terrorism start happening, I guarantee you our police will start carrying submachine guns like the ones I see in Israel, the ones I see on cops in Jamaica. If things get bad, cops will stop carrying pistols as their primary weapons and they'll start carrying submachine guns under their armpits that are lightweight. Again, you react to your situation in combat.
All those cops I see in Israel carrying submachine guns still have a pistol on their belt.
And I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying that military and police are going to react to their combat situation and decide what they're going to carry. Now,
don't cops here already have pretty much a shotgun or AR in every single car?
no, unfortunately, no. Rich
That's the way it is here, man. Every single one has a shotgun or an AR. Every one.
And in my town, there are two.
Some of them even have like scorpions and shit.
I don't know about insects in cars. Those get hot.
And backpacks, yeah. Like some of them like even carry scorpions and shit. And they have their judge in their ankle holster. Like they're like good for war.
All right, enough trolling.
Hold on. Let's approach this. So the Fort Worth Police Department, which I have a friend who's on, they're a big police department, but they don't have as much money as you would hope they would have. And the Dallas Police Department's that way. But all the other police departments around Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Hurst, Euless, Bedford, all this stuff, they have money from the taxpayers coming out the wazoo. So I went over and took a tour of, well, let's talk about your average Fort Worth police officer. They were issuing them just standard SIGs, 40 cal, really hard pull triggers. I shot one of them once. I was like, really, how old is this thing? It's like 12-year-old. It's like, this guy is almost carrying an old armored car gun, and he's a cop in Fort Worth. And he's issued a vest. His car has a camera on it. Okay. So then I go over to Hearst and visit my friend. They give their cops in Hearst, all of them carry Kimber 45s. They're given SUVs. Every cop car in Hearst is an SUV, a Chevy Tahoe, with an orange shotgun with riot slugs and an M4 in it. That's standard issue for every cop in the little small suburb city next to Fort Worth.
I think Nathan's right. As long as the municipality has money, they're going to outfit their department with the best equipment available. That means pickup trucks. That means
as long as they can get grants from the federal government and then buy that shit at
ARs,
a reduced cost.
That means Remingtons. That means, lots and lots of bullets.
And here's another thing is I was blown away by what happened in Ferguson years ago. I started in research and went, where's the dash cam? I found out Ferguson doesn't have dash cams. And I did more research and I found out cities that are poor in America, cops don't have dash cams. Some cops don't have bulletproof vests in poor cities.
No way. No, I call bullshit on that. Every cop has a level 2 or whatever vest.
I'm sorry. Maybe I misspoke. But I know there's a lot of police departments that don't have the funds for dash cams and nice cars. And I live in a place where we have so much money that everyone has a dash cam. Everyone has a nice car. There are some people who have, body cams in my area. They have awesome weaponry, and they have a lot of not crime around them. Like, we live in this crime-free area where I live, and it's because the cops are armed to the teeth. They got great cameras. They got great cars, everything. And we just don't live in a crime area. And then the other places that really could use the allocation of this equipment and their funds to real purpose, they don't have it. Places like Detroit, Detroit needs a RoboCop, honestly. A couple of them.
So, Dead Horse, what do you think? $8 a piece?
Dead Horse is AFK. Wow.
No, the way I see it is that police is getting militarized. They're getting grants from the Department of Homeland Security, from the federal government. They're buying stuff at a reduced rate. They're buying their armored SWAT vehicles. They're rolling around basically in tanks and suburban USA fucking tanks, and it's basically we're creating an army of Gestapo of goose steppers here, and and then one day it'll be turned against us.
Hey, Dead Horse, it's even worse than what you're describing. They're discounting and selling all that gear to rich cities that will buy it and take it in. Boston.
Dallas. Oh yeah, like fucking Beverly Hills, dude. Like look at Beverly Hills.
Beverly Hills. Yeah, all these suburbs. They sell a bunch of that junk to places that don't even need it. You know what doesn't have that armored car? Probably
Detroit.
Cleveland and Detroit. Yeah, and you want to know why? Because our current president decides that the more people that get shot in that area that raise the statistics gives his policymakers better points of contention to try to push his policies.
Well,
as far as a person in office who has used his ability to control law enforcement, our current president has used his ability to control law enforcement to neglect the worst cities and worst neighborhoods in our country and let them go wild so that he can promote his greater plan of peace. You have to kill off. You can't break a few eggs unless you have Detroit, Cleveland, most parts of Chicago, Copeland, and all those places. If they don't become riotous and go crazy, you can't convince the American public that you need to change.
Yeah, but if you have like a bunch of millionaire, like rich Hollywood actors, then oh yeah, you can get whatever the fuck you want in your city. If a bunch of them live there, like Beverly Hills, you can have full tanks and like fucking, state of the art robots and like, drones and, yep.
Do you want to hear, Dead Horse, do you want to hear the story of the guy assassinated in South Lake, Texas, the richest suburb of Dallas-Fort Worth?
Yeah, yep, I want to hear that story.
Okay, a couple years ago, it pops up all over the news. This guy drives to South Lake Town Center, the big square where everything is retail. There's beautiful restaurants. There's True Luxe, where I've gone and eaten for once because I didn't know any better, for $100 for two people. Just a really rich, this is like the Beverly Hill area of Dallas-Fort Worth. South Lake is the ultimate. And he goes up and parks. His wife goes in to buy something, and two Hispanic guys come up, and one of them shoots him in the head with a silencer, and they get in the car and drive away. And everyone sees it. All these white people, and they're like, ah! And it gets all over the news. The FBI is involved. The DEA is involved. Every, 3-digit organization in America is involved in this because this guy got shot. Turns out this guy was an attorney for one of the Mexican drug cartel leaders. And he put out a hit on him. And these two guys from Mexico came up, found him in South Lake Square after they followed him. They waited for it to happen for a good, way to do it. And they shot him in the head and they left. But because it happened in South Lake Town Square, on our Queen's Palace, it became a 3-year news and ordeal and all this stuff. And it was ridiculous. And they caught the guys, and it's ridiculous. They put one guy up on 25 years of federal stalking charges instead of putting him on state for the death penalty and stuff. It's just completely ridiculous. But seriously, one attorney for a cartel leader literally had 250 plus people investigating him getting shot because of where it happened. Not because of who he was or what he did, but because of where it happened.
No, yeah, I believe that.
Yeah.
The problem is instead of police being out there serving the community, now they're just like the tax man. Now they're like, oh, like, we need our money. We need, I'm not going to get a raise next year. I'm not going to be able to bring my cousin on the force. I'm not going to be able to, get a brand new, Dodge Challenger car next year. I'm not, so like we need to go out. We need to make our money, and then they're getting pressured from like the mayor's office. Oh, like you need to go collect more fucking taxes, go arrest more people. Go write more tickets. So instead of like protecting and serve, like cops don't use their discretion anymore like they used to. Now it's all about just give me my money.
Dead Horse, I just have to ask, just real quick, Dead Horse. Tell me what city you live in and about your age.
Almost 40, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay, just curious.
Like cops used to be like, they used to have like a discretion thing where like they would pull you over for like going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Let's say you were going 80 and a 75, okay? They'd pull you over and be like, oh, you're going a little too fast there, slow down, da-da-da, have a nice day. Now it's, oh, you were going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Here's $150 ticket, like.
I'll give you my experiences having logged thousands of miles over the past year through several different states, many different jurisdictions. If you stay, and this feeds right into what you were saying, Dad, if you stay within 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, you're golden. Just today, I had a radar gun on me, and there was everybody else also going 5 miles an hour, so basically 70 and a 65. And it was no problem. And this happens again and again and again. Now, if you're doing 75 and a 65, you're likely going to get pulled over.
Now, see, it depends on where you're at. If you're in a fucking ho-dunk community, like let's say Wyoming, or they have no fucking source of income really except to write tickets, if you go 5 miles an hour over in Wyoming, you will get pulled over and get a ticket. You go 4 miles an hour over in Wyoming, you'll get pulled over and give a ticket. They don't give a fuck. Like
Dead Horse, I got your back on this.
And that's where I live, like in a ho-dunk community out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Now, if it's like major cities, a more populous state that has other means of income, then yeah, they'll 5 miles an hour, they don't really care. But in Wyoming, 5 miles an hour over is $150 ticket, straight up. Doesn't matter if you're passing a semi truck trying to get around them, they don't give a fuck. It's just here, and especially if you have out-of-state tags in Wyoming, then they're definitely on your ass, man. Like, you didn't use your blinker. You turned on your blinker 2.5 seconds and changed lanes. You didn't wait 3 seconds. It was only 2.5. So here's a $300 ticket. And like, the roads are completely icy and ice-covered packed. And as you pulled out of that gas station, don't plow our roads. Your car turned just a little bit sideways. Now we're giving you a ticket for display of public exhibition, which is like a fucking racing ticket for like racing, but just because your car slid a little bit sideways on an icy fucking road because it wasn't plowed, because they don't plow their fucking roads or lay down salt or dirt, you know, they do that in Wyoming. I mean, I shit you not.
Well, I can believe it. I've actually never been to Wyoming, but I hope to go there someday and climb the Grand Tetons. But yeah, that exhibition ticket is for like burning rubber.
Exactly. And in Wyoming, if you just slide out just a little bit, even on an icy road, like if your ass end like even moves a half fucking foot to the side, boom, they give you that ticket. Display a public exhibition. Ask me how I know.
Hey, dead horse. Dead horse. What type of car do you drive? Tell me about it.
I got a couple different trucks, a couple different cars, and a little scooter. I have all sorts of vehicles. I drive like a little Toyota Corolla, a little like Ford Ranger, Chevy truck. I got a little, you know, basically like a little fucking Vespa scooter thing, a Yamaha scooter thing, and you know, then I got a couple motorcycles.
Have you gotten a ticket on the Vespa?
Oh fuck no! That thing only goes like 35 max though, you know.
Okay, so you have a lot of being upset and stuff, and I get that, and nothing's ever fair. You're right. Nothing's ever fair. Nothing's ever right. I drive a Honda CR-V, and I drive 5 to 10 miles over, and cops, even sometimes when I do get pulled over, I talk to them and they let me go. So again, I have a friend who loves his car. His entire identity is wrapped around his car. Yours isn't. I'm just saying, this guy's the other side of the spectrum. He drives a little Mitsubishi something 5 or something, paints the hood, puts racing stickers all over it. Always complains about getting pulled over. Puts the muffler on it, has all the stickers on it, paints the hood. Always complains about cops pulling him over, going 5 miles over the limit or 3 miles over the limit. And I got another friend who has, when he was in college, he was 20 years old, and he drove a Corvette on campus, and he always got pulled over. And he always complained about getting pulled over and getting pulled over. And that's when I realized, between those two, that cops will always pull people over based on what they see them driving. And it's like cops are kind of like gorillas. They're like, he's driving a Camaro. He's driving a Mustang that's souped up. That says supercharged. That says this. He's got extra wide tires. He's got a big muffler. You know, they always pull over non-stock, faster-looking cars. That's just my take. And it's not right, but that's what they do.
Okay, like one of my trucks, right, is like mint fucking condition. Looks like it rolled off the showroom floor yesterday, right? Never get bothered in that truck. Never. Doesn't matter if I'm going 5 over. Doesn't matter. I never even get looked at twice in that truck. Looks brand fucking new, right? Nice shiny tires, nice shiny rims. It's like, you know, it could be in like car shows. I drive my old piece of shit Toyota car, right? Like faded, peeling paint. Just like, it's not Fast and Furious, nothing. Just a plain stock fucking car. No stereo speakers. No, I mean, nothing. It's a plain stock car. It's just old and a piece of shit, right? So it's all run down, looks old. Like, oh, like they see you driving down the road and that, they're like, oh, like, look at this old piece of shit car. Like, that guy must be like, you know, doing something wrong. He must be a criminal because he's like driving a shitty car. You know, let's pull it over. Like, you know, how are you doing today? Do you have any drugs or guns in the car? Do you mind if we look? Like,
the moral of the story is then to keep your car not only in proper working order, but clean and presentable.
No,
but who the fuck wants to, you know, paint an old Toyota car? I mean, like when it's just transportation. I mean, when the stock paint peels on it and shit, you know, and like it's just like, oh, it's just still transportation. But if you have like a rundown looking shitty car, Like, or basically if you're poor, in other words, and you can't afford to like drive a nice car or afford a $2,000 paint job to paint your 25-year-old Toyota, then they're like, oh, like this guy, every time you get pulled over in it, they're like, oh, do you have anything in the car? You get pulled over in your nice vehicle by the same fucking cop, they don't say anything. Can we look in your car? Do you have anything in your car? They don't even do that. They're like, oh, here's your ticket. Have a nice day.
You're
I
absolutely.
think
You're absolutely right.
what you were saying, Nathan, but you used some kind of vulgar terminology towards cops. What you were saying is that they basically go off of a base understanding
They will
of
always
humanity.
Hurt by his car cover. Book by its cover, hurt by his car cover. They will always judge you based on what you're driving.
They stereotype you by what you're driving. Because I have been pulled over by the same cop.
Hold on, they'll do worse than that. They will take what you're driving and what you look like with skin color and facial expressions facial, beard, stuff and stuff. So if you're driving a car that's really super shiny with nice tires that looks like it can bounce up and down and you're Hispanic and have a beard, boom, you're profiled. Okay. If you're me, I'm clean shaven white guy driving a Honda CRV going, oh, what officer? I'm profiled. They profile everyone. And they can't help it because all
That's
their
human
job
nature.
is to do is to pull over people for a lot of their job. They pull over people time and time again, and because some douche in a sports car gives them grief, next time they see a sports car, they expect a similar driving it. See what I'm saying? They learn, and we say, well, you should accept us for who we are. You should learn who we are. We shouldn't pre-describe who we are. But they're learning on the job time after time, stop after stop, day after day of they can even look at it and go, okay, that guy driving that with the way he looks, yeah.
It's very basic.
That's all they do.
It's a basic understanding of humanity and nature in general. The louder the presentation, the more chance there is they want to look at it and observe it.
There are exceptions to the rule. I guarantee you that, Dead Horse. There are always exceptions to the rule.
Well, I think it's human nature to stereotype. That's what we do. Is like it's just like how we see faces and objects. That like a rock, right? We'll look at a rock, we'll see a face. Like we try to predict stuff, we try to anticipate stuff, and then it's kind of human nature to stereotype. Even like the most non-judgmental, non-prejudiced, non-racist person in the world, when they see certain people, they're going to assume things about them automatically just based on the way they look. Automatically, everyone does it. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's basic human nature.
It's not a good thing, but I'll give you the second aspect to it. There is the face and the look and the learning to that. But then again, what is even more telling is if you can combine that with something like the home or the object that they're driving. And the reason I say that is you can take a picture of anyone and show them. If you just took a picture of anyone in this world, or in the United States, took a picture of them in the United States, and then showed a picture of the house they lived in, and said, compare that. You go, that guy must be a rap star. Or, that guy, he looks like a drug dealer. Like you could take a picture of a person and the house they live in, compare the two, and just totally profile them. And that's all the cops subconsciously, not even consciously, but subconsciously have learned is over time, this type of person in this car is trouble. Or they might have drugs. Or they're just doofs and we're going to give them a ticket. That's all they learn.
And also part of their job is to make sure that vehicles traveling on the road are suitable for the task. And if they're 25 years old, there's a high likelihood that they could have some mechanical problems. Oftentimes, people are pulled over for a taillight being out, and they think that it's a bullshit stop. Well, guess what? You need to have all of your lights in working order for safety's sake. And the fact that you have an older vehicle, it kind of speaks to who you are. Is this somebody who is living on the edge? They can't afford to buy a more modern vehicle that's more efficient, or what have. I know some of the older vehicles are great, believe me, but I mean, would it hurt you to just trade in your 25-year-old Toyota and consolidate a little bit? I mean, it sounds like you got a nice truck going.
Well, yeah, the reason why the truck's nice is it's always garaged and it's very rarely ever driven.
Right.
I mean, that's like my Sunday driver, nice show truck, like I said, perfect condition inside and out. That's like my, Sunday driver. And then like running back and forth to the store, stuff like that, that's what I use my little Toyota Corolla for. That's like the little beat-down car that's just, it gets good gas mileage, gets like 40 miles to the gallon. It only has 100,000 miles on it. It's just fucking old, and it has that, it was during those couple of years that Toyota had problems with their paint. So the paint's like peeling and shit on it. I'm not going to spend $2,000 to paint a fucking car that's probably only worth $1,000. It only has 100,000 miles on it. That car's good to go for another 100,000.
You're handy. You've got a garage. You've got an air compressor. Why not just grab a paint gun and get yourself a quart of Rust-Oleum and go to it?
I don't know. Why should I have to? I got pulled over by the same officer here twice. Same officer.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have to.
First time I was in my little piece of shit car, and it's the only time ever in my entire life I've had an officer say, "Oh, do you have anything in your car?" And I'm like, "No, I don't have anything in my fucking car." It's like, "You mind if I look?" And I was like, "Yeah, I mind if you look." And then he was like, "Okay, well, you can sit here for 40 minutes while I have the dogs come." And I was like, "Fine,
Yeah,
just
of course.
fucking look, right?"
Of course.
So he goes through the
they've
whole
got an agenda. There's
on
no
the
doubt.
side of the fucking road. He goes through the whole fucking car, looks through every fucking personal piece of paper I have in the car, looks through every fucking thing I have in the car.
He
While I'm
finds
standing
a
on the side of the
loose
car,
firing pin
side of the
that
road,
fell out of a
totally
bag.
embarrassing, right? Get pulled over by the same cop like a month fucking later in my truck. He's just like, "Oh, like, here you go. Here's your ticket. 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. Have a nice day." He did not ask at all. Do you have anything?
You're obvious.
I'm
You're
the
an
same guy.
eyesore.
I looked exactly the same. Was wearing like
He
the
needs
same.
to make money.
clothes.
No, listen, he knows who you are. He knows you're an easy ticket. Maybe he doesn't like you because you said, "No, you can't search my car," whatever. But I'll completely agree with you. It's asinine and bullshit. But at the same time, like everybody else that drives by him is driving a 2015 shiny fucking flashy new car with GPS and all the technological bullshit. And so you stick out as an eyesore. Now, even if you were to paint it like your favorite black or flat dark earth, that would still look to him suspicious because it's an old box, like we used to call them shit boxes. But yeah, think about it. If you want to give it a paint job and just take some of those flakes off, it wouldn't be that hard. Somebody with your ingenuity and ability, you could paint it literally like forest green or some kind of cool color, or maybe even like a bright color, and say, "Hey, cop, here I am, that bright motherfucker you pulled over twice. Try it again."
Anyway, Clay, I think it's a little more complicated than all that. And I think one of the biggest problems we have with law enforcement this day and age is that the average citizen and law enforcement, like you were saying, Dead Horse, the law enforcement is militarized. So let's pretend we don't have any law enforcement that has any extracurricular militarized vehicles or anything like that. Let's just talk about the way their training is done. Because that's where the government and other institutions really get into our law enforcement, is in their training, development, and all that stuff. And that is what is so funny about Black Lives Matter in general, is the fact that they want all this like recorrection training. And all the training has always been, for the past like decade or so, has been, here's some videos of what happened to some police officers with bad guys, so you can learn when you need to pull your gun out and shoot people. Like, you know what I mean, live, like the simulations they run cops through, where they go, if this happens, pull your gun out and shoot. If this happens, pull your gun out and shoot. That's what they train police officers with. So when we see something like happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, okay, where the guy reached in the vehicle and one guy tased him and the woman shot him, and I'm sitting there going, I'd have just grabbed the guy and busted his kneecap open and thrown him on the ground. But that's me, because I don't want to tase or shoot someone. My old buddy Gunny Bardsley would have pepper sprayed him way before he even got near getting to the car. But again, we've got this training method for police officers that they can't stop and say, now this person is totally bonkers, and they just need to be just dropped to the ground, cuffed, and put in the car.
I don't know. I just, I know that they got a lot of shit to deal with, right? They're like, we don't see what they run into every day. Like, you can watch every single episode of Cops, and unless you're out there, you don't know what it's like necessarily to have that fucking, crack addict, spitting in your fucking face, trying to bite you with his HIV, and fucking, like, all the different shit. Like, you don't know, like, they go through a lot of shit. They have a lot of stress on them, right? And I think sometimes that some of them, just normal human nature, they keep that with them, and they don't know how to necessarily let that go. And they pretty soon, next thing you know, like, they went into the police force to make a difference, to try and change their community, to try and do good things. And next thing you know, it's just like, oh, like, every motherfucker I pull over is a criminal. I'm going to treat them like a piece of shit. And like, and I don't think I don't think they start out that way, but I think like, just the way the system is, they kind of turn into that,
You're right.
A lot of them do. Not all of them.
Most cops aren't that young when they join up. Some are young, and some are like, yeah, I need blah, blah, blah. They're all, but any of them, after years on the force, start getting the influence of their interactions that come onto them. And they learn what's going on. That, like a rookie cop, he's all like, oh, what are you doing there, sir? Blah, blah, blah. And the veteran cop's like, stand back. This guy's up to something bad, like, hey, you. So they all are influenced by their environment. And some places are far harsher environments than others. So, my wife, who's over there complaining about cursing, is a school teacher. And she has worked in multiple districts. And some districts, the parents care, and the kids go to school, and they're like, why aren't there more homework? Blah, blah, blah. And why isn't Susie doing well? And blah, blah, blah. And the parents are all up in their face, and they're the big problem. And then there's other school districts where she worked, where they're like, oh, it's Christmas time. We're going to take our kids for 4 weeks back home to Mexico, and forget the fact it's a 2-week break. We're going for a month. So she has experienced like multiple levels here in our cities, where you go from parents caring too much to parents not caring at all, the students having problems, emotional issues, taking pharmaceutical type things to keep them stable. All these things she has to experience. And this is a school teacher in America. Could you imagine a person who is called when there's problems? A person who just has to deal with problem people? And you got where I live, where everything's pretty much nice, and they just pass out tickets and they're jerks. And then you got other places that I live near where I've talked to friends where they don't worry about passing out tickets. That's like secondary. That's like maybe in the middle of the day type stuff. They're worried about people beating people, shooting people, killing people, drug addicts, getting in firefights. They're worried about like near combat situations. And it's only an hour apart where I live, where this stuff goes on. And that's what's really crazy. Did I have a point? I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say another thing is that I think too many jurisdictions are hiring police officers out of their jurisdiction. Like here, like I personally know a police officer that drives here an hour to come to work. Okay, so he doesn't even live in the community he's policing, and I think that's wrong. I think that's totally wrong. I think that police officers, I almost think it should be like mandatory. Like if you're going to police a certain area, you should have to live in that area, like live in that city, live in that town, not 60 miles away, like 10 towns over. Like I think that's another thing. You know, they're talking about, building bonds with the community, shit like that. I mean, like police officers should have to be a part of the community they're policing. And they should have to live in that community. I think that and too many departments are hiring people from too far away. These guys are driving their paid cars home, paid gas, you know. They're living way out in the boonies in some nice, rich little small town, and they're driving an hour to the big city every day to go and, like, you know, police the gangbangers and shit like that. Like, they need to start hiring from within those communities, I think. That's also what Sheriff Clark said of the Dallas PD. Like, he also said something like that. That, you know, like, you don't like it, like, we're hiring right now.
We're hiring.
Yeah.
Sorry, I live in DFW.
Is that where you live? Is Dallas?
I live over on the Keller side.
Okay. I love that Sheriff Clark, dude. That guy's fucking awesome, man. That guy's like a hero of mine.
He's a great guy. He is if you read his story and hear about him, and I've listened to him on the radio many times talking to my favorite DJ, raising money for the widows of fallen police. He's amazing.
And he is just so well educated, well spoken. He has common sense. The dude has a very good head on his shoulders, just all around, man. That guy's just, like, he's the type of model that, like, you know, cops should, like, be molded after, you know? Like.
So here's an idea. Why don't we pay cops twice as much as we're paying them now and require that they live in the jurisdictions that they work in? Now, that may or may not work for the smaller areas, but for the big cities, it should be a no-brainer.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that, but not only with police. I think they should do it with, like, school teachers. I think school teachers should be making twice as much as what they do now. I believe police officers, firefighters, I believe a lot of people like that should be making twice as much as what they are now.
No, we can't complain in our household. We think that school teachers should be paid more, firefighters should be paid more, police officers should be paid more. With the police officers, kind of more, all of them. If you live in West Texas, you get paid crap as a teacher, as a cop, as a firefighter. If you work in a big city, you get paid decent.
There are police officers that qualify for food stamps,
you get paid about the same for all of them, and it's a decent pay amount for what you're doing.
Yeah, there's police officers who work, 412s or whatever. They're working full time. They're not a reservist. They're a full time police officer, and they still qualify for food stamps. So,
yeah,
you know,
my wife, she makes more than I do. But if you go out to West Texas, you know, that flips over. I mean, it literally goes from the higher end in DFW of around 45 for beginning teachers to charter school teachers who make like 25 or 30. You know, that's a big difference. 45 starting versus 30 starting. Good Lord. And they're doing the same job. You know? And there's cops that way too. And firefighters that are that way too. If you're out in a rural area, they just don't have enough to pay you. And you got to get a second job while you're being the cop or the firefighter. I think it's Flippy's fault. Gotta be.
I'll agree with that. I'll totally agree with that. Fuck Flippy. And fuck his Larry H. Vickers clock.
My wife walked out of the room. Damn Flippy is just a panda giving himself hand jobs and not reproducing the panda race.
Yeah, he's a pure hoax.
What was up with all the fucking, like, I was, like, too busy, like, building guns last night to, like, catch it all. But what was up with all the Flippy hate last night? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, everyone was like, Flippy's, like, fake. He's, like, NSA. He's, like, a 15-year-old kid. He's, like... there was, like, so many Flippy conspiracies floating around last night. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I called false flag on Flippy about a week ago. So, I mean, I'm way ahead of this curve. You know, it might have blown up last night, but I was on top of this way before anybody else was ready to take the bait.
Well, like, I've seen pictures of Flippy. Like, you know, like, I saw, like, a couple movies he was in. I know exactly what Flippy looks like. You know, he really is, like, 26. He really is, like, you know, like a normal guy. Just, you know, his real name is Jonah Hill. He makes okay movies. He's kind of funny. He's all right. He's an all right guy.
Look, all I have to say about Flippy is this. Flippy is a paying sheepdog leather customer, and he must own a handgun because he paid me, bought a holster from me, and he was queen enough to specify what type of thread he needed in it, color and all. So, I don't know if he owns a handgun, but he certainly is ready to look fabulous wearing one.
I think Flippy is more of a Christian Slater, like maybe 20 years ago.
Like, ooh, okay, Christian Slater from 20 years ago. I'm thinking, what's that, Broken Arrow? That Christian Slater? Or before that?
Or no, Cuffs. Remember Cuffs?
Yes, I remember Cuffs. Okay.
That would... Okay, so certain actors have this movie that they convince some producer to make where I'm like, come up with a storyline with the screenwriters and I'm just going to be me. And that is Cuffs with Christian Slater. That's him being him.
He was in a bunch of movies. What is it?
We know that.
2016, so that would make it 1996. Broken Arrow, yeah. With John Travolta.
Clay, you missed my point is there's being cast as an actor in a movie and there's getting someone to make a movie just about what you want to be. So, when everyone said Courtney Love was really great in The People versus Larry Flint playing a drugged out housewife, and she was amazing in that role.
That was just her.
Love can act.
Well, how about Christian Slater 30 years ago? No, this was still 20 years ago, sorry. Bed of Roses? What? I haven't seen this one. I don't know if that's really Flippy.
Clay, you miss the whole damn point every time.
I don't think I saw Cuffs, okay?
Okay, mention another Christian Slater movie.
Gleaming the Cube.
What?
1989. Okay, this was a classic year.
Name something famous.
Heathers.
Heathers. Excellent.
Pump up the volume.
Christian Slater film. Him and Winona Ryder.
Okay.
Christian Slater set up his acting career in Heathers, playing the psychotic high school boyfriend of Winona Ryder's, killing off all her friends.
That was damn near 30 years ago. Yeah, I see Flippy somewhere maybe like 25 years ago. You've got Pump Up the Volume, like a really frustrated.
That was good.
Like, loner who is just by himself in front of the station where he wants to broadcast out to the world and talk shit about people, whatever Flippy's doing these days.
I don't know. I'll always remember Christian Slater as like Arkansas Dave.
Arkansas Dave Rudabaugh.
Yep. That's
Gun.
that's how I'll always remember him, is from there, and then next might be like Star Trek, and then like that's where I'll always think, like when I think of him, that's what comes to mind, is Arkansas Dave. Like I thought he was pretty good in that, personally.
And it matters where you were in life when you really saw Christian Slater, because when Pump Out the Volume came out, he had that one girl that took her shirt off in front of him, and that's the only thing I remember about that entire movie, really, except the plot and everything. But just that one scene is the only one I can visualize. That and Young Guns too.
Yeah, I think he was like in a war movie. I can't remember what it was a couple years ago. I think he was like in some kind of war movie too, and I think he did a good part in that, but I can't remember the name of that movie.
It is interesting what the human mind remembers, because certain films you can remember all these things about and all these details and scenes and stuff. And you can always remember like certain people that were really great actors. And then some people are really great actors at some point in their life because it fits who they are. And then they go on to afterwards. So it's fascinating.
That sounds like Christian Slater.
Well, he's funny in Archer now. He's just himself with a voice where he plays a guy called Slater. Just hilarious.
He does kind of have a memorable voice. Like when you hear his voice, like you know exactly who that is, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he was very on point and everything. And certain actors have been able to pull that off, like where they got that 16, 17, 18-year-old take off and it went through their 20s and then they just disappeared like the wind. And then they pop back up 10 or 15 years later. I mean, Travolta did that. Dude, Travolta vanished off the face of the freaking earth.
Right, and then he came back with Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction was his reboot, and he's ridden all the way to old age now.
Well, I think he vanished because he went kind of crazy there. He had a Scientology meltdown. So I think that's why he vanished for a while.
Dark Horse, that all happened after Pulp Fiction, that he had the meltdown and
did it?
movies.
Yeah, he had a whole bunch of action movies. So this military movie that Christian Slater was in, I think, was Wind Talkers in 2002.
Oh,
I don't know. I've seen that.
That's
but
what it
I
was,
should
yeah.
see that.
Wind Talkers.
And
But
he had
that
to
was-
protect.
that
He had to
was-
protect the Native
Wind
American,
Talkers.
right?
Hold on, Nick.
Yeah, it was
This is Wind
something of the
Talkers.
Navajo Code in World War
Yeah,
II.
and he was supposed to kill him instead of letting him get captured and shit. Yeah, like I thought he did pretty good in that.
How did this all start?
Flippy.
Flippy and his porn.
Oh, F him. I'm sorry. My wife has left the room. Fuck you, Flippy. Just for being Flippy. By the way, when I logged in tonight, 2 hours ago, the first thing that popped up as soon as my screen popped up was Flippy saying, fuck you to someone. And I'm just like, seriously?
Yeah, isn't it nice just to have a chat that sans Flippy? Just to hear, like, peaceful, quiet.
Okay, so let's forget about him. I have some great ideas for some videos, and I want your feedback. No one's excited about that, huh?
You have a great idea. I missed what you said. You said you had a great idea for, and then you kind of like skipped, so I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry. I have some video ideas that I want to make for my channel and put them on. I've been getting complaints because I don't put enough videos out lately because I get carried away with other things like these chats and stuff. But one video that I really want to make, and I want your opinion on it, is I kind of see from all these little things I do and look at and stuff that there is some concern that a woman called Hillary Clinton is running for president and she may have MS. Has anyone else heard this?
I haven't heard that she has MS. I heard that she's mentally deranged and that she's sick and that she has cancer, and I've heard all sorts of things like that, but I haven't heard the MS thing.
Well, okay, so the reason I put that out is that's actually quite normal. If somebody who's a politician really has a problem, they always go into social media and other things and like incorporate these like little waves of other things. So when Hillary was coughing, they said, oh, she has allergies. And then she almost passes out at this ceremony, and I watched the full video, and if there weren't two assholes with iPhones, we never would have seen any of that. And I saw her movements and what she did, and I've seen the guys help carry her upstairs, help her up the stairs with their arms underneath hers. And I'm watching all these different videos of her movements and what happened to her, the time she almost passed out, and all these other things, facial expressions and some like little pics and stuff. And I'm going, you know what? I got a brother-in-law who has MS, and this crap looks a lot like someone who has MS. Or she's just 69 and falling apart. Who knows? But
I don't know anybody with MS. I have no experience with that disease, so I can help you.
Well, here's the thing is, can you really trust anything that out of their camp comes out? Because when she coughed her head off, they said she had allergies, and then they said she had pneumonia when they got busted on the fall down.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I've heard her just recently, and she sounds healthy. I don't know. I think pneumonia takes a little bit longer to overcome, but I don't know all the details. I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to pretend to be one. She definitely has some health issues that makes me think, yeah, you can't be president, sorry. But, yeah, I mean, whether it's MS,
the rest of America.
It's MS or pneumonia or allergies or whatever excuse you want to give the flavor of the day, if you're just, like you say, falling apart, then guess what? You can't be president. Donald Trump is out on the trail every day, and he sounds good. He said some stupid things, haven't we all? But he is out there every day grinding it out, and his ideals are good. So, granted, some of his ideas aren't perfect, but if he can implement some of them, or just get the ball rolling in that direction, then I'm more than happy to vote for him.
Okay, Clay, he is the better of two evils and is more right than left, but not by much. Who cares? He's crazy. He's a lunatic. And Hillary is worse. So when I'm giving my endorsement, I'm going to say that Hillary is probably having a neurological disorder from the video evidence I've seen. And this is not just stills and what these crazy people have put on. I've watched stuff with her doing that, and I'm looking at her going, this is an old lady that, like, when my grandma got older, and I used to have to help her around at the nursing home, that's what this shit looks like. Do you get me? I used to help my grandmother around a nursing home and help her eat pudding and tell her what was going on. And this is what Hillary is going into at 69 years old.
Well, it's interesting to note her age because historically, I'll say 150 years ago, men were the first to die at around age 50. And then the woman would follow at around age 70. So it's interesting to think that men could be living longer today, maybe because of medicine or for some other reason. And then women could be sticking to that historical age limit of 70. And but she has led a stressful life. I don't know all the details of the human anatomy, but it does seem that men are generally more durable.
But the very fact that I got to look at her human anatomy at this point and his human anatomy, which are within 1 year of each other. They were born within 1 year of each other. Who do you think has the gall to make it 8 more years?
Yeah, right. So if that's all we're betting on, then that would definitely want to go with Trump.
An 80-year-old person.
These candidates are old, which is a stark contrast to our current president. But it is interesting, the human lifespan and gender. I know that siblings, sisters, can be within several years of each other and have
Hold on, Jesus,
different.
Are you going into siblings and sisters and genetics and stuff and
no
nature versus nurture?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Never mind. What's the next topic?
Tree is your icon, and I got to make sure that this is not going to grow into like 3 hours.
No. I'm just making a simple observation. You know, man, woman. It's not necessarily an indication, but he also siblings, woman, within several years can have dramatically different stages as they age. I mean, really, I've seen it really just either, very active or ready for a home within several years at age 80. So these are old candidates. I don't know how we ended up with such old candidates, but I hope the next go around we get some young blood because, I mean, and the thing is, they do have a lot of energy. Hillary, when she's not, stumbling around, seems to be very lively, taking away our rights. So, let's not discount her just yet, but I do like Trump and the fact that he's an entrepreneur, and he has negatives.
The same color hair as the tree that you have here.
No, the tree is dying. The tree is going to burn in a forest fire. I took that picture just
But that
a
looks
month
like
ago. 2 months. We'll say 2 months ago. I took that picture because I
2
can't.
months ago you took that picture, so you love Trump so much, then you took that picture?
No, it has nothing to do with Trump. I'm telling you, this is nature. The trees are dying in your national forest. If you like to see them before they burn down, get out there. Because I've been out there. I just drove through it. It's not looking good. This tree is in an area that all the trees are dying or dead. Let's just call them dead. And there was a fire. There were several fires. I saw them. They burned. For the days I was there, there's a lot of smoke. I took pictures. So, yeah, that's nature. Again, people get old, they die. So we're looking at 2 dying candidates. Trump looks phenomenal for his age. He's a specimen of the human race. Let's elect him. Let's get him in there. He'll preserve the Constitution. He'll do some stuff that's never been done before. We can only hope.
Here's my opinion. If hypothetically Trump wins, my opinion simply is this: that he will give his opinions. He'll say this. He'll say that. He'll have blah. He'll have this. He'll like make a whole performance of it, and then be a kind of a joke of a president. Like we've had jokes of presidents in our lifetime. That they really weren't charismatic. They really couldn't get things done. And he won't really get anything done in Congress or anything else except anything Congress wants to push through. Now, that's not so bad. In the history of the United States, we are not supposed to react so harshly. We are not supposed to give so much power to our executive branch. So if we have a guy who wants to be a kind of cutesy guy and talk this, talk that, everyone considered kind of Reagan jokish, and even George the First, kind of like a joke and stuff. So they kind of got to work their deal as being president, and they worked it in the right way, and they kept us kind of going on an even keel. And some of these people are coming in, they really want to change the world. Hillary Clinton will die changing our world. She will come in and she will push more crap through, get more people on her side, and try to push more crap through, turn us right into Europe and socialize everything. And then all of a sudden we're going to wonder why the F we're sitting in our parents' houses 40 years later. Just my opinion.
Because the basement is so comfortable to sit in?
Hey, Flippy, my wife went to bed. Fuck you.
That's okay. My wife is in bed too.
Well, my wife was sitting in the countertop when I logged in to chat tonight. And the first thing she heard was you shooting 3 or 4 or 5 curse words.
Oh, am I not supposed to be doing that?
Not
That's correct.
Punk.
Edge, what's up?
Hold on, fellas.
Suck it.
Lippy, let me tell you. I'm surprised.
Oh, what? You didn't think God made him that big? Yeah, I know. I get that a lot.
No. I stare at the mirror all day. But that's nor here or there. No, I saw your name in the chat. And I was like, ooh. So you weren't lying.
It's become in vogue to hate on Flippy.
Let me read your rights. Anyway. There. Pick that up, discern it, or whatever. I have a question for Nathan.
Edge, quit jumping on my coattails. Fuck you, Edge.
That's right. Anyway. So Nathan, You sport cowboy boots to work?
I support cowboy boots.
You sport?
I am pro cowboy boot. Why do you ask?
Just curious. I recently bought a couple pairs of boots.
Okay.
I haven't owned a pair of boots since I was like 19 or 20. Long time ago. Any brand particular you like?
Edge, why are you asking me about cowboy boots? I am the last person that's about cowboy boots. I'm the only other damn dick in Texas in this chat. Why are you asking me about cowboy boots?
Because it's interesting to see how many people actually live in Texas, South Texas, or North Texas, that sport cowboy boots. It's curious. Nothing. There's no.
I'm a fan of cowboy boots, and I own two very nice pair of cowboy boots, collegiate Nakonas, and a nice set of Nakonas sent by me because they fucked up my set of collegiate Nakonas. And I contacted the head of Nakona branding, and Chris sent my ass a pair of spare cowboy boots because it was such a fuck up.
All right.
So what brands did you buy, Edge?
Casey and Tony Lama.
I've heard of Llama.
Well, Luke Casey's kind of known. They're handmade. They're kind of known as I guess, the best manufactured boot. They make custom boots too, but as far as manufactured boots, by a large scale company, they're known to be kind of like the best out there. Now, there's custom boots that they make them kind of like holsters and shit and other stuff. They'll make them the way you want them, but it's how deep is your wallet. Both of those companies are in El Paso.
Yeah, there's a bunch of companies. I've got some really cheap ones I bought for like $50, and they fit all right just for kicking around. But the boots that I've spent some money on are the Rockies. We've got several pairs of those. They've got
I like Rockies. I've heard good things about them.
Yeah, Rockies make kick-ass boots. Their cowboy boots are pretty good as long as you get the right fit. Their Comfort Ride soles are pretty good. I haven't worn them too much.
A popular brand right here is Ariat. Ariat for like work boots or comfort boots.
Aren't they Nike?
I'm not sure.
I feel like Ariat is a Nike brand. I don't know either. Like I said, there's a bunch of brands. But Justin is another popular one. I don't have any of their boots. But
When I was a
also
kid,
have.
Yeah, when I was a kid,
I have too much Texas in this chat.
There you go.
I thought it was a law in Texas that you had to wear cowboy boots, or like
There's only three of us in this chat.
drag you with horses or something.
Well,
hold on. I want to say this in defense of Texans. I wear work shoes to work, cowboy boots in the country, cowboy boots on horses, hell yeah. Hiking boots when I'm hunting and stuff, and yeah, I wear horseshoes when I kick your ass in the damn nuts, you fucking nuts.
See, I feel like cowboy boots would be really good for kicking someone in the ass.
Trust me, my dad kicking me in the ass once as hard as he could. He got me good with them with the toe of the cowboy boots, really good.
Forgot to mention, I run running shoes when I run.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my favorite pair of cowboy boots are the Chippewas, and yeah, that's actually a shoe manufacturer.
No, that sounds like a good one.
No, it's a high-priced boot, comfortable with a Vibram sole, and I think it's a kind of a pointed toe, but it's like a broad pointed toe, so it really fits well. I don't know. I mean, I walked maybe a quarter mile in them once, but it's really nice leather. Not like colored, but it's just like a tanned leather, and some scroll work on the vamp. Is that what they call it?
I can tell you.
Yeah, I haven't looked at cowboy boots in a long time, but I've got a bunch in storage. One of the pairs that has come in handy were my steel toe.
Play. Hold on. Stop this chat. Play.
No.
You got cowboy boots in storage. You don't know who made them. You don't know.
No, I know who made them.
Hold on. You don't know them. You walked more than half a mile on a pair. Where the hell do you live and what do you do?
I'm not a Texan. I'll tell you that much.
No, I don't care about being Texan. I run around in soccer shoes. I don't care. Where do you live and what do you do?
Here's the thing. We're talking boots. We're like, cowboy boots may not be the most practical. Yeah. Look into a pair of Wellingtons. If you want something that's durable, you can get on and off easy, comfortable, get yourself a pair of steel toe Wellingtons. You can wear them in the rain, in the snow, in the mud.
You got Red Wings that you've been buying for years.
Yeah, Red Wings is where I go for that sort of thing, but that's in Texas. So you're in Colorado, right?
I'm in California right now, but I'm on my way to Nevada.
Okay. Nevada, not much water. Yeah, good. Okay. How do we get a damn boot conversation in the gun show?
That's the question.
That's probably my fault.
Steel toes come in handy if you're going to shoot yourself in the foot.
I don't like steel toes. They always rub my feet. Mine are the wrong way. I bought a pair of 511s about 2 years ago, ATACs.
Yeah, no. Look into the Red Wing protective toe. They make a composite protective toe. I've got a pair of those that I wore on a motorcycle, and they're also pretty good for just kicking around.
Here's the thing, Red Wing. I mean, if you're going to buy a pair of $2 Red Wing boots, probably because you need them for work or some activity you're doing. I just don't have. I don't own a ranch. I don't work on a ranch, and I don't work in a shop area, so I don't need that kind of protection, if you will. They're great boots, and if you can use them, they're very comfortable.
Okay, so hold on, Edge. Here is the flip side of the Red Wing conversation. When I was in college, my buddy and I went to go to get Red Wing boots. And I bought a pair of steel-toed ones that laced up. They looked like, work boots. And my buddy was getting a pair drawn on that were cowboy boots. I went, dude, we're going as freshmen at Texas A&M. We got to go to cut site and cut down trees. And he goes, no, I'm not getting steel-toed. I got to dance in these. 18 years old. I got to dance in these. And I said, well, okay, I'm not going to dance in these damn things. But you get your dancing shoes on and hope you don't cut your damn foot off.
No, see, you want a pair of loggers if you're going to go cutting down trees.
I figure a name different than Stacey Adams.
Hold on, this is a damn real-life story. This is not making shit up. So anyway, Chris Osterman and I go out to cut site one day, and we're cutting down trees, and he steps up on the tree like this and swings down the axe and misses and cuts a hole right through his damn boot and through his sock, and it stops before it cuts him. It just went thunk into the wood before it cuts him, but cuts his boot and his sock. And everyone's like, what the hell? He screamed like a little girl, which is funny for Chris Osterman. But he screamed like a little girl when he hit like that. And he thought he cut his damn toe off. We pulled the boot and the axe out and everything. No blood. Completely just sunk it into the wood and didn't cut his toe off or anything. Ruined his pair of Red Wing boots. Don't think I didn't give him shit about that for about 6 months.
They also make a shoe, or it's a boot with a metatarsal protection. It's for mining. Rocky makes a miner boot like that. It's got protection from the steel toe all the way up through the tongue. So if you drop a big rock on your foot, it doesn't break your metatarsal. That might have helped with an axe swing.
Yeah, the axe swing didn't sink and really do any damage. And in fact, if he listened to me, just steel toe would have stopped the axe.
Right on.
Anyway, which is all fucking retarded. So this entire conversation has been a conversation about protective boots that didn't actually protect.
Well, I had a friend when I was in. You're about the same age, though you have a little bit, maybe a couple months younger than me, Nathan. But I had a friend who lived on the ranch, and he had Red Wings on, the classic Red Wing, work boots, and they had a lot of copperheads in that area. So one day he's there walking around doing the thing on the ranch where they lived, and he felt this thing knocking him on his boot. So he looks down, it's a fucking copperhead struck him twice on the boot. Didn't penetrate that Red Wing leather. Did the best, but didn't. So he pulled out his fucking machete, cut the head off of it, saved his ass.
Yeah, no, that's a topic. What is considered a snake boot? Is it any leather calf-high boot, or is it a boot that's actually designated a snake boot and is at least 15 inches high?
I couldn't tell you what the experience, but I will tell you after that account that those Red Wing leather soles, leather that they put on, it's pretty dense, pretty tough. They're made to last several years in a workshop environment where you're going to tear them up. So a snake with its very sharp, piercing teeth couldn't pop that sucker. I wouldn't call it a snake boot because it's not designed to be one specifically. But I don't know. Those snake guys, or those snake handlers, they typically, they can spot a snake way before they're walking into them. From my experience in knowing snake handlers.
I'm not a professional snake handler, but once Edge tried to grab me with that pistol hand, and
that's not what I heard, Nathan. I was at a truck stop in East Texas once, and I saw your name on there. It said professional snake handler.
I tried my hand at that, and you tried your hand at that, and Dutch rudders. You remember the Dutch rudders?
And then it's had a little slash in their garden snakes, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, sorry, let's get back to the question. Love you, Edge.
I've come across rattlers, baby rattlers once. And those are the worst ones.
Fun.
Those sons of bitches don't know when to stop dropping the venom in you. And but we caught them and put them in a trash can, and they ended up killing each other.
See, Nathan, that would make a great video.
What would?
Two baby rattlers fighting to the death in a trash can.
I thought you were Nathan getting in the ass and asking me to suck out the poison, and it's never going to happen.
Edge said that.
You gotta understand the accents. South Texas, North Texas.
So the two baby rattlers, they're just fucking full of venom and nowhere to put it. And you just...
Yeah, you understand that smaller snakes have far more venom as a protection mechanism against things that attack them, so that they can go pop and hit them and hurt them more.
On top of that,
so
they don't
learn over 10,000 years. Don't attack the little ass rattlers.
They don't also have their rattlers aren't active yet, to where you can hear them when they warn you. Two, the thing with them is the baby rattlers is that they don't have that discipline where or more experienced older adult rattler Western diamondback rattlesnakes will conserve their venom. They'll bite somebody, but they only hit you with so much to conserve for other prey that they're searching. Baby rattlers will drop everything they have in you, and that typically leads to your death. Or
So my experience with the baby rattler was at my first day of work at a new place, and it was kind of like a desert-scape, the entrance to this building, and I was walking up the concrete path, and it was in the morning, and it was sunny, and it was warm, I guess, summertime, and there was...
Did you find a rattler?
No, I came walking up the main entrance to this city building. It was like City Hall, and there was a little baby rattler just sunning itself on this 4-foot wide concrete path.
So
and I'm all like,
yes.
I'm all like, yeah. This little guy's gonna get stepped on by somebody. I'm gonna save him from certain death. I mean, he couldn't have been more than a foot long. And so, like, I took my clipboard that I had in my hand, and I just started to, like, shove him off of the path. And not like 2 seconds after I tried that, he coiled up and struck out at me. And luckily, I was able to just, jerk, like, pure reaction, jerk my hand out of the way. And I swear I literally saw his head just bounce off the clipboard several inches below my thumb. And I was like, you motherfucker, what the fuck? I'm trying to help you. You fucking stay out here and get stepped on. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell you two things. One, if you go to my Instagram page, you can see the interaction with that rattlers and the pictures I have of them. The rattlesnakes, downbacks. And one of them did snap. And yeah, we were not as near as close as you. It was in a trash can and it had nowhere to go, and we were just covering over it, checking it out. Second, it's an old story somebody told me. It reminds me of my boss. And it says, it's a moral story, if you will. And the way it goes is this lady was watching, it's very, very cold outside, fucking freezing. And she's her dogs are freezing outside. So she opens the door, lets the dogs in. And she sees this rattlesnake in the fucking front yard. And the rattlesnake's all fucking coiled up and shivering. So she goes and grabs the rattlesnake and brings them in the house. And about a day later, the rattlesnake's all nice and warm, and he's happy and safe now. She's doing the dishes in the kitchen. All of a sudden, she feels this whack. She's like, what the fuck? She turns around, the rattlesnake bit her in the back of the fucking leg. She looks at the rattlesnake. What the fuck's your problem? Dude, I fucking brought you in. I gave you warmth. I gave you cover. I gave you shelter. Stupid bitch! I'm a rattlesnake. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen?
Oh, you're going on about the Trump story?
No, I'm talking about
Even his speech.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking.
Did Trump tell people that Muslims actually do that? Because they do.
Yeah, no, they do. 100%. But that's not the point. By the way, Trump used that same story like 2 days ago in his speech.
Whoa. Flippy, don't flip out. Did Trump actually say that Muslims are rattlesnakes?
What? No, he just said, like, I guess he said the Syrian refugees. Some of them could be Christian. Who knows? That's half the fun. Either way.
No, he should say Muslims are fucking rattlesnakes.
He was comparing the Syrian refugees to a poisonous snake. And he used that whole old story where it's like the lady ran into a snake. It was like, yo, poor snake. You seem kind of like fucked. Let me take you home and help you out. Either way, takes home, helps it out. Fucking bitch gets bit by the snakes. The bitch is like, why the fuck you bite me, snake? Snake's like, well, I'm a snake. Why the fuck you take me home? Think I am?
Because people are too fucking stupid in America to listen to the whole scorpion on the back of the crocodile.
Of exactly what Nate just said, the scorpion and the frog. I mean, that's as old as mankind. Almost.
Well, there's an old saying, not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims.
Unless you're Irish.
People are child molesters for the people with mustaches. No, I'm sorry. That was all people with mustaches. Could be child molesters. No.
Okay, you're alienating Dano now.
Okay, since we have a slightly different crew in here, with the exception of a couple, I'm going to ask a question I asked earlier. Anybody put an AKT trigger in their AK? Or upgrade your trigger in an AK?
Way to
Nathan,
kill the
do you-
chat, Dano.
Nathan, shut the fuck up. Nathan, do you have an AK? Edge, I'm going to assume you also don't have an AK. I think, Dano, the only one in here with an AK is myself.
Oh.
And yourself.
I didn't know if Dead Horse had one or not.
No,
Yeah.
Dead Horse will never buy an AK.
Well, I thought he might have
But
had
I've
one.
heard from other people those CMC, those new CMC AK triggers are supposed to be like the shit. Supposed to be like really good. The Chip McCormick AK triggers.
Yeah, but I don't know if they make one for the AK.
Yeah, the Chip McCormick now makes AK triggers, like drop-in AK triggers, and they're supposed to be like really fucking good. They have good reviews. Like look them up on YouTube. I bet you there's already some guys doing reviews on them.
Well, I will check it out. Right now.
Smooth.
Shot up
The
to
AKT trigger.
I've shot a few AKs, you know, and they have decent triggers. Is there something that triggers really is that bad to pull, Dano?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your whole question.
Is your AK trigger have a really bad pull? I mean, as far as the pounds.
Well, not so much. I just like to make it more accurate than it currently is.
Dano's
I always
looking for...
look at videos where you can try
I was
to.
gonna-
Breathing
shape it up.
techniques.
I was gonna also say, Dano, the CMC also offers those AK triggers in like 3.5 pound, 4.5 pound. So you're not stuck with just one choice. You know, I think CMC offers 3 or 4 different drop-in AK triggers now for different weights, poundage, and they might even have different trigger faces. I'm not sure if they have different trigger faces or not, like the AR, but they might.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at CMC Mags right now, and I'm not seeing a list. I'm sure it's somewhere here. I don't see a listing for trigger drop-ins.
Yeah, I posted a link in the side chat to a review. There's a whole bunch of reviews on YouTube. And then I saw them for sale. I think it was DSG Arms. Or was it DS Arms? I always get those two confused. It was either DSG Arms or DS Arms. They had those CMC AK triggers on sale
Jesus
recently.
Christ.
I'll bet you I'm at the wrong website. That's why it's not.
They're on
CMC.
Primary Arms right now. They're like $230 though.
Yeah, I saw it for sale for $149. I think it was either DSG or DS Arms. They were selling them for $149 this last Labor Day sale.
Well, that's the thing with AKs is, I mean, right now you're going to get an AK roughly at least around the $600 price point on the cheap, you know, roughly, and then you're going to drop them $200 on the trigger. I mean, I don't own an AK, and I know when I bought my first AR, I didn't know a lot as much as I do now, and what I want from it. But I wouldn't put $800 in an AK. Per se.
Well, the thing is, Dano has a $1,000 AK.
No, I mean, but you know, 100
The
here, 100
ALG
there.
trigger is only $50.
Yeah, honestly, I would highly suggest trying out the ALG trigger for it. Like, I've only heard good things from it from people I trust know what they're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I see their standard trigger line starts at basically just under 200. They're flat and they're curved.
No, you can't go wrong with Chip McCormick. I mean, you really can't.
But I'm not 100% sure if that's for AK or AR.
You can tell the AK ones are long.
Yeah, they're a lot longer.
Like, Dano, can you see the chat screen right now?
Oh,
that's
internal?
Yeah. Like, can you? I'm screen sharing right now. That's the AK CMC trigger.
I thought that was a picture of what you look like.
Yeah, I'm a metal bar. You caught me. It's one of my circuits. I'm actually Skynet.
I nailed it. You're a machine.
Fucking Mika was right.
Remember that time, Sully, when I told you I was in the cutie last?
No.
I lied.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, that's what they. Actually, that's a little bit different than what they're looking at the website. The website, it looks more. It has higher sides on it.
That's an AR trigger, the one with the higher sides that looks more square. Show them what the AR trigger looks like, the CMC AR trigger. You just had it on your screen. Yeah, right there, the top
That
right.
is a CMC AR trigger. This is a CMC AR or a AK trigger.
Okay, what website is that you're looking at?
This is primaryarms.com.
Oh, okay. I only ordered once from them, and I mean they delivered it fine. It's just that they took forever to ship.
Apparently, there's some kind of promotion going on right now. The fuck is this?
They always have that sell like that. You always enter the word fall or the word celebrate, or and then you see the price reduction in the cart. So those prices right there probably aren't the actual prices. When you add it in the cart, it'll probably be cheaper once you type in celebrate.
Okay, let's see.
I'd say do a little
optic mounts triggers. Okay.
I'd say do a little research on it before buying or spending $200 on a trigger for an AK.
Well, yeah, but there's the ALG AK, which is just $50.
Yeah, which based
on every time I ordered from Primary Arms. Every time I order from Primary Arms, they seem to ship out the very next day. Like I ordered Monday, they shipped it out Tuesday. I just barely bought their Nikon 300 blackout scope on Monday. I got a shipping notification Tuesday morning, like at 6 in the morning, like your stuff is shipped. You'll have it Friday. So
Right.
They always seem pretty good with me about shipping.
Well, maybe I also just ordered an odd time of day, and then maybe, somebody called in sick, and then, who knows. It was just that it took several days for it to actually get shipped, which I just thought was odd. I don't expect it to be here in 3 days. I just expect that if I order within 24 to 48 business hours, I expect to see a tracking number.
Appreciate your effort, Dan. I'm cleaning up Chicago.
So what the fuck is going on right now with the rioting? Some dude killed someone in Charlotte?
A police officer shot another black guy holding a gun after they told him to drop the gun, and he didn't drop the gun, so they shot him, and now everyone's upset again that a poor criminal got shot.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that bit. I mean, the fucking rioters killed a dude.
Oh, hold on. I want to say that the guy who shot him, the cop who shot the black guy was a black guy. Period.
Oh, that doesn't matter though. He had a badge on, so that once they put on the badge, their colors automatically.
It transformed them into white.
Yeah, let me transform this into
Yeah, he's listening to Uncle Tom. He's working for the man.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, black people aren't police officers. Only Uncle Toms are police officers.
Decent badge. But the fact that they feel bad about it, man. Ugh.
So it is because I know the first shooting was very questionable, to say the least. At least from what I have seen about it. But this second shooting, and what you guys just said about the crowd killing somebody, that's news to me.
Yeah, questionable shootings happen every day.
Yeah, I just saw that like a little bit ago on the news. Apparently, one of the protesters in South Carolina killed another protester.
But the shooting was in Tulsa.
Shootings every day, everywhere.
Right now, or South Carolina. They're rioting in Charlotte, wherever the fuck that is.
There's a riot coming to a town near you. Be prepared.
Just because crap in Oklahoma happens because someone's on PCP and it's been a little crazy. Now,
Crazy town.
Crazy towns happen over on this side of the continent. Forget about driving that way. It's a big pain in the ass that I had to drive over there.
It's a wonder why I have an AR-15 with 30-round magazine.
Oh no, there was another shooting and there's another police shooting in Charlotte. It was one where police told the suspect to drop the gun. He dropped the gun, so they fucking blew his brains out.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Like he
Yeah.
didn't drop the gun. They told him to drop it and he didn't. So
Yeah. The one in Tulsa, the guy had no gun.
We don't know anything about any of this. Pro Steel, what's up?
Now we pretty much know most of this because I'm on social.
Your mic, yeah, your mic's not working.
I'm not sure what you mean by we don't know any of this.
Living the dream.
There it is.
We may,
There it is.
I mean, I admit we don't know everything. That's sure.
I do.
We were having a perfectly good boot chat before you came in, Dano. What's up?
And I got boot questions too. It's just I can't do three things at the same time.
Size 18 boot.
Right now,
Yeah,
I'm
the
ordering.
mic's still not working. It's in and out. You gotta maybe your reception isn't very good.
Or if you dial down your bandwidth in the chat, that can help sometimes.
I could hear you, personally. I could hear you just fine.
Great babe, great babe.
Wow, when the fuck did this happen?
Living the dream.
Apparently Kim Kardashian went out sometime this week in a fucking top that was see-through with her fucking tits bouncing around like
Fuck
LA.
you, Flippy. Fuck you.
Now, can we talk about what really matters? Why is Angelina Jolie divorcing Brad Pitt?
Stop.
Because Angelina Jolie can't get enough of that pro-gun shit, and fucking anti-gun fucking Brad Pitt is holding her down.
He's my bitch now.
I'd believe that.
Pro Steel. I was like,
Wait, no, wait. I thought Brad Pitt wasn't anti-gun though, because I've heard things come out like quotes of his saying that like, oh, like I believe in having a gun in our house and like da da da.
No, he believes in having a gun in their house.
Yeah,
is
he
the
had
point.
an affair. Get over it. It's Hollywood. Let's move on.
No,
Wait, he's
let's
always
not.
been okay with him fucking other chicks. Like she even said something like, "Oh yeah, like I share chicks." Like, like, so I don't think it was an affair, right?
Well, Brad Pitt again donated like a ton of money to like the Useless Mayors Association.
he's always fun.
Anti-gun and bullshit. And he's constantly giving out tons of money to that. And you're like running away and toward and away again from your mic, Pro Steel.
He's from Mississippi.
I don't fucking think so.
Yeah, it's not working.
Boop, 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 boop.
But do you think like she's like all self-conscious after her like breast surgery or what? Like, and so like now she's not willing to share now that she's like self-conscious or what?
Wait,
Well,
Angelina had breast surgery?
That's not
Yeah,
brand new.
she had-
That was years ago.
Okay, first of all, no, it was about a year ago. She had full mastectomies, both double mastectomy.
Oh, okay.
And then,
Oh, that's right, because her mother had breast cancer or whatever. So she's like, I'm going to remove my tits.
yeah, and then the newest movie they're gonna come out with, she has rebuilt prosthetics or something like that. But I guess they don't fit the bill.
You're really quiet, but kind of.
But I know Flippy would tag her, right?
What, Angelina? Maybe back in the day, that bitch got old.
Just roll her on her stomach. She'll be fine.
Dude, I'd fucking get her number today, right now.
Yeah.
Dude, why? She's not even interesting anymore. You can fucking, her chest is so flat, you can fucking surf.
Yeah, she's all about guns, and she's
Oh.
available.
Dude, there are
And
other
she's
girls
got
who are
way
about
more
guns.
money than you, and probably more Mercedes too.
I think so.
So? Fucking what?
It means more guns.
Means I don't give a shit. Guns can't buy tits. She has none. Thus, she has no value anymore.
Now you can buy all those NFA select fire guns.
I could buy
I'm
those.
pretty sure she got implants, didn't she?
Well, I don't know, man. With her money, she can get the state of the art. So I don't know what the state of the art is anymore.
She gets robot boobs.
I was gonna tell you one thing. I tell you, my whole way back in the day, having fun stripper days or hanging around strip club days. If you ever see a chick with like huge ass fucking implants, they're like fucking ice chests and they wrap around your face.
Yep.
Big titties like that are like fucking. They can't keep them warm. It's against their anatomy having that big, and they can't keep them warm. So like I read this one chick, huge ass fucking, they're like Triple J's or the fuck was this stripper, and she wrapped around my fucking head. It's like fucking putting ice, an ice pack on my fucking head.
Thanks for the tip.
Hey, that's what we do here.
All right. Well, I got my AKT trigger ordered.
Nice.
I mean, ask Flippy. Flippy bought, Flippy doesn't buy off the rack.
There's a reason we invaded Iraq, because fucking racks are awesome.
No, you don't buy off the rack.
You go rack on racks.
What do you mean he doesn't buy off the rack?
He goes to customs order the titties.
I've sure as fuck bought my arsenal off the rack.
But say he's got the same gun as me in his
God, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
In other words, he has a card in his wallet that has his old lady's serial numbers.
I do have a plastic surgeon on speed dial if need be for anything.
So what's state of the art these days? Flippy, 6 inches?
I actually have no idea. I can't convince my wife to get bigger tits.
That's because she doesn't want to store it back.
She doesn't need to worry about her back. She's laying on it more than enough. So, so I'm not window shopping for that because it's just kind of depressing when it's like you can only look at the cool toys for so long, and then you just go home and fucking live in the ghetto. So it's like, well,
I don't think it's like living in the ghetto.
it's like you live in a shoebox, but occasionally you like to go to the Ferrari dealership and stare at Ferraris. It's just not going to happen.
Is that what you did?
You don't know what it's like living in the ghetto, Flippy. You can't talk
You're
about it.
100% right. I have no. I'm white and privileged, so I'll probably never know what the ghetto's like because of the patriarchy.
So in other words, you tell your wife her titties are pintos?
No. Because even though my wife's tits aren't bigger, yeah, that's a wonderful thought.
They're just right.
They're still big enough to where I still want them to fucking pop out, and I'm like, yo, bae, your fucking tits are like pintos. That's not fucking happening.
Because you could hit them and they explode.
Nah. That's what the ass is. Especially you get a girl really into that, and then you start slapping that shit, and that's like a geyser going off downstairs. And then it's going to be a wet and fun kind of night.
I take notice to your last name tonight, Lippy.
Oh?
Oh? What about it? There's nothing secretive about that.
Are you going to read him his rights?
Exactly.
Dude,
fucking
lie.
known first and last name for a long time, but it doesn't mean anything.
No fucking lie. I had a teacher in high school who was like, wait, your name's Miranda? And I'm like, no, my last name's Miranda. And he's like, do you know your rights? And I'm like, for the love of fucking God, yes, I know my rights. He's like, all right, then come up here, tell us your rights. I'm like, you can go fuck yourself, sir. I spent the first week of my high school thing in detention. It was great.
It's actually pronounced Miranda. That's good.
Again, white and privileged.
Apparently, we're supposed to be talking about guns here.
Well, after we get arrested, it all goes there.
You mean Miranda from Mass Erection?
Yeah, dude. The second one.
Which was the one that had that bitch with the growing tits? Wasn't that Mass Erection 3?
Massive Erection the third.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
Can you
again.
fucking
This,
hear me finally?
Yeah, you're
yeah,
like
we can hear you. Do you have a gun topic?
you finally like sitting still and talking and not like running around the room doing laps.
That's funny. You're a funny guy.
I try really hard.
But if we could, we'd reach through the internet and knock them upside the head.
I don't believe Flippy tries very hard. It's his natural.
Yeah.
What is natural like disposition as an asshole?
I try not to humble brag, but you know, I am pretty great.
Is that like Humble Bundle but for assholes?
I'm sorry, what, Speedy Gonzalez?
Fuck you.
Is it true your nickname in Fort Worth Tarrant County Jail was Precious?
So listen now, folks. All right.
Nah,
Well, I
it
have a
was-
question for the panel. What is your planned purchase for Glocktober? No, listen. Glocktober's coming up in short order, and I'm curious to know what everybody's planned purchase is for the famous month of Glocktober. A couple years ago, I bought a Gen 2 Glock 17, my first Glock 9mm, and my first Glock 17. And what a spectacular gun it was. I'm so glad that I bought it. And I was inspired by Glocktober 2 years ago.
I'm gonna have
So
to
again,
My nickname in the Frisco County Jail was Little White Chocolate.
I was gonna say I'm gonna have to pull a Star Trek. Delay that order. I'm pretty sure it's Precious.
Nah, it was actually Cuddles.
As far as Glocktober, at this point, I'm probably gonna get a additional holster to carry my Glock. Maybe, probably not any more ammo at this point because I'm pretty well stocked and locked on that aspect.
Daniel's gonna give a giveaway on every chat he participates. 100 rounds. The most vocal person in each chat. We got to hear.
I was thinking about giving away 1 round per week.
They fucking called you Commander Shepard.
All right, Dan.
And then all you got to do is pick it up.
And away he goes.
Oh, somebody got a holster. Where'd you get there, Dead Horse?
You got a Lancer mag, it looks like.
Or is that? Oh, is that a mag?
Mm-hmm.
I got 2 Lancer mags.
Ooh, Lancer mags.
Yeah, I got the
Orange
hybrid
package is
kind,
better.
regular kind.
Wait, which one's better?
I think this hybrid one's better because it has the steel feed lips, whereas this one's just all polymer. So
Ask any girl. Steel lips are always preferred. They last forever.
Rib for her pleasure.
yeah, this one's called Translucent Dark Earth. Like when I saw it on the wall, I thought it was just an FDE mag. So I like bought it, and it wasn't until like late, like I got outside, I could actually see the spring inside of it, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is see-through!" Like, oh, but they actually call it Translucent Dark Earth, and then I guess they have a translucent like smoked one.
Right.
It's just black. But I got a pretty good deal, like $13 for the polymer ones. This one I probably got ripped off on $20, but I was,
According to Pro Steel, all of them have steel feed lips.
I got to interrupt here.
no, this one doesn't.
I got to interrupt here real quick. The crotch shot is not appreciated whatsoever.
I don't think this one does. I think this one's like this one sounds totally different. Like I don't know.
The crotch shot is not appreciated whatsoever.
speak for yourself, Edge.
Hey, dude, my shit. I got the button fly on. That shit's like done up right.
Well, you know what he's really jelly. Let's cut to the quick. What he's jealous is you have a reasonably flat stomach. He don't.
Yeah, washboard. Look.
Well, maybe not washboard. I'm just saying you're a trim guy.
Yeah.
Daniel's egging you on so you can see your crotch more, but that's it.
No.
Dano said,
I'm
like, please.
I got a washboard stomach because I don't.
Dano's like, please, guys.
What do you
I'm
mean
not
no?
trying to do that. But
I
if you
am,
don't
like,
whip your
so
cock out, I'm okay with that.
I mean,
I am
I'm not
so
gonna
proud about gaining weight, dude. I'm up to like 166 right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and like that is like That's like 20 pounds normal, like above where I've been at most of my life. Like most of my life, I've been at like 150. Like so, I'm at like 166 right now. I'm like okay with that.
Hey, Dead Horse, are those A7WMs or are they A5AWM?
Let's see, they are or L5AWM30 and L5AWM30. Oh, I don't know. They both have the same fucking model number, dude. Like what the hell?
Can you show Daniel your washboard abs? Get it over with.
No, don't. I don't need a picture. Unlike some of our Gun Channels members, I do not require a picture.
Yeah, this one says steel hybrid polymer on it. This one doesn't say shit. I guess I should open them up and find out for sure.
Because I can predict the future.
Hey, Daniel, I can show you.
No, you don't need to rub that in.
Yeah, see, Flippy, the HK guy, still doesn't have an HK Benchmade, so
that's okay. I don't need the Chinese Benchmade.
All right,
Chinese knives are pretty good, actually.
That knife that Matt knife/box cutter that Matt did a short little video on. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. For like $10 at Walmart, made out of steel, folds in
Yeah,
half.
you can get all kinds of $10 Chinese knives now.
Well, no, this is not really a knife per se.
No, I mean real Kershaw $10 made in China knives.
Yeah, they were in special at Walmart over the seasons.
I don't know, I think my Kershaw knife's like made in Taiwan or some shit, but it works. It's great. It's a good fucking knife, man. I don't give a fuck.
I've got like 50 Kershaw knives, and they're all made in China. And the last 5 I bought were Chinese, just like probably all of them.
When I go to the gun show, I mean, you see a table of Kershaw, and the bulk of them are Chinese. It's like under like the $30 price mark. And then you see that little section he has under a case that's locked up that are American made, and then they're X amount plus, $50, $60 on up.
Those are
Real
decent looking mags.
followers, not
Yeah,
like
you got to have that.
E-mag shit. See that?
Well, P-mags have anti-tilt, don't they?
Yeah, yeah, right.
Hey,
They're the original.
so you can
Like
send me
the-
yours.
I think the third gens do, but not like the second.
Send me any of your P-mags for $6 each. I'll take them.
Are you kidding me? Here in like 2 months, I'm gonna be selling those P-mags for like $50 a pop, dude. Like, or maybe even like $100 a piece. Like,
I got a
guys are gonna be like
garage.
beating down my door. Like, dude, you got P-mags?
I got a garage with a box in it just waiting to make money for daddy.
Yep.
Wait, it's full of hookers?
Full of P-mags.
Dano, I feel like I need to warn you. Hookers don't keep in boxes. They expire really quickly.
Well, they expire within days, but that's another story.
I mean, it depends if there's air holes or not.
Now that's some overpaid, underperforming. Ooh, Subsonic though, 300 blackout. I didn't know that. I spoke before I looked.
Oh yeah. Like, I've been running this in quite a few handguns, and I don't know, man. Like this
You
SIG
can run 300 blackout in handguns.
Well, technically, most 300 blackout subsonics are pistols because most guys are running those out of like 8.5-inch barrels. So technically, yeah, I guess it would be a handgun, right? It's a pistol.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay.
But no, I've been running like their 45 ACP stuff out of one of my 1911s. I've been shooting it like I got a good deal on a case of it, so I've been like shooting it out of my SIG 1911, and it's like it works great, pretty accurate.
Oh, may I take a moment to interrupt gun channels being gun channels and explain that motherfucking Longmire's coming to Netflix fucking either this week or next?
I made
New
that
season?
announcement.
FNX45 on TV.
I made that announcement Monday in the Daily Gun Show.
Yeah,
So,
Dano's all over that shit, Flippy.
Yeah,
Flippy,
oh, fuck,
do
I'm
you have
excited
a
as
video
wow,
of you with a gun? Can you show us one gun?
Yeah, I can.
Fucking poser.
I have a video of me with my gun standing in front of a window, like a big mirror, doing like muscly things while holding my gun and fucking banging your hooker.
But if you do want to catch up
Yeah.
and rewatch a couple of Walking Dead shows, season 6 is now on Netflix. So if you want to go ahead and catch the burn over on there, it's running right now. But Longmire is not until this weekend. I forget if it's Sunday or when exactly it starts, but it's sometime this weekend.
Hold on to those dead horses.
You're like whispering in the background.
Yeah, got some new home defense ammo. So,
That's the hollow point, right?
yeah.
Well, pretty much that CCI in the clear plastic box almost universally is all good stuff.
Oh.
What's that? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, look at that. Dude.
Is that the glow in the dark?
Oh hell, I don't care if it does or if it doesn't, but
yeah.
This is gonna go about my
Mine glows in the dark, so.
There's the glow in the dark, and then there's the not, and I have both because.
Okay, it doesn't glow. It doesn't glow in the dark, but I don't care if it goes in the dark. Like it's pretty fucking awesome.
Never enough Technicolor.
Yep, I'm not a patch guy, but I really like this patch.
Well, I'm not normally a patch guy, but sometimes I'll buy things to like help with the cause, not so much for the patch.
And I guess I was wrong. I guess this one is. It feels steel to me, so I guess this one is a steel.
Oh yeah, that's steel. I can see it right here in the camera.
Yeah, like I thought it was polymer. Like that's what the guy at the fucking gun store said.
The guy didn't know any better.
Yeah, he straight up told me. He's like, oh, I asked him, I was like, are these the steel feed lip? He's like, oh no, I think these are just a polymer ones. And that's why I bought it, because I had already bought this one at a different gun store. And then I was like, oh, like an all polymer Lancer mag, like I want to try those too, so I'll buy one. Like, but I guess this one's steel. So like this one was only $13. So I think I'm gonna go back and buy some more of these tomorrow. For only $13 with the steel feed lips. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and buy like 3 or 4 more of these. I like these. They're real slimline. They don't have that fat fucking ass that the PMags do.
Well, you know what's great about those? They fit in all fucking guns other than the Sub 2000. I don't think anything fits in the Sub 2000 other than
the gun store I bought this mag at. The dude was telling me that the SIG guy came into the gun store, or not the SIG guy, the Lancer guy came into the gun store and was like showing him how good these mags were, and he was like doing like loading it up. He full like 30 rounds, was throwing it on the floor, all sorts of shit. He's like, yeah, dude, it holds up. So ever since I saw that guy do that, like he's been running them, and he said that they're indestructible. So
Oh, they're fantastic mags. I don't own any, unfortunately, but they're great.
This black one definitely feels more solid than this clear one, though. This clear one kind of squishes right here. I can feel like squish. It doesn't feel like it's as thick as polymer as this one feels like solid. Like it doesn't feel like I can squeeze it at all.
Well,
like I can actually hear this one when I squeeze it.
Well, how far down from the top does the steel insert go?
Right here. You can see it. See the black piece?
Oh, I didn't know if it was on the outside or the inside.
Yeah, this black piece is the entire feed lip area. And it looks like it's replaceable almost. Like you could.
Well, that's kind of odd that they put. Cause usually, when they have a dual material like that, they'll put the steel feed lips on the inside rather than the outside.
Yeah. You can see like inside of it here. You can see like the polymer there inside of it. You know, the polymer comes all the way up inside that steel. It's just so it probably doesn't flex open.
Right. I mean, as an example, if you look at whether it's a Smith & Wesson M&P magazine or a Glock magazine, the insert's always on the inside versus the outside.
That looks like a value engineered magazine that they used thin polymer where they didn't need the structural stability, and then they put in the steel where they needed the rigidity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in putting any extra polymer there if you're gonna put a steel sleeve on it. It's just a waste of material.
And it's not too aggressive, the little stippling shit here. It's not really that aggressive or anything. I don't think it's going to get caught on anything. Or yeah, I'm looking forward to comparing these to the Hex Mags and the MFTs I bought to see which is really better.
The good news is that magazines are disposable, and once you use them, they get throw. I guess you throw them away.
You must be from Colorado.
Oh, speaking of Colorado, if anyone sees any like 15 round hex mags for sale, like send me a link. Post a link. I need 15 round hex mags or anything, like some sort of 15 round AR mag. I don't care, GI, whatever. But for Colorado.
15?
Yep, 15 round mags.
I've got some 10 rounders I can sell you for $20 a piece.
Why wouldn't they
I
just
need 15.
rather
a little different from each other. Like this one has like little, I don't know what you call them, these little posts, like whereas this one doesn't have any of the posts. It's just a clean line. So they are slightly different from each other. But I wonder why this one didn't claim that it was steel or hybrid like the other one did all over the package.
Because they're all like that. They all have steel inserts on the top. Like they have steel feed lips.
It's the material that the magazine body's made from that's different.
Yeah, see, this one's like steel hybrid polymer, and like this one doesn't say shit. It's just like
plastic. So, what state requires 15 round?
Colorado.
AR mags.
Colorado.
Okay. You wonder sometimes, and I realize it's out of thin air. It's like, what monkey decided 15 was the magic number since nobody makes a 15?
Well, I think 15 rounds a common round size for like handguns, for like, you know, Glock, stuff like that. I think that's like kind of a common size, 15 rounds. So they just kind of threw out a number like, oh, like 15 rounds, like the common size, like.
Because
I think it's more like, oh, high capacity magazines are anything over 10 rounds. So we need to dial it back to 10 rounds. But Colorado is too gun oriented, so let's give them an extra 5 rounds, and that'll placate them until we come for the last 5 rounds.
These ones are actually marked.
They just cut 30 in half, and they're like, it sounds good.
It's actually marked like 30, 20, so you can see, since you can see through this mask.
Yeah, I painted those little marker windows, the ridges around them. They're extremely easy to see.
Okay. So were they able to grandfather any magazines, or they had to get rid of them?
From my understanding, that like even people in Colorado, they can like leave Colorado, go to like, let's say Wyoming, buy a 30 round mag, come back to Colorado and use it and own it and be just fine. They just can't buy or order a 30 round mag while being in Colorado.
Yeah, they just have to make the drive.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Like,
Which, if you live in the middle of Colorado, it's not a short drive. Or if you get a mountain range in your way. I mean, it's not like it's a flat state where you can just get in the car, do 80 miles an hour, and be out.
Yeah, basically, these state laws are stupid.
Cheyenne's only 2 hours from Denver. So.
It's not that far of a drive.
Yeah, 2 hours from Denver to Cheyenne. So.
But then again, I drive all over, so.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking, you know, because of the mountains and the valleys, that, you know, you can't just drive a straight line.
No, actually, if you're going, it's west of Denver is the really goofy shit. East of it's all pretty much flat.
Like what is it, I-70?
Yeah, that's what I took in there.
Going I-70 west from like Colorado into Utah, man, like, especially depending on what time of year, like, that can be like, you go up over a lot of mountain passes.
They don't allow a lot of people to go through 70 at certain parts in the winter, is what I was told.
Yep, without chains and a 4x4.
Well, yeah, no, that's for truckers. I'm just talking like passenger vehicles.
Every time I go to Colorado, I always go I-80 up through Wyoming and then drop down in. Like, screw 70, I-80 is so much faster.
Yeah.
Even though you travel like a longer distance, it's just so much flatter, faster speed. Like,
what is it? That's the point before dynamite?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on those Lancers, by the way. Those are the only mags I have for my
You know,
AR. Well, the ones I bought.
congratulations on hearing your voice through the chat. It's good to hear you. Press Steel. I have my echo. Is that you?
That's my mic. I have to mute it every time, and I can't fix it, so that's what that is.
$13 is a good deal for these, isn't it? Because like even on Amazon, I've seen them for like $16.99 and shit.
Yeah, that's an excellent deal if it's what I'm thinking of, because that's exactly the mine. That's why I said orange package is the best, is that was like the gold standard forever.
Yeah.
Now they have L7 AWMs, and I think they're better somehow.
So I should go back and just buy them all out of these tomorrow?
Yes.
Because they have probably like maybe 20 more for 13.
I could save you a couple of bucks per magazine if you'd be willing to go PMag Gen 2.
Oh, I literally have like 30 PMag Gen 2s, and I even have.
Well,
yeah, but then you're buying PMags and not Lancers.
Exactly. That are like. And then I bought a dozen hex mags. I bought 2 MFT mags. I've been buying like a whole bunch of different brands of mags. I have like Thermold. I have I bought a 35 round mag called the Torx mag. I don't even like know who makes that thing. I guess Torx does. And I've just been buying a whole bunch of different mags because I just want to play with them and test them all out. Like see what.
Are you starting like a mag collection?
Well, yeah. Like why not? Like I want to test. I want to see what's the best. Like I want to see what works good.
Well, it's not a question of why not. I mean, it was just a question of are you starting a mag collection? That's it.
I don't know. I just need more mags. Like,
so you interested in some Gen 2s? Huh?
All the Gen 2s I've been buying are from that DSG Arms for $99 shipped for 10 mags. So I've been buying them for $10 a piece.
$10 a piece, huh? You know, for $10 a piece, if we were in a meetup, you might be able to work something out. You never know.
You're just diversifying your magazine bonds.
Yeah, I want to, like, personally, I like GI mags. I like you have some steel and aluminum GI mags, and I love those. They work great. I don't have any issues with those. They run in all my guns. They fit in all my guns, and they just fucking work, right? Like, they just work. That's all there is to it. But...
I've never had any problem with GI mags or P mags.
Yeah, this mag's like squishy, dude. This like clear one, it's like it's not. I don't think it's near as strong as this black one. Like you squeeze this black one.
They're fucking solid box. I've actually dropped a loaded mag from 10 feet up by accident on the feed lips, and it sort of got walked over because I didn't notice it. And I just looked down. I was like, "Oh, there it is." Picked it up. It's totally fine.
Well, just on that one attribute of the wall thinness, how would they compare it to a PMag as far as squeeziness?
Oh, this one's definitely more rigid than a PMag.
Okay, and what about
this one's probably the same as a PMag because I can squeeze the Gen 2 PMags. I don't have any Gen 3 like windowed PMags and shit. All I have is Gen 1 and 2. So
you have a Gen 2 handy?
Yeah, I can go grab it.
I missed my crotch shot now. So scared and alone. Hold me.
Oh. And now I gotta wait for my new trigger to arrive. Don't they ship in the middle of the night?
That's all good. Come over here.
Who did you order from, if you don't mind me asking? Because that was irrelevant for the first entire conversation.
What was your question?
Where did you buy the trigger from?
Oh, I got it. It was on sale, but it also included shipping. So I paid. Let me pull it up just a minute. Because I did some searching around this afternoon to see if anybody was having a sale, an actual sale, and I didn't find any good sales. But I did find one that they had a little bit of a lower price and free shipping, and I dig free shipping. It's a place called Two Brothers Tactical out of Florida.
Yeah, I've worked on one thing through them. They're a pretty cool company to deal with.
Yeah, and I paid $47.99 to my door.
That's a AKA LG.
It's the it's the ALG company AKT trigger.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good about those. I almost bought one for my arsenal, but I was like, I have a G2.
Well, I have a G2 in both my Yugo and my Arsenal, and they're okay. But again, I'm comparing it against a higher end trigger in my AR, so they're kind of long pull.
Yeah, well, it's an AK trigger that's like $30 versus a probably $230 like Geisley or something. I guess if you said high end, so
yeah. Well, I bought I don't know if it's new, but it was certainly new to me. It was called a Velocity trigger for $130.
Yeah, those are pretty nice actually.
Because I was not willing to go $300 for a special trigger. I just couldn't do it.
That's the last thing I need to do for my AR.
Yeah. So now that you Dead Horse, you got both of them right there. Give one a squeeze in the center, then give the other one a squeeze in the center, and
I want to see like a death grip here. None of this candy ass grippage. Yeah.
What? Well, we're not trying to break it. We're just trying to get.
You have to break it. You gotta break it to know how tough it is.
On second thought, I would honestly say that the Gen 2 PMag feels actually just as sturdy. Well, no, the Lancer still doesn't squeeze like the Gen 2 PMag. The Gen 2 PMag, like using even both hands, I can get that Gen 2 PMag to collapse in on itself, and this Lancer mag does not. Like, it doesn't even fucking move, man. Like, it's.
Let me ask you a question.
Grip the feed lips and watch those snap.
And then here's a Hex mag. Yeah, I can feel the Hex mag squeeze too, just like the P mag. There's a Thermold.
Watch it snap in half.
It just explodes.
Just the box spring bolts flying out.
The Thermold actually doesn't move even like what the Hex mag and the P mag does. The Thermold mag doesn't squeeze at all.
Yeah, it's got the ribs distributing all your push.
And then here's an MFT mag, the Mission First Tactical mag.
Crunch.
I'm just waiting for the fucking follower to come flying out and just like flap.
And this collapses a little bit. Not as much as the Magpul mag, but it's not as rock solid as that Lancer.
No,
and I actually really like these mags, man. I really like how the slimness of them, how they look, how they feel. These MFT mags actually I really like, and they're a true anti-tilt follower. I mean, that front does not bob down at all. It's.
I do have something I want to say, and it's not scientific. Is I'm going to use the analogy of a tree, but if especially things that are known like plastic to potentially crack, is that if it does not flex, it will crack. And in a storm, if a tree does not bend, it will crack. So, I mean, there are advantages to having what I'll call minimal flex.
You're talking about elasticity, and that's totally different on polymer. Not to be an asshole, but like I'm genuinely versed.
Well, I realize materials. Yes, you're correct. Different materials, but yes, plastic. The aspect that you refer to, it will crack under certain temperature constraints.
Yeah, that's extreme temperatures. Though.
They're all brand new mags too. So like, I just barely opened up this package to pull out the like all these mags are like brand new.
I mean,
I'm not trying to be an asshole, Daniel. I'm genuinely not trying to be an asshole. I just have to state that.
Oh no! Well, just go ahead and all I ask is put a little bit more meat on the bone, and then I'll be happy because I will have learned something.
Yeah, you're talking about elasticity, though. That's like the tension that can be put on an object for it to not return to its state. That is only capable of happening on these polymers, really low temperatures where it would crack, and really high temperatures where it would bend. That's, we're talking minus 40 and 140.
Okay, now the truth is, out of all these mags, even the GI aluminum mag, even the cheap Thermold mag, this translucent Lancer seems the weakest. Just by, I'm not saying it is, but just by squeezing it, it is definitely
the weakest. Like, I mean, this is in like it's fucking made out of like paper or something. Like, it's just, it flexes like it's just like totally weak. Like,
I want you to just like take a hammer to the feed lips of all of them, just see what happens. Be awesome.
I'm gonna go shoot him. No, I like PMags. There's nothing wrong with PMags. Just, you know, I've only had one ever break on me, and that was from not even using it. So, like, you know, I mean, how good is that? Like, didn't even use the mag and it broke on me. So, like, look at those feed lips on those mag poles. Then look at those like Lancer feed lips. Like, look how much thinner they are, but they're probably so much stronger because they're fucking steel. Gosh, I want to Lancer. This Lancer, I'll have to get out my scale to tell for sure, but I think this Lancer is even lighter than the PMag. And someone was telling me that Lancers will hold like 31 or 32. Like, even though they say 30, they'll actually hold more.
You can, but it's a bitch. And like, I ain't no little skinny, scrappy guy either. It's not that easy.
And the lightest out of all of them, I don't know. The aluminum 30 round mag I still think's the lightest.
How much are those MFT mags? Because I've never heard of these until you mentioned them, and I forgot.
Tactical mags. I got these for on sale for $7.99 a piece at Primary. Or no, I bought one for $7.99 at Primary Arms, and then I bought one for $7.99 at Schuyler Arms. So I bought one. I bought one from two different places. But yeah, they were on sale for $7.99. Usually I see them for about $12. But I figured $8 I would like get one, and then another place had them for $8. So I figured I'll get two, just to try them out. And I'm really liking these MFT mags for $8. I'm like that, and that's how much I paid for the Hex mags too. But dude, I'm digging these MFT mags way more than the Hex mag. Like this.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Hex mags. They always seem like a marketing ploy to me.
Oh, they just basically took over Magpul's shit in Colorado, you know? They're like got to fill that niche, you know? I don't know. I've ran a couple mags of the Hex mags, and I haven't had any issues, so I don't know. I'm not saying any of these mags are fucking bad. Like, even this thermal mag works fucking great. Like, it just works. I'm not saying it's a good mag, but it fucking works. I mean, so that's what I like to use for the range. Is I bought a shitload of these thermold mags back when they were $4, and the 20 round thermold mags are fucking great. I mean, they are awesome mags. The 20 round thermold mags, believe it or not. This one's a 30 and it's not as good, but the 20 round ones are like indestructible. You can do anything to those 20 round ones and they'll just keep working.
Can anybody tell me if I figured out how to join this?
It sounds like you figured out how to join this.
Okay, as far as like squeezing in the just on the feed lips, the Lancer mags are definitely the most rock solid. Like, they don't even fucking move. Like that's pretty good. Like, they're pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's time to throw down the steel mallet test.
You need to take a ball peen hammer to every one of those.
Right on the lips.
The top.
I'd probably do that to one of my thermal mags because I got so many of them and I don't care about them. They're just my range mags. These are the mags I'll like straight up just drop out of my gun onto the ground, like at a James Yeager class, and be like, "Look, I don't care."
Look at how much I don't give a fuck.
Yep. Like right on the concrete. No fucks given.
You want us to drop a gun? You go right ahead. You drop yours. I'll hold mine.
I've always hated that, man.
Did you guys see the new gun I
time
built?
that's brought up?
Did you guys see the new gun I built last night?
I didn't.
I read about it in the external. Yeah, Daniel, were you hearing that too?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just when I joined, or was that from Dead
No,
Horse?
no. It's either somebody has a window with maybe the gun channels chat on as well as the text chat on a very low volume, or somebody's getting feedback from their speakers through their microphone. Could be me. I mean, who knows? But yeah, I definitely hear it.
No, that'd be me. That's
No, it wasn't you.
got it running.
It wasn't you, because after you left, I could still hear it going on.
Oh, that's probably Dead Horse then.
Like
I don't have anything going on my shit. It still might be. I don't have anything like playing.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
As long as it's not driving anybody crazy, just let it ride.
Yeah, yeah.
But sometimes there are noises like click or like a pencil tapping. Tap, 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 tap. That'll drive me crazy.
Oh yeah, Flippy.
Stop tacking the freaking
what?
pencil.
Did you order that shit
What shit?
for your 727 build?
Oh, no, not yet.
Were those the actual correct parts, like 100%?
Which ones?
Do you like? Are you forgetting everything all the time?
No, there's just lots happening all the time.
The hookers and blow will do that to you, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say lay off the coke.
Oh, you're talking about the barrel and shit. No, I haven't ordered any of that stuff yet. I was on the phone with what the fuck is that company called? Nodex Spud the other day, and they were helping me source out parts because I need an A1 upper and lower.
There's like, yes, comrade. I know where to find the great American rifle parts.
Pretty much, like, go to a gun show, dude. They're like, straight up, you'll find your Aim.5 thousand there for like nothing.
Yeah. I almost want to wait for a gun show.
Flippy,
Hmm?
what are you trying to put together?
I'm trying to build a Mogadishu rifle.
And by Mogadishu, you mean what exactly?
The conflict in Mogadishu.
Well, I
that
know of
was-
the conflict of Mogadishu. I know of that. That does not define a rifle.
I'm trying to build the Delta AR that they used. In
Okay,
a similar setup that they had.
It's a Colt 727.
It's called an Abu Dhabi rifle because that rifle was originally made for the United Arab Emirates. So, like, it's called an Abu Dhabi rifle is its official nickname. Not the Mogadishu. Abu Dhabi. They even call them Abu Dhabi rifles in Mogadishu.
That is true as well.
So, just so you know, get the fucking nickname correct. Abu Dhabi.
But they're skinnies.
Actually, they're not skinnies. The term they used was Sammys. But
Oh no, they fucking call them skinnies.
Yeah, they call them skinny. They sure.
So what are the aspects that made them so
like-
different? versus a 6920?
6920. 6920 has a grenade launcher cut in the barrel. It has.
Okay, so it doesn't have an A4 profile barrel. It has what profile barrel?
I think it's just a government profile barrel.
It's a government cut before they did the grenade launcher cut in it.
Okay. 20 inch?
No, 16.
What?
Okay.
Fucking 16? You told me it was 14.7.
No, I said I was looking for a 14 point. I was looking for a 14.5. The one, the fellow I was talking to had a 16-inch one.
Okay, so does it come with like a flash hider that's pinned and welded sort of a thing?
No, it's an A2. Just a regular A2 on the end of it. This was a military rifle, so it doesn't have to go
So
through
you
that
get a
bit.
front sight block out there.
Yeah, it needs a non-F marked front sight post. It has to have a A1 style
Or
carry
A2,
handle
they
upper.
had both. Abu Dhabi rifles had both A1 and A2 uppers, just so you know.
Yes, and his was an A1. The guy's rifle I'm modeling it after, I was actually
And-
talking to him, and he was telling me the
And
parts
they
that were on
had
his rifle.
2 position buffer tubes, and like what I heard you say earlier, which is correct, they would hand them off to their armorer and say, and they would mark them and say, I want a fucking hole drilled right here. And so then some of them did become 3 or even 4 position, but all the Abu Dhabi rifles originally came with 2 position buffer tube, open and closed. That's it.
And the fellow I'm talking to told me that he couldn't remember whether it was a 3 position or a 4 position. But they had CAR 15 stocks, the aluminum ones.
Say it right.
SP1.
So, Dead Horse, have you gotten your first
Sight? I drilled that sight myself. You see that rear sight?
Yeah, that looks like
I drilled that myself.
I see how oblong it is, yes.
It's not oblong. Are you fucking kidding me? That thing's like so circular, dude. Like that's, I mean, that fucking thing's like more circular than a quarter, dude. Like,
But because it's an AR pistol, you're not looking to split a P. You're not
hold on.
looking
I wanted a very wide open rear
Right.
sight, so I could get fast target acquisition at close ranges.
Have you ever thought about milling?
With a 5/32 drill bit, and I did a perfect.
For a pistol, it makes perfect sense.
Have you ever thought about milling off the top half of those? I've seen that done.
The horseshoe.
Yeah, I've gotten to look through a site like that once. It is CQB as they get.
I will agree with that 100%. But this is the 11.5 inch that I built last night.
So, have you finished your first 223 Wild barrel yet?
Oh yeah, I got several already done.
And do you have a paper comparison of a 223 Wild similar length compared to a either a 5.5 like a 5.56 similar length on paper where you could show us?
I'm not a good enough shooter to tell the difference. That's why I tell everyone like a 223 Wild barrel is supposed to give you better accuracy. I haven't seen it. Like now maybe if you're like a custom reloader and you're like playing around with 0.01 grains and you're really dialing in that specific gun for ammunition, then a 223 Wild barrel probably will be more accurate than a 5.56. But throwing like just regular Federal XM193 into it, I can't tell a fucking difference on paper.
The Wild chamber specification was never intended to be more accurate with anything but hand loader ammo. That's the whole reason it became mass produced.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is I cannot tell the difference between a 5.56 chamber and a 223 Wild with just like XM193 or just any factory ammo. I can't tell a difference. I don't.
No, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying a lot of people think it is supposed to be more accurate with anything. No, the spec was from a guy who was like, "Can I get this Sammy approved?" He was like, "Yeah," and then he went out from what I understand, because we ordered barrels through Schillen up at Pine Tech a lot of the times, and they actually talked to the guy and asked him why he made it. He said he was a hand loader and he wanted a chamber that wasn't 5.56 and wasn't 2.23, but it could still chamber both, and he wanted better throat engagement, better lands and grooves engagement. Along with that, he hand loaded, so he had it to his hand load specs. That's what I was told.
Well, I mean, I'm glad to learn that. I mean, I was under that false impression as well, and I'd much rather go forward knowing the truth than knowing the rumor.
Well, you talking shit about my little dog?
Yeah, little dick motherfucker. Yeah, knowing is half the battle. Yo, Joe.
Now, like, I want to do a shout out. Like, seriously.
Now, I do have to say, somebody in this chat did tell me about the 223 Wild being more accurate if you go back and forth between the calibers, but I won't drop any names.
Well, everyone says the 223 Wild's supposed to be more accurate. Everyone.
I didn't say it was you.
It can be.
Like, I'm just saying, everyone, like, when you ask anyone, they're like, oh, yeah, 223 Wild Chamber is more accurate than a 5.56. For me, for my shooting ability, or for what, like, Pro Steel said, like, unless you're, like, fucking reloading your own ammo and dialing it into that specific barrel and stuff, like, I cannot tell the difference from a decent 5.56 barrel and a 223 Wild Chamber. I just can't tell the difference. Like, it's, you know, I'm getting out of the, you know, 2 MOA groups out of both, like, with XM 193. So that's, like, my average. It's
just joking around, Dead Horse. Keep it simple. So what do you got there?
A deadbolt. Fucking awesome bolt carrier group, man. Like, this is...
What's the deal with those?
It's like a, we're like, you know those, like, fail zero bolts? It's like those, but better. like
How so?
Everything is literally actually made to military actual specifications, first of all.
So how do you know that? Have you ever seen the blueprint done for the M4 bolt?
Because they said so, and I take them out. And they're HP and MP tested. And
but
other than the brown cold coating, from what I read from a couple different gun reviewers and from what Ground Zero Precision told me, that these are very stringently made to military specifications. Like, everything from the firing pin to the extractor to the ejector, like, every single piece of this is literally military spec except for the coating. Even though it's boron, it's still chrome lined. The gas key's still chrome lined. The carrier's still chrome lined. You know, but then it just has the nickel boron. Whereas a lot of these other bolt carrier groups that are nickel boron, they're not chrome lining the gas key or the carrier. So
I need DB in here to confirm this because I don't trust you to take you at your word, man.
Dude, I got a little dog right here. She'll confirm it.
So after how many trips to the range do you think it'll be until the bolt is never able to get that clean again?
This nickel boron bolt?
Yes.
I don't know. First trip, because I'm going to go shoot. Like, my first time out shooting it, I'll probably run, you know, 200 or 300 rounds through it. And then
How expensive is that bolt?
Like 159.
That's a really good deal.
So, and then, but I actually got it on sale on Labor Day for $99, but I had to wait. But it was well worth the wait.
Now, something I've noticed in advertising is
Like
some,
they even sent me like a little personalized note with my name on it, like handwritten, like.
Aww.
I was like, dude, like, that's sweet. Like,
some nickel boron bolt manufacturers I've noticed in their advertising have put does not require lubrication.
That's bullshit.
That's hype. That's 100% hype. It's moving metal. Friction will eventually get the better of it.
That's what Flippy believes. I don't gotta oil my nickel boron bolt.
I mean, I've always
just because you can run it without lube doesn't mean you should. Like, because it will run without lube. Like, it definitely will run without lube. but that doesn't mean you should do that.
Why wear your components out faster than you need to?
Yes.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's what I've always thought, which is why my very first AR that I purchased for myself, which was just a few years ago, I got a nickel boron boat, and I've always lubricated it. Even though, when I was in the service, we didn't have nickel boron, but we lubricated it anyway. As I figured, it's not going to hurt, it can only do good. And why would you want to run your engine dry of oil? It just doesn't matter how good the seals are, you don't want it dry.
That's a really good analogy. I like that.
The only problem with this bolt really is the extractor. So I'm going to take the extractor, put in a less bare, double chromed extractor. So the ejector is already nitrated. So
what's wrong with the extractor?
Nickel boron. So, and this is going in a rifle that I want to be more high end and more perfect and more up to my standards. So I'm going to replace this nickel boron extractor, and I'll just keep it as a spare. But I'm going to I already bought it. I got a less bare double chrome lined. I've used those in a couple different builds. That's what's in my national.
What leads you to believe that a nickel boron extractor is not of sufficient quality?
It's not that it's of insufficient quality. It's just not as good of a quality as a double chromed like Les Bear. Or there's a couple other companies that make double chromed.
Or just
extractors, but it's just so much harder.
Standard extractor.
Well, chroming is just so much harder, and it doesn't get it resists getting dirty and fouling, easier to clean and all that, of course. But chrome's just so much much harder material. It's just kind of like a chrome lined barrel.
But like I always
like chrome lined barrels
for moving parts like firing pins, the cotter pin, the extractor, the little spring, the little rubber tiny piece that goes inside the spring. Just as a couple of examples, I always keep spares of that shit. Whether it's you dropped it at the range and you can't find it because you just wanted to check to see if it was dirty or gunky, and now you can't fucking find it. So it's like I don't worry about them running out because number one, I inspect them regular and often, and two is I always carry backups, and they're not that expensive.
The double chromed extractors from Les Bear go between $20 and $30 depending on who you buy them from.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they're
the same thing with gas rings. Why would you not keep
a competition rifle? Like if you have a competition rifle or an SPR, DMR, or something like that, it'd definitely go with the double chromed Les Bear or similar. Like I said, there's several different companies that make a double chrome thick extractor, and they're definitely the way to go. There's like Les Bear has a rifle on their extractor that has over 20,000 rounds through that same extractor, and it's still.
Let me ask you another question, and I'm sure it's fine, but I'm just curious as far as if you are in the habit of doing this or not. When you're done cleaning your bolt carrier group, do you always turn it upside down to verify the gas rings hold for 30 seconds?
It should be more. It should be all night. Upside down. It should not move at all until you press it down. Yeah.
But the 30 seconds was because you want to put it back together and move on with your day.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like that's just an automatic. That's how you know if you got to replace gas rings or not. But it also depends on what gas rings you have. Like some of those, what are they? The McFarland, and they have a couple other different names, but there are one gas ring. Yeah, they're a one-piece gas ring. Some of those, and from my understanding, is that those are not supposed to pass that test because they're supposed to be a lot less friction. Okay. And they're designed that way. And instead of like a 3-piece gas ring, they're more of like a 4-piece. So they have like an extra gas seal, right? And so because they have that extra gas seal, they let less gas leakage go by, so they can have less friction. So from my understanding, all those type of 1-piece gas rings, a lot of those will fail that test. So it really, I guess, depends on what kind of gas rings you have.
Well, I think I would assume 99% or higher of all the gas rings out there are probably the 3 gas rings.
Yeah, but a lot of people are like, oh, like this is something different. It doesn't come in my gun, so it's got to be better because these guys say it is, so I got to buy it for like the $10, you know?
Right. But I'm just saying it's compared to the millions of ARs that are out there in civilian hands.
Yeah, I just look at what's being put in like actual national match rifles from factories and stuff, and then be like, oh, like if they're using this, then it's probably good. Like if an Armalite national match has it in it, it's probably good. If a Colt national match has it in it, it's probably good. Like, you know, there's probably a reason why. Like if it doesn't have it in it, then it probably doesn't need it.
So
Check out the three gunners.
So let me ask you a question, which is the equivalent of what's your favorite color. So what's the national match preference on lubricating brands of lubricant for your
clean
bulk carrier?
CLP for everything all the time.
It depends on the temperature, I guess. On you know, honestly, like in the summertime, like I will just run, you know, Mobile One. In the wintertime, it gets kind of thick, kind of gummy. So I like to, in the wintertime, I like to use Rem oil because that shit doesn't gum up at all in cold weather. So when you're out in like 80 degrees, it works.
Yeah, did you know that shit was actually specifically designed for winter? It's got Teflon in it.
Yeah, Teflon. So that's why I run it out here in the wintertime. I just run Rem oil and everything in the wintertime. And then all my little oil bottles, like even the ones that don't like say like Outers oil or Hops number 9, none of those have like Outers or Hops number 9 in them. Like all of them have like Mobile One in them.
So you do use synthetic oil?
Yeah.
Okay. And then and you said in the winter you just use Rem oil.
Rem oil.
Okay.
Because everything else gets thick and kind of gummy. And
Right.
Rem oil still sticks. It doesn't really, like some of the thinner oils that I've experimented with in cold weather, they will just either evaporate before I even use the gun, and then it looks like it was never even oiled, or it'll just literally fling off in the first couple shots and burn up. Whereas Rem oil seems to be more sticky, so it lasts longer, and it doesn't gum up in the in the cold weather. So Rem oil just works. And I know a lot of people talk shit on Rem oil, but in the cold weather, I'm telling you, it fucking works.
Up here in Minnesota, that shit is the gold standard. That is one of 2 things they told us to use on all customers' guns in winter.
Yeah, well, here, you know, it's not uncommon to get below 0. I know we don't get near as cold as you guys do, but here, you know, we'll get down below 0, maybe minus 20 with the wind chill and shit, and it just works. I mean, that's all there is to it. That Rem oil.
Dude, it works up here in below 40. Like, you're good.
Can I interrupt a minute?
No.
I don't know. Can you?
No. Okay. I think I was the cause of your feedback earlier. Does that seem to be gone now?
Yeah.
At the moment, anyway.
You're solid.
Oh, it's back.
It's okay. Just like whenever you're done talking, just like mute yourself, and then that takes care of it.
Well, I'm kind of experimenting tonight trying to learn this on my own, so I'm a
If you have any
novice.
questions, just feel free to ask. Like,
Well,
You're doing good, boss.
As far as I know, I think I have things working now, but I did have another window open, and that was probably, like your chat said, that's probably I was causing it. So I'll have to take responsibility.
Don't worry about it. If it was a real problem, we would have let you know, and it's not a real problem. It's mostly it's just a curiosity.
Okay, well, hey, I wouldn't care. You can call me anything, so. And now, do you guys ever use DG66 for a lubricant?
no.
I never heard of it.
Oh,
Now, see, I really like it. It's a cleaner and a lubricant both.
Well, that's basically what CLP is.
Yeah, but I don't like CLP. I can't think of the name. There's another one I use on pistols that I like,
Ballistol?
but that might be it.
Is it
And that
Ballistol?
one is a very clean. That sounds right.
Good enough for Hickok. It's good enough for me.
That's like the 2 things I always hear the most is probably like CLP and Ballistol. Like that's, you know.
But I know a few years back,
Does Ballistol come in a non-aerosol or just the aerosol can?
I have no clue. I've only seen it.
The reason I ask is because there are certain parts of like my rifles or my pistols where I break out the Q-tips and you know, put a few drops on the Q-tip and then go in there and try to get at it. I mean, in Ballistol in my area, for some reason, on the retail side, is not commonly available. There's a one or two places that have it.
To be the Hoppies number 9, or I like to call it Hops, just seems to be like the gold standard here.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Yeah,
like,
I got a bottle of Hops number 9 for if I have a part that's being stubborn to clean. I'll just kind of try to let it like soak on it. I don't know if it makes any time actually soaking it or not, but it makes me feel better.
I usually coat my barrels and leave them overnight with hops if I want to clean a barrel too.
I don't know, out of my guns that are shooters, usually I just like spray them down with something. I don't give I don't really care what. It's a shooter. I just spray them with something and then go out and shoot them. And that's how I clean them.
We're talking about all this cleaning stuff. It got me curious. I couldn't remember if I cleaned my carry pistol or not. 99% sure I did, but never hurts to double check. Yep, I did. You know, I'm never in a big hurry to clean my non-carry stuff. You know, which is not exactly good because sometimes it may take me a week or two or whatever to get to it because I get a case of the lazy asses. All right. What the hell? Okay. Now let me mute myself here.
But either way, I'm gonna. My main focus is to get this next Vickers Glock, and then when that happens, I can then start working again on the.
Yeah, but I already bid up to 700 on that one, Flippy. You're gonna have to beat me.
Okay, I'll beat that.
Are you guys playing your online Battleship?
Nope. So after I get that Glock, then I'll start back to sourcing out the parts. But in the meantime, if
Buying
like
a
anything
Gen-
runs into me, I'm gonna buy it.
I'm buying the Gen 1 Vickers Glock just to spite Flippy.
So do they ship your Glock yet?
Yeah, I have it. It's in my hand right now.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I've been posting like Instagram photos of it like all week.
If it's handy, if you could put a link in the side, I'd like to take a peek.
Look it out. So I need the first in the series, so that way I can make the Vickers Tactical Triforce.
I know, but it's that like ugly FDE color, man. Like,
Yeah, but it probably has the best sight post out of all of them.
Why? What's different about it?
It's tritium. The second in the series was fiber optic, and the newest one is a brass bead.
Yeah, I want to see a picture of the brass bead, dude. Like, post that shit.
You can kind of see it.
Is it the first picture, or I guess the last one up, where you got two of them?
It's the first. It's that one and the one before that one. The new Vickers Glock is in both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
you
first
can
one
just
is the
barely
Gen.
Tell that little brass or gold or whatever it is.
It's fairly bright during like sunlight. Hell, it's
Right.
fairly bright right now against my monitor.
And then, of course, the shelf on the rear sight, and then the butt plug.
Yep. And then the base plates.
Predict tomorrow.
Who needs to when you have Vickers base plates? Vickers
Because you're
Tango
supposed to
down
live
base
for
plates.
today, not predict tomorrow. Live for today.
Yeah, I won't do that.
So which one do you like better, the Gen 2 or the Gen 3?
I don't know.
Would any of you consider putting the undercut and the trigger guard to get a slightly higher purchase on your carry gun?
Yeah, if you never plan on selling the gun and you want to totally demonetize its value, sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming you probably have one or two firearms that you may not necessarily plan on selling.
How much do Glock 32s run for?
Is that the 357 SIG?
Never mind. That's not the one I'm thinking of. Is it the 33? Or is it the 34? What's the one with the big fuck you barrel? 34.
Yeah, that's the 9mm version.
No, actually, I think
35
the one with the big fuck you barrel is the 17L, because that
Right,
has a
yeah.
longer barrel than the 34.
I mean, that's still made.
Well, the 17L doesn't have the relief cut from the factory on top, right?
I have no clue. I don't own a 17.
I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember if the one I saw was done afterwards or was done at the factory. Because I know I've seen a relief cut, one where it wasn't all the way through, but it was to reduce it from getting nose heavy.
Yeah, I need to get a Glock 34 and then have it shipped off to Terran Tactical to get done up. That's the new John Wick gun.
You're gonna make yourself a John Wick room.
Maybe in the new house.
A Steven Seagal room. Fuck John Wick.
Well, I mean, it would be kind of cool, especially if you went.
What? Am I going to fill the room with pudding?
Not just the firearms, but also like if you could get some actual movie props or something, that'd be kind of cool. I mean, not just a movie poster that was $4.99, but
oh, DB, I'm yawning. DB just posted that the 17L did have a window cut on top.
Okay.
So it could be a 17L.
But because it's a movie, it could also be literally something that was customized. Maybe it's a
He was right.
17.
Mika was right. That shit's all photoshopped. I see it right now, Flippy. Like, yep. Mika was right. I can see.
Yep, I'm Skynet. Confirmed.
Are you talking about the John Wick, the new John Wick gun?
No, he's talking about my Instagram.
Oh,
I'm talking about his Larry H. Vickers Glocks. Those are photoshopped. Flippy really doesn't own them. Like, he just made that shit on Photoshop. And yep, put them both on the same wall, and he just like uses the same little cutout picture of the same like of someone else's and posts them like in his background. Like, yep. Because that's what he does for a living, is like printing and all that shit, right? So he's good at all that Photoshop shit. So, yep, I'm agreeing with Mika
Could
now.
be better.
So do you already have the P30L?
Yeah. That is right now with H&K getting a new frame for the rest of my
it's
life.
that one.
Yeah.
I remember seeing the picture of that one.
Yeah. The gun that shall not be named.
Now, if you're going to go all John Wick, that means you've got a few other firearms to pick up, mister.
A Glock 26.
Yep. Which I know somebody who's selling one on gun channels.
And he needs, what is it, the Kohar or Koher, like however you say it, the Kohari arms, AR-15, right, with like an EOTech. Then he needs like the KSG, right, and then the KSG wasn't his gun. He just like took that, right? So.
Well, let me ask you about some of these other, just the handguns. Like, did John ever handle the Walther P99?
I don't think he did. All he really fucking used was his P30L and his Glock 26.
And the Kohari arm.
He never used the 19, the 17, the.
Well, no, Dano's talking about his
686.
handguns. Dano's talking about his handguns. No, the only two handguns John Wick used that entire movie was his P30L and his Glock 26. There were other guns that he picked up from bad guys, and then which were the KSG, Keltec KSG. That fucking sniper rifle, which I can't remember what the fuck it was. He also had a what he was saying.
Look at the link; it'll tell you.
Clone.
There's a variation of the international movie.
Yeah, no, I'm aware, but John Wick didn't use that gun. That was his black friend.
But what I really like about this website is it doesn't so much tell you about the movie, but it tells you every gun that showed up in that movie, as well as any other movie.
Yeah, that gun was in the movie. He didn't use it. Like, John Wick didn't use it, though.
Well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, looking at movies in general, is that not the imfdb.org. There's two slightly different sites. There's one that concentrates on the actors and the plot and all that kind of crap, and then there's the one that concentrates mostly on the firearms. And it's a great resource when you want, and also you can see 20, 30 firearms that maybe it was just, a brief scene in a bad guy's pocket. It was never pulled out. It was never used. It'll show up on their list. Keltec KSG.
Yeah, he picked that up from the Russians.
So
now, in reality, aren't those things subject to short stroking?
Unless you're John Wick, then you're not short stroking that shit.
Any shotgun.
In the real world.
Any shotgun can be subject to short
Are you
stroking.
referencing how people had blown their hands off?
No, I think he's referencing a short stroke.
Well, yeah, a lot of people. Okay, so you're talking about like that being extremely perceptible to people short stroking it because it's so far forward, or what?
Learning curve. Is what
Well, I'm not sure what mechanically is causing it, but people go to rack it and then they're unable to fire it because they didn't cycle it completely.
They're not used to the length of a bullpup.
And that's what I've heard too.
That's 100% what I believe because I've not run one, but I've messed around with one for quite a time, and even I had to get used to it.
Because Edge here has had the opportunity to run one, and that was certainly his impression. Is that if you don't go all the way forward, all the way back, 110%, it's not going to go off.
You know Edge?
I've stood on the edge of tomorrow.
Glory?
This guy knows Edge. Holy shit.
Yeah, but the real question is, does he have a gun with Edge carved into the side of it?
And did he drop
No,
it?
BE has a gun with Edge.
Yeah, but BE didn't drop it.
Wait, did he drop it?
BE threw it to the ground with reckless abandonment.
I
the
think he
tile
did.
and his
He said,
gun.
Fuck this gun, because he like.
Yeah, and he's like, wait, this gun's so
fucked up.
great. Look how great it is. And someone's like, it has Edge written on the side. And he was like, what?
With the
It's like, oh, fuck
disposition
this
of a
shit.
feral hog and the guile of an asshole, he just whips it into the pavement.
He whipped it to the bathroom tile, chipped his fucking tile and his gun.
Like
I didn't know
BE
that.
paid some gunsmith a whole bunch of money to work on that gun, and the fucking gun still didn't work.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
And
I was gonna-
02/10/17 is
What,
when
Go
John,
ahead.
I'm just saying, fucking, was that February? February is when John Wick comes out.
John
Coming
Wick,
soon.
wasn't that out already?
John Wick #2, motherfucker.
So I have yet to see the first one, and everyone tells me I need to. Even people that aren't gun people tell
It's
me
so
it's a great movie.
fucking, it's so fucking groovy.
Is it like
It
on the
sucks.
level of Black Hawk Down, or what are we talking?
Is I live in a small town. It's not even in my local red box. I can't get it that way.
It
You gotta
is.
Netflix it, I think.
It's not on Netflix.
Not for streaming.
It might be on HBO Go. Let me check it out.
That's my guess. If only I had an Xbox One still. Wait, that was Crackle.
I'm waiting for the Xbox 9, where they don't have.
One service that's not on
Right
the
in your
internet
brain.
that I think would actually be, which should have already replaced the traditional, go rent a movie, is an online streaming service that has current movies, that were released to DVD, and the same day they're released to DVD, they're available to stream.
That shit's everywhere.
It's called iTunes. It's called Amazon.
But
Unless you're talking about conglomeration of all the movies, which
Yeah,
that's very unlikely to happen because you have to pay exorbitant amount of fees to the filming firm.
But yeah, I mean, but like Blockbuster back in the day was able to do it.
Yes, but that was not a streaming service. They were an aggregate for hard copy video. There's a difference.
But with paying a license fee that somebody, and obviously they have to negotiate with all the distributors or whoever you to negotiate with, but that would be the quintessential perfect way to distribute to everyone. Because, kind of like in my situation, I live in a small town. I have access to either a subscription service like Netflix, or if I'm lucky enough, because not all towns have a red box. They have a red box, and chances are it's incomplete.
Yeah, I agree. It would be nice, but I don't envision it happening just yet. It may.
Amazon has it.
I mean, the theater is 40 miles from me, one way. So it's not like it's a real convenient place to, let's just hop on over to the theater. And then, of course, there's the cost issue. Movies cost more these days. But
Yeah, last movie I went to cost $12. What the hell?
Yeah. Now you can't go to a matinee and get maybe $8 or so.
Oh my God, $12. That's so fucking terrible.
Fuck you. That's like what I make an hour, you son of a bitch.
Dude, when I go see a movie, it's $100 at the very least every single time.
There are people that have these things called families.
Yeah, you have the hookers and blow. You buy the hooker and blow ticket though.
Yeah.
Can you see the side chat, Pro Steel?
Are fucking expensive to take out. I mean, even if you have the kids go to the kids movie and mom and dad go to the other movie, it's expensive.
I have a family. I have a woman who I take with me to the movies, or else it would be like, I'm kidding. If I went by myself, I'd spend $100 on alcohol by itself.
You'd sneak in like a fucking flask of bourbon. And be
Dude,
like,
I
God, they don't serve this here.
I don't have to. They serve everything at my theater. Last time I was watching Suicide Squad, and I'm like, yeah, I need a Smith & Wesson. And the fucking bartender was like, right on that.
It's like, here, I'll be back with a 686.
Yeah.
Do you prefer stainless or blued, sir?
Okay, Dano, here you go. It is $4 to rent the HD version, $3 to rent the standard definition one. And Amazon is really good about when movies come out, they post them online to rent.
Now, that's pretty cool. I did not realize they had this service. I realized they had like Netflix, like older stuff.
Oh, they've had this service for a very long time now.
Now, if you're a member of Prime, do you get a discount on your movie rental?
Nope.
Okay, so there's no reason to join Prime for this.
Well, Prime gives you free movies. Like, there are movies on their Prime list and, like, TV shows on their Prime list.
But they're very specific.
Yeah. And stuff might show up, but it... And, again, with Prime, it's like if you buy a bunch of shit, which I buy a bunch of shit, free 2-day shipping or, like, $1 fucking... What was it? $2 or $3 extra for next day shipping?
What surprises me, if you look at the star rating, it's like 5 3/4 stars. But then you look at the out of 10 rating, it's 7.2.
Dude,
Now, that wouldn't stop me from watching it.
This movie is so fucking good unless you're like, you really love dogs.
And unfortunately, from my picture, I do really love dogs.
I'm going to warn you ahead of time. There is, in the beginning of this movie, there will be a dog. The movie will do its damnedest to make you have all kinds of feels for the dog.
Spoilers.
And then the movie's going to do terrible, terrible, terrible things to that dog.
Damn it, motherfucker. It's like universally known. Say spoilers.
No, it's just a safety warning because there's really sad shit at the beginning of this movie.
So they can't just like kill off the dog, do it in 20 seconds and be done with it.
Well, they do, but it's
I hate you.
it's made of sadness.
But if you know it's coming, you do have the option of turning your head.
Well, that's why I'm just warning you ahead of time if you're a dog lover. I assumed you were a dog lover based off your picture, so
yes,
I'm giving you the heads up.
So, and I appreciate that.
Like,
yeah,
it was hard for my. It was like really hard for my wife to watch it. So,
dude, that makes you like. That's what makes everyone like John Wick so much. Is because like after the beginning of the movie, they're all fucking voting for John Wick. Like the rest of the show, they're like, they want that revenge, dude.
But $4 for a stream movie, that's a good price.
yeah, and you have like I think a week to watch it, or once you start watching it, you have a day to watch it.
And can you rewatch it from scratch?
Yeah, as many times as you want in that day.
Oh, in that day when you start watching.
Yeah, basically.
Just imagine having a hard copy for Blockbuster Day.
Basically, you have it for a week until you click play. And then once you click play, you then only have it for 24 hours.
Gotcha.
I think I'm going to watch John Wick again tonight because that movie's so fucking awesome. Like, the music in it's great. The gun choreography is fantastic. It's full of really cool guns.
By the way, Dead Horse, that site right below it has survey marking paint. I might just have to spray paint something now.
Now, this is something kind of weird that just happened. I sent a message to Concealment Express. They sell holsters. I just wanted to verify that if I buy a holster for a Glock 19, then my Glock 26 is going to have just as tight of a lockup, being that it's usually off the trigger guard. And what they did is they simply sent back that a comment, and I thought they had responded to it, which was kind of odd, being that it's midnight my time. And it says, your request has been received and is being reviewed by our support staff. It's like, it's midnight. They're not reviewing it.
Oh, that's just an auto email that happens.
Yeah. But it's like, I thought I already got my answer.
By the way, Flippy, in the external, that John Wick picture, What gun does he use in the first movie? Because that looks like a Glock, but the way the slide is not locked to the rear, and I can see something shiny that looks like the barrel. Like, am I missing something here?
In the first John Wick movie, he used a P30L, an H&K P30L. And the new one, he's using a Terran Tactical Glock 34.
Now, is the L for long slide?
Yes.
Okay, so that explains why when he's walking down the alley or whatever, it looks.
Oh, no, he also has a compensator on the end of it. It's also another fucking 20 inches long.
After the 50 salient Glocks that were in the first one, that he's not going to use a salient in the second one?
Yeah, I think I might have to sell my John Wick P30L and buy a Terran Tactical Glock 34.
Did they make a John Wick P30L? Are you serious right now?
No, it's not like the John Wick edition. It's just what he had in the movie.
Okay.
Yeah, but he had special comps on the end of his that, like, I think H&K Pro was supposed to, like, make.
Well,
or someone was supposed to make those replica compensators, but, like, no one ever has yet.
Well, fun fact about that, they were in the there was a group in the process of making that when they received a very strongly written cease and desist letter from the fucking movie company.
Why? Like, I figured it was just some prop guy who probably fucking made it. Like, you know, like.
Because he was planning on selling them, and they were very much not about that.
Oh.
So he was like,
"Okie doke, you live in. You love it, you hate it."
But I mean, if you really want to, you can have. If you know someone who has a CNC machine, just build out the design.
Yeah, fine ape.
Yeah, and have someone build it for you. It's not a fucking crazy thing on it.
I think there's a couple Gun Channels members that want one of those for their P30Ls.
I was actually talking to Moon about it earlier because he brought up the fact that John Wick is a new one, and we're both just kind of like, so what? We now need to sell our fucking P30Ls and go get Glock 34 Terran Tactical Editions? God, that movie's so fucking good.
I will say for $950, that is a really good deal. Like for all the machine time and all the hand stippling. Well, I'm assuming they got a jig to stipple.
Oh, it's like actually $20 more than that price.
Who cares? It's a minute difference compared to $600 more.
Well, I'm saying it's like $50 more for that price, and also that's including you shipping in your Glock.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that was like, we send you the gun as this, and I was like, whoa, it's a great deal.
Yeah, no, I was looking into it earlier because I'm like, I need to buy Glock 32 or 34. Actually,
I would sell you mine, but that's mine.
I mean, they don't have to look good. It could be a shit fucking piece of garbage Glock 34 because I'm sending it off anyways.
If I was to send them mine, they'd be like, someone already stippled this.
I was like, yeah, restipple it, make it better.
Fill in that polymer.
Yeah, fill in the polymer and restipple it.
So speaking of filling in the polymer, what's the last official message, and what did they say from H&K? The last thing you heard from them?
We're gonna burn it.
Oh, the frame isn't going. Basically, shouldn't expect to see it until like at the very earliest October 28th.
Okay, and how long ago did you send it to them?
I sent it to them. I don't know.
Wasn't it
It's
like
gotta be like 3 months now. It's gotta.
When did I fucking buy it?
It had to have been like back in like June. You sent that shit to him.
I don't know.
It was back in like May. I was making fun of you about it, and then you were like, "Oh shit, I gotta get this shit fixed." So then you sent it to him, like in June.
I have no idea when I shipped it out. Either way, I'm not paying for it, but yeah, it's not their fault.
No, that's not the question. I'm just thinking of sometimes it's more of a pain in the ass to hold on to a customer's stuff that's cluttering up the works than it is to, here, give me that frame, slap it on there, rack it a few times, fire around, send it out. get it out of the way.
Well, the issue they're running into now is like just shipping issues with the fucking government. It takes them a little extra time to get stuff shipped out.
Well, I mean, when I had a very different issue.
They don't make those frames in America.
Nope, those frames are made in Germany.
The company sent me a box, U.S. mail. I sent the firearm back to them, U.S. mail, because they're a manufacturer. They can do things like that. And it was easy peasy Japanesey. I mean, if anything, it's easier for a manufacturer to do stuff than it is for an FFL.
It absolutely is.
Yeah,
Not only are they a receiver and sender, they're a production house, which means they can do anything.
Yeah, that's not the issue. The issue is the frame has to come from Germany, and they're having issues getting it over here. That's the problem that they're running into right now.
I mean, that does raise a slightly different question, which is, I wonder if most of the European manufacturers, of not just pistols, but rifles, shotguns, etc., do they tend to ship them by boat?
I think they do.
It seems like it, because when I had my FNX sent in, they had to make some of the parts in Belgium when they were sending me a new one. So I had to wait 6 months to get a new FNX 45. So I don't know. Never had that with another gun.
Because the only issue I can think of that may make me think, well, logically, maybe not, is because of the exposure to the salt out of sea in the air or going over the ocean and having mild steel parts in the gun.
No, that'd be flash rust anyhow, and that would only happen on a bare steel part, which even then it'd be coming over here to get refinished, and it would be worked over. But I get where you're saying 100%, because that can happen.
I figure they probably coat them all in a good coating of oil.
I mean, that's the problem the Japanese had in the very early 70s and late 60s with their first, what I call 8 years of making cars and shipping them over here. That and a few other paint preparation problems that they had. But they'd come over pre-rusted. And it didn't matter who made it, whether it was Honda or Toyota or somebody else. Fresh off the dock with fresh rust. Corrosion.
I don't know how many of you guys in here are into guitars or anything, but it's like there's pre-aged music equipment. That's all I can think of.
Oh, you talking about those fucking Fender Road Crew,
Yeah,
whatever?
It's like Road Crew, Fender, Stratocaster, pre-aged. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you just took sandpaper to it and it costs $1,000 more? Sick.
Spritz it with a little bit of fucking water so it rusts.
Yeah, I've seen how they make them. It's fucking absurd. But that's all I could think of.
I remember running while I was at the guitar shop thinking, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. And then I played it for a bit, and I'm like, there's really no fucking difference between this fucking, this one and the other one that isn't looking like shit and isn't like $50 more.
Yeah, no, they do it for, like, I don't know what else to call them, but, like, there's the term weekend warrior, right? The only equivalent I can give to that is people who buy shit like that.
Yeah.
Or they'll never play on stage and they'll just look at it, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's like just paying that much more for that.
If you're doing that, then just fucking do it yourself.
Pro Steel, did I ever ask you about the AKT trigger?
We talked about it a little.
Oh, okay. I could remember.
No, if you got a question, though, feel free to ask.
No, well, I could remember if you were in here when I asked if anybody had one on their AK.
No. I know actually 4 guys that got them the instant they came out and could order them. They love them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I'm getting a headache and I need to get to bed, so y'all have a good night.
All right.
Run while you still can.
Yep, exactly. See you later.
Don't look back. What?
What?
Ah!
Ah! It burned!
It burns. It burns.
Look. Ah, a dead body.
Ah, a man fucking that dead body. Oh.
Dude. God, everybody on gun channels fucking hates video games. It's like, what the hell?
Almost.
Well, you know what I mean. I love G, but that was so funny when like we started talking about Mass Effect and shit, and he was like, "Please change topic now."
Yeah, last night there was very much that. All right, so new topic. It's so new topic. It kept popping up in the fucking lobby chat.
What happened last night? Because I got an hour into that, and I was like, I can't tolerate this shit. Like you read my Steam messages, you know.
It was like a hate Flippy night. It was like
No, it wasn't. That was like the weird part of it. It was like Mike, Mika, and fucking Dano being like, "You're not a real person," and then fucking DB came in. Well, before DB came in, like Heavy was in. Heavy's
I got
like,
to the part where DB came in, and then like 10 minutes after that, Mike was like, "DB, I trust you. Is this Flippy good person? Is he real?" It's like, I don't know. I didn't say it was good. Like that's the part I got to in about 10 minutes after that.
It kept going because then later fucking Island came in and he's like, "All right, he's fucking real. He's a real person."
Your mortal enemy came in and even like avowed for you.
Nah, Island Rider.
I know. Oh Jesus Christ! I'm thinking of Hawaii.
Yeah, now Hawaii likes me, I think. But it was funny. The best bits were when like Heavy was like, "I've seen the pictures. I've seen them right now."
I got to hear that. That's fucking great.
And fucking because like Heavy, you're a liar. I don't believe you. You're a liar.
There is no physical proof you have of this. I mean, I got the pictures right here, but can you show me these pictures? Like, no. As in they're not real. Like, what?
Yeah, I thought Heavy was gonna get fucking mad.
I
was just,
anticipated his like Marine attitude to kick in, but no, he was chill.
yeah, I was kind of like, I guess disappointed by that because I was like sitting back after like Heavy was like, "Yeah, I have them," and then because like you're a liar, I like got quiet and sat back and like Heavy's about to yell at someone.
You are a liar. Yeah, I remember Mika's been around for a while, hasn't he? Because I remember that name.
For a long time.
Yeah.
I watched that guy in a live chat walk right or buy a suppressor and walk right out with it. Like,
where is he? Because I don't remember.
Finland, I think.
Where?
Finland.
Okay.
I think Finland. I'm pretty sure that's where it is.
Yeah, I knew he was one of the Norwegian countries, or like, what is it? What the hell is that called over there now?
Scandinavian.
Fuck, for fuck's sake, because even my heritage and I can't remember Scandinavian countries. Either that or he was German. Like, I just couldn't 100% remember. Yeah, he wasn't really in chats all that much, was he? Like, I'm not talking smack. I mean, just, do you guys remember him? Or is that just me?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. He was a bunch when I first like joined in.
Yeah, like I watched him like travel around the fucking like to different countries on live chats, like him like literally like being on some kind of like boat or something, like you know, like traveling to I don't know if it was Spain or somewhere. Like he went somewhere other than Finland, and watched, like I said, watched him walk right into a store in Finland, buy a suppressor, walk right out with it, like no big deal. Like, oh, I want that one hanging on the wall. Here's the money. Buy. Like,
that's fucking cool.
You know, and he's like, he used to be on like where he'd just like drive around Finland and shit, so you'd kind of get to see like what it really looks like there, you know. And just driving around in his like Range Rover or whatever it was, and just, you know, he has his like camera, the phone mounted up on the dashboard, so you can like see out the front window of his Range Rover or Jeep or whatever it is, and he's just driving around Finland and shit. I've watched all sorts of chats with that guy like that. He usually shows some cool shit on camera. Whether he has like a lot of really cool guns. Like I think he has a Dragunov and like I don't know.
All the shit we can't get. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he has a dragon. He has a Dragunov. He has a Tiger.
That I would like, dude. I wanted the Dragunov so bad. Like of all the rifles I've ever wanted, just something that's 7.62 by 5.4 and semi-automatic. Oh, and not heavy. Yeah, I'm not talking smack about Mika. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't me. Like that guy sounded familiar.
Wait, who else for what? Who else for what?
Did you not hear any of that, or what?
No, I'm saying because fucking Fine Ape was asking a question like, who else for what?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ape. I was asking if anybody else had remembered Mika, and like I wasn't talking smack. I was literally like, does anybody else remember him, or is it just me? Am I fucking crazy?
Oh no, I think he's asking about the compensator or the barrel extension, or whatever the fuck it would be called.
Yeah,
The
if Fine
John Wick
wants to
thing.
know, does that screw on, Flippy? Did John Wick screw on, or did it just like clamp onto the accessory rail and sit in front of the barrel like the USP's one? Like,
I don't know how. I think it's screwed onto the barrel.
because I'm looking at the pic that I posted in the lobby, and it looks like I can kind of see the barrel like all the way to the end of the compensator almost, and it's like crowned right at the end of the compensator. And I don't know if they would usually crown the end of just a comp like that. So I would almost say it's like, gosh, and if you look, it looks like the compensator is like even twisted sideways on the.
What gun is this? I want to see this.
I posted a pic in the external in the lobby, and it looks like, first of all, it looks like that comp's out of time because it looks like it's slightly twisted on the gun where he's holding it. It looks like the barrel runs all the way to the very end of that comp, so it's probably just a ported barrel under the comp, which that would just make it really nothing more than like a barrel weight at the end of it. It's not attached to the accessory rail on the gun, so it's either and I don't see any screws for it to be clamped on unless they're up underneath the Picatinny rail and they're like set screws. And I can't imagine them, like, and since it's twisted on there, yeah, it probably is like, I don't know.
That looks like it is a barrel, 100%. But then it'd have to be a long. See, to disassemble it, then there's the whole problem. Like, how do you disassemble that?
You unscrew it and then you would take it out.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like German efficiency to me, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a hallmark of HK. That goofy
And then,
shit.
and then to try and time that properly, and then you would have to have that big long ass extended barrel, like to even get one. Like the regular P30L extended barrel, like isn't it just like literally a half inch longer, just like barely enough threads for a silencer or something? Like, so like you're never going to be able to make that one. I think you would just have to make one similar, but it would have to be threaded on the other side so you can use just a regular threaded barrel.
Well, let's see if this works.
Screw it on and call it good. So it'd be like fake. Like you wouldn't even have like the ported barrel. You wouldn't have all that shit.
Yeah, I got to handle a VP9 earlier. Well, yesterday. They're a cool little gun. I never really got to handle one.
Yeah, they're nothing special about.
I do love how they fucking, like, the back of the mag has 15 witness holes, like, super close together. I just thought that was hilarious.
But yeah, here's the picture. Or at least a slightly better look. It looks like it's screwed directly to the barrel.
There's no other way it could be other than be on the barrel.
Because you can see, like, there's this rail underneath that goes the rest of the way.
That's 100% threaded. I see that Let's Play Minecraft.
Oh, it was something else before that. This would be the threaded. Is this the P30? This is the P30. Why I typed in P30L? Why? Why you be faggot?
I still don't think I'll ever own anything but a Mark 23. Please tell me there's a Mark 23 subset on that site.
Yeah, should be. Let's see.
Good. There we go. That's a real fucking pistol barrel. Hold on, scroll back up and look at that shit on the right. That is magic.
I like to make non-threaded versions.
Yeah, but like a 6-inch barrel? Come on, that's freaking great.
Here's a
I heard if
non-threaded
you get like
P30L.
I heard if you get like one of those 8 3/8 inch barrels, it really tames down the recoil on that 9mm.
That freight train.
Like, we went to gun stores today, like, right? Me and my girlfriend. I was like, oh, I'm gonna go like hit like a bunch of gun stores today. Go around, hit a bunch of gun stores. My girlfriend, like every single fucking gun store, she's like, oh, let me see this gun, let me see that gun. Like,
Looks like they sold out, but here are P30L barrels with a 1/2 by 28 thread barrel.
See, and it's ultra desirable nitride.
Here's the real German one.
Which is actually true. No, Thad. Look, read that last definition line.
No thread protector included. However, we do have them available below.
Fuck you, HK. Suck
Look at
my
that.
dick.
$24.95 for a thread protector.
Fucking HK, man.
Dude, this isn't even H&K. This is fucking H&K parts.
That is that not a direct HK site?
No.
Okay, I thought it was.
oh yeah, 'cause if you called HK themselves, they would want $39.95 for that thread.
Okay, yeah, true. Flippy, show me a Mark 23. I have to see it. Just the most biggest, like, fucking 8K image you can find. You fucking type in largest image. I'm so proud of you, man. That's like some, like, 3rd grade search forum bullshit.
Yeah, it's the best.
Tell me that is not a cool looking gun. I love the fucking size comparison with the Desert Eagle. That's still, like, is just magic.
Wait, go back to the site. Yeah, click on that size comparison.
And that's a 45 that holds 12 rounds. And my fucking FNX holds more and is smaller. But goddamn, the Mark 23 is so cool looking.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you put one of those Knight's Armament cans on it. And that fucking laser light combo that like we're not allowed to own because of the FFA.
You know, I think if I ever get a pistol suppressor, it has to be an Osprey. It just like it was designed for the FNX 45, basically, is what it looks like, and it looks good on anything.
The Osprey looks fucking fantastic on Glocks as well because of the blocky shape. Like honestly, I'd say the Glock looks like the Osprey looks like it was designed for the Glock before the FNX 45 tactical.
No way, man. Look at the lines on it and look at the cuts. Also, it was like shown on FNX 45 when they first displayed that shit.
Yeah, but their fucking butt plug suppressor, their Omega 9. What was it, the Omega 9K or whatever? They showed that first on the Glock 43, I think. That thing looks nothing like it would fit on a Glock.
Yeah, right here. If I can just enjoy my just unadulteratedly long Yahoo links.
Embrace the powerful tacos.
Do not start that shit.
Yeah, that's how that thing's supposed to run.
Look at that. I love the fucking mismatch FDE on all FN guns. It's just so cool. Like,
Yeah.
this one was done on a different day by a different operator in a different chamber with a different pressure and a different like temperature. So it's slightly like darker. Oh yeah, this one's the perfect color though.
Yeah.
Like, just look at any scar.
That's what I was about to bring up. Any scar fucking has. Well, the black scars are black, but like the FDE scars are just like 8 different FDEs.
I just think that gives a fucking character. Look at that thing, dude. I love my FNX 45 so much. I would never trade it for anything. And I honestly thought about doing that. Like, when I first got it, I was like, you know, I could just buy a Glock 41, which is longer, so more velocity, and then it's a Glock, and I can just have +2 base plates. And I look at my FNX, I was like, but I have this.
Yeah, but it's not an FNX 45 tactical
Yeah, but I could make it one. That's the whole problem, and I don't want to.
with an RMR.
Yeah, I can mill.
Yeah, but it doesn't have an RMR
Yeah, I can mill it to accept an RMR, but why would I?
because RMRs are awesome. It'd even be better if this fucking thing had like extended magazines.
I have been actually contemplating welding some extended mags. I really want to just make like a fucking absurd 50-round mag. Or actually, what was it? Double them up so you have a 30-round. Yeah, was that it? Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, well, looky here. Boop. Oh. And then boodoop.
Yeah, there's Granddad. Actually, no, that's Dad, and then that's his son, and the 1911's Grandpa. I honestly view 45s in that lineage. I always have, always will.
Honestly, this would be more like the stepson because it's fucking not
Tactical
German.
Mall Ninja.
Yeah. This is like because the H&K 45 is the son to the Mark 23.
Yeah, but we don't talk about the HK-45.
Why? It's a proper German gun.
That holds 10 rounds and is as big as the FNX.
It's not as big as the FNX. It's actually a little smaller.
Oh, a little. I'm sorry.
It's actually quite a bit smaller. That's just because Larry Vickers was like, we can't make a magazine that would work past 10 rounds in a 45 for the price point you want.
But FNX did it, and they did it cheaper.
Yeah, but it's
Wow,
not.
FN.
To be fair, the FN when I squeeze my fucking whatever it is, when I squeeze my H and K's in the sun, they don't fucking like melt and crumble together.
You just wish you could be so gloriously incandescent.
Do you even praise the sun, motherfucker?
These faggots don't even praise the sun!
Every morning, I would continue my routine, just dumping Sunny D on his face and praising the sun.
That fucking picture is forever seared into my mind. The way that guy's just staring at the camera with all the monitors in the background, dude, it's great. Like, these faggots don't even praise the sun.
Yeah, that one's great. There were some dank memes, too. Like, I think this one? Yeah, this one.
I don't think there's enough tabs on that page. Jesus Christ.
There's never enough tabs. There was this one.
Never enough tabs.
This was also pretty good. Embrace the holy tacos.
Breathe now. No. Embrace the power of tacos.
The fucking jug of Sunny D in the background.
That fucking death stare through that like 1/8-inch gap on his visor. It's just magic.
Solaire is the hero we need. And the one we deserve.
Right there.
Yep. Praising ain't easy.
Grossly, not gloriously, that's right. I fucking love that picture. It's like it's so properly photoshopped.
It's really good.
Yeah, I don't think I'm buying that Ruger 1022 yet. I gotta wait till next paycheck so I can actually get the one I want instead of the pink one.
Oh, so it's dead to you?
Oh no, it's not dead. Just
So
like,
it's
the furs are gone from my reach right now. And I'm like, soon. No, it's just that if I was to buy it, like I wouldn't have, insurance money, and that's kind of important.
Rad. RCA BCGs are back in stock in Noveski.
That is the bolt carrier that is in my rifle. Have you ever heard anybody else running them? Because I know nobody that even knows about them.
If you're running a Noveski, you have it typically.
So I'm assuming you're telling me that people find they're good or what?
I mean, they've got to be good. Fucking Noveski runs them in all of their guns.
That RC there.
What up?
Have you ever heard of the Rubber City Armory bolt?
Yeah.
What do you know about them?
That they're made to pretty exacting tolerances, that a lot of 3-gun competition shooters use them and they swear by them, and especially their lightweight bolt carriers. They have some really nice lightweight bolt carriers, and basically AIM copied their design on their lightweight carriers.
Talking about AIM surplus?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've never found anybody that knew anything about them. I just bought it because it was on sale, and I was like, this looks like a premium bolt.
It is a premium bolt.
I feel all good inside now, thank you.
Oh, and their nitriding's like real nitriding. It's not.
I am impressed with their nitride process because I know a
It's
lot
not
about
gonna-
nitriding, and it is actually quite good.
Yeah, it's not going to wear off after like the first, 50 rounds, where then all of a sudden it's like, oh, where the fuck did it go? No, it's like real, actual penetrated nitride, like metal. It actually penetrated the steel.
Well, it only penetrated so deep because I already have silverware. Well,
But that's
it
just where your hammer is and on the rail, right?
It is just the rail that comes in contact, like the supporting rails.
Yeah.
Which surprise. But other than that, yeah, nitride's still on there, which impressed me a little bit.
Is your bolt nitrated?
Oh, it's 100% nitride, all the components.
So then how you really tell how good the nitriding is, because they're all going to wear on the rails and they're all going to wear where the hammer rides.
I just look at the bolt face.
Exactly. On the face of the bolt, that's going to tell you how good the nitriding really was.
Yeah, it's held up on the bolt face and everywhere, but the rails is still 100% after, I think, 400 or 500 rounds, so it's not bad.
That's about as good as it gets with nitriding, honestly. I mean, that's really like the top of the line nitriding's not that's how they all wear. Now I have a couple cheap. I bought a cheap nitrided from like Blitzkrieg Tactical, like a cheap nitrided bolt from them. Well, it wasn't cheap. I think it was still like $140 or something. But I bought a nitrided bolt from them, it was all gone in like 50 rounds. Like there was nothing left on the side of the carriers or like anywhere. Like it was just gone. Like it got blasted away. Like you could like literally clean that bolt and it would just like come off. Like,
Actually, I'm kind of disappointed in the cleanability of this nitride. I believe nickel boron would be better, but at the same time, that is nickel boron versus nitride. I prefer nitride all the time.
Nitrides actually makes the steel harder. Like the Rockwell hardness harder.
That's
the boron.
The barrel's nitride. That's why I wanted a nitride bolt.
Yeah.
Because Nibor on my bolt would literally just get sheared off the instant it contacts the barrel, like for the 200th time. Be like, where's my nitrided bolt face? Oh.
Do I need the skinny profile 14.5 inch barrel from Noveski, or do I need the regular size?
For that 727?
No, this is for my Noveski rifle.
I would go with the skinny, but that's just me. Because you're not going for accuracy anyway out of a 14.5 inch barrel. It's not like you're going to be fucking going for 600 or 700 yards or something shots. So I would rather be going for the lightweight package and the portability.
I'll always take better swing weight over anything, probably.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hey, Pro, you were talking shit about like milling things and whatnot.
Yeah.
If I send you my upper, could you fucking put the whatever the majigger is, the bolt piece into it?
That was very specific, and I'm so glad I know someone with your vocabulary.
Because, like, on those Noveski rails, there's that little bolt that, like, pins in between the upper and the rail.
You should send me a picture so I know what you're talking about when you say thingamajigger.
You don't think you can do that yourself, Flippy? Really?
I'm not going to do it myself. I don't have a drill press.
Send me a picture or a link to what you're talking about so I have any idea what you're asking me. Because
why do you need a drill press for that? Like, the upper should have a hole, the rail has a hole, and you just stick a fucking pin in there.
Are you talking about your... No. That's not what you're talking about, are you?
He's talking about how the Novesta rails pin onto the axle. An anti-rotating that's internal. It sits at the top of the rail, just underneath the Picatinny rail.
Yeah, Flippy, just send me a link to an image, like with a picture of what you're talking about, because I don't want to say yes if I don't know.
Like, I don't get it. Like, you literally just slide it together. It's like nothing. Like does your upper not already have a hole there or something that you have to have drilled, or what?
Yeah, my upper doesn't already have the hole, so I gotta get the hole drilled into it.
Well, what upper did you buy?
I bought the Noveski forged.
I thought they all came with that fucking hole so you could put their rails on it.
Forged don't. Milled do.
Yeah, you could absolutely do this by yourself, but if you don't want to, I can do it. That's fucking easy.
Yeah, I don't want to.
All you're asking is for a dimple hole equivalent to that one, right?
No, like it's bigger than that. There's another thing of it. It's bigger than that. Like there's a pin that goes, I guess, deep enough into both so that like it prevents the rail from ever being able to twist.
Trust me when I tell you that's only theory.
Okay. Well, in theory, it prevents it from twisting. Or at the very least, makes it harder to twist than it not.
So I have to add here. Let me see if I can actually fucking screen share and have it work for once. So is it? Do you do full screen or is it? Yeah, I haven't fucking screen shared in forever. Jesus Christ. Can you see this or no?
Yeah.
So this right here, right? You see my cursor?
I'm going to now. I'm going to assume it's over the hole.
This hole, is there a set screw or something that comes through this and goes into your receiver, or is it a rod, like drill rod?
It's like it's like a pin, a thick pin.
Great, I have to unmute my mic. Yeah, I could do that if you really don't want to, or can't find someone else to.
If I was Flippy, I would just like grab his Dremel and his like DeWalt cordless drill and like the cheapest Chinese drill bits he could find, and then just hold it between his legs as the vise.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, so don't fucking laugh at that, right? I went to NRA convention once, and Stag Arms had a goddamn picture of a guy at a drill press holding an AR, like he was gonna drill it while holding onto something by hand. Like no chuck, just his bare ass hands precision drilling with a free floating chuck. And I was like, yeah, you guys don't know shit about manufacturing your own guns. I have to find it. You'll fucking love it.
And make sure he uses a bunch of KY for the cutting oil. And he should be like
something like the one I thought.
Like literally, Flippy, just squeeze that shit between your thighs. Like practice on a thigh master first for a couple hours, and then after you get those thighs built up, just squeeze that upper between your thighs. Fucking grab that DeWalt cordless. There you go. Like you're fucking golden. Like a cheap Chinese drill bit, you'll eat through that aluminum like butter.
Yeah, I can vouch.
Like last night, dude, I drilled out an aluminum trigger guard. Like,
what's better, silver soldering or pin and welding?
Solder. Solder is always the best. It's soldering. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
No, it depends on your application, what you're doing. Pinning and welding is usually a last resort thing.
Oh, because I have to pin in, or at least I have to permanently attach a muzzle device onto the barrel.
Soldering does not constitute permanently attaching without that steel pin. Just so you know, other people have done that before, Flippy, and the ATF already ruled on that. That soldering, like, or brazing, even, right? Like, a lot of guys took oxyacetylene torches and they took a fucking coat hanger and they brazed their fucking brake on, and they were like, "Oh, hey, look, it's fucking permanent."
That is a terrible soldering medium, to be fair.
Yeah, but a lot of guys have done that. And the ATF like straight up said, like, no, this does not constitute permanently affixing a muzzle device to a barrel.
Yeah,
so
you
it
do
has
have
to
to
have that fucking steel pin. And not only does it have to have a steel pin, even the steel pin has to meet a certain hardness level, a Rockwell hardness level. It can't just be like a mild piece of steel or some shit.
Yeah,
So,
it has to be heat treated and annealed to like I think 70 or something ridiculous, and it has
well, what
to
you want to
be
do, the easy way to do it is whatever fucking drill bit you use to drill it, you chop that drill bit off with a Dremel wheel, and then you use the drill bit itself as the pin, because the drill bit will almost always meet that standard. And so most guys, what they'll do is they'll drill it, chop the shaft, not the fluted part, but the solid round shaft off the end of the drill bit, and then use that as the pin, and then weld over it. And just tap it with a MIG, you know. But even that pin has to meet a certain hardness. You just can't go to Home Depot and buy like some mild steel fucking, you know, piece of, you know, something, a pin or some shit. But almost any good, decent drill bit will meet that hardness level required. And it's not like, you know, it's like all these other things we talk about. It's not like the ATF's probably ever going to fucking pull that pin out and Rockwell hardness test it, but still want to do it. Like, you know, that's the way you do it. Like, that's what I'll be doing. I'll be drilling and pinning a barrel and welding it here. But I need a bigger welder. My little Hobart 140, I don't think is going to cut it.
Not the Hobart, no.
Well, I have the 140, which is like the most powerful 120 volt.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. You know, and it's got gas and
Wait,
shit.
so silver soldering is a no-go on that shit. Like, is that actually true?
No, you can't legally do it either. Or you
Okay,
can't
'cause
legally
there's
do
a-
it and have it a competent weld, technically by the ATF standards, which is bullshit.
Like, people have done it though. Like, people have done that shit. Like if you type in, like, I'm sure if you did a Google search, like silver soldered or brazed muzzle brake, like, you know, you'll fucking probably find tons of.
Well, no, because there's a local shop to me who's like been claiming that that is legal to do and all.
It might be
And
down
they've been
there.
doing
There
it.
might be something, but I've always understood it the other way around. But hey, I don't live in Texas.
When I actually had my first one done for me, when I had mine first pinned and welded, like, I straight up got told, no, the pin has to be a certain hardness, it has to be this, it has to be that. Like, you know, because I called up just dumb as fuck, like, oh, like, you know, I know how to weld, like, what do I got to do? Like, how do I do this? And like straight up, my gunsmith was like, no, like, no, you can't do that. Because I have oxyacetylene torches. I got a MIG. I got, you know, I was like, what do I got to do? Can I just use some brazing rod? Like, can I just, like, braze this shit?
The handyman can.
Yeah, they're like, fuck no, you can't.
Okay.
I would just do it how BCM does it, dude.
Because that's, again, like, the shop right next to me, basically, that's what they do. Whenever
Yeah,
they have
they're
a 14.5 inch, they silver solder the muzzle device on to make it 16.
Go look at how clean, like, BCM's pinned uppers look. Their 14.5 inch pinned uppers look. And then just type in, like, silver soldered fucking muzzle device, and then compare those, like, even the nicest ones you find. and then tell me which one you think looks like more legit. Like which one looks better.
As long as you do it looks like that's fine.
I'll just say go pin and weld because more people do it and it's always cheaper. You can always find people that know how to TIG weld. It's not that often you find someone who can silver solder. That's my experience.
I can't TIG weld with the shit. TIG welding hard, man. Trying to TIG weld aluminum? Holy shit! That you gotta have welding.
That's fucking aluminum.
I'm telling you, dude. Trying to TIG weld aluminum, you gotta have mad fucking like skills to TIG weld aluminum and shit. Like.
But that's aluminum. That's the whole problem. What's up, Bob?
Hey, man. Yeah, aluminum's a different skill level. Yeah, I've only
It's like trying to braze like cast iron. Good luck.
Yeah, and yet you can do it, right? People can do it.
People do it on automotive parts all the time and shit. Like, yeah, they TIG weld aluminum.
But you need real skill to do it. That's the problem. I have friends who, have welders, and I've just started to weld again. I learned to weld when I was a kid with my dad, and it was like an arc welder, like 220 stick welder. And then I learned to braze with a torch and use a cutting torch and shit like that. But, I mean, I did that when I was like a teenager and then never did it again until I was just recently. My buddy's got a wire feed MIG welder. And, I had to do some welding. I said, can I borrow your welder? And he's, yeah, okay. And he gave me kind of a, 2-minute, this is how it works, press a button, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, damn, this thing is way cooler than using any kind of stick welder or torch or...
Everything beats torch, but torch is still fun.
Well, torch is really good for cutting.
Yeah, that's pretty much all people use it for anymore, is what I've seen.
Yeah. Well, if you know what you're doing with them, you can cut like a plasma cutter almost. But yeah, it was like really sucky. My dad, when he decided to sell the farm, he phones me up and says, "Do you want these welders and the torches and everything?" Because he had a really neat half-size acetylene set. It was kind of on a hand truck, but it was half the size of a full-size set. So it was way easier to transport and shit like that. That's what it was made for. But and like all the nozzles and shit like that. And then he had a Lincoln 220 volt, like a 1960s probably stick welder. So I mean, it would damn near build anything, right? You could build a ship with fucking thing. But and he said, "Do you want these?" And I'm like, man, I got nowhere to put them. I live in an apartment, right? So not even thinking my buddy who lives in Brandon, where I am now, has a house and a garage and everywhere, like, dumb. Because that acetylene set was really cool. It was like, had wooden boxes for everything. So like, it was like basically a transportable acetylene torch set.
That would be really nice, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could pick the whole, like both bottles up. Well, yeah, you could pick them up and put them in the back of a truck, and
As long as they weren't full and you were strong enough.
well, even if they were full, like my dad used to do them full all the time. But I mean, he used to put 45 gallons of fuel and pick them up and put them in the back of a pickup truck.
Yeah, I know a lot of kids that couldn't lift those fucking oxy and acetylene barrels. Like,
yeah.
they're like, this thing's way too much. And then, like, just being out from the country where you have to do a lot of shit like that, usually it's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, if you're carrying 50-pound bales from the time you're 5 years old, by the time you're 20, you're pretty much used to doing that kind of shit, right? And it's just like, yeah, no,
Now I carry the 50-pound bales, one in each hand,
Yeah.
and throw them up into the either the hay rack or the loft, right? You know. But that's if you're raised that way, it's easy because you don't know any different. Like you've always done the same work. Damn. Into the warm beer.
Uh-oh. Are you German now?
No. Okay.
Yeah, but still, that was Noveski's fix on trying to get their rails to index properly, because it's such a much farther index point than like on a typical GI barrel nut that it could, like, let's say it would be indexing perfectly at like 30 or 35 foot-pounds. Well, that next index point after 30 or 35 foot-pounds would be well over 80 foot-pounds. And then people were cracking uppers trying to get those rails to index. So that's why it's there, is so that like if you reach like a 35 foot-pound index, you don't have to try and risk cracking your upper by going to 90 or 95 or some shit to that next slot. So that's why that's there. So
I didn't know that.
it keeps the barrel nut. It actually, the way it works, that index actually keeps not only the rail from twisting, but the barrel nut itself from twisting, from coming loose.
I kind of understand the AR-15. I don't know what you call it, mechanics. I guess I would call it mechanics set. You guys would call it Lego, right?
The super operator platform.
Yeah, what I mean is a gun you can take apart and put different parts on, like you used to do with your, like little robot things. And
Oh yeah, they're exactly like a fucking erector set would be.
well, I was thinking a mechano set, but that's because I'm old.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, a rector, well, except they didn't have real bolts and nuts and stuff. But, for nowadays, for today's kids like Flippy, it's Legos, right? You just snap together.
Hey man, I'm younger than Flippy, and I know what an erector set is.
Now, if you buy really good quality parts, all from like the same or manufacturer or similar very high-end manufacturers, then it definitely can be just like snapping Legos. But if you buy a bunch of different parts from various manufacturers, there can be a lot more to it.
Well, you might have to do some filing and shit like that, but I mean, really, it's not like you're making your, your own receiver for an AK or something.
It's nowhere near challenging. It doesn't make you a gunsmith. It means you can follow directions. That's all it does. I'm not talking smack through that horse. I just know a lot of people that call themselves gunsmiths or armorers, and it's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, you're a Lego assembler.
Well, there's a big difference too than just slapping one together real quick and then building an AR. Like when you build an AR, like there can be a lot more to it. Milling out your own 80% receiver, milling out your own upper, even wrapping, crowning your own barrels, head space, reaming your chambers, bolt face, your recoil system, your spring rates, buffer weights.
I'm not talking smack to you. Just
I'm just saying there's a big difference between slapping one together and actually building one.
Yeah. Well,
I
think that's what he was saying, right? Is there's a difference between just bolting together a bunch of parts. And that's kind of what I was saying with the whole Lego thing, right? It's if you just snap all the parts together and put them together, no, you're not a gunsmith. You're an assembler. And
exactly. Like a lot of guys, they'll buy like a PSA upper, right? And they build out they buy a lower parts kit. They buy like a stock assembly kit. They buy a strip lower, slap on an upper that's already assembled, right? And then they go out and they shoot it. And that gun's severely overgassed. It's ejecting at like 1 o'clock, right? But the gun's functioning. It's working. It's not, there's no malfunctions. And they're good with that. And they're like, oh, like I just built an AR, that's to me, that's like slapping it together. They're leaving it overgassed. They're, you know, it's not running correctly, but it's running, and that's all they care about is that it's, you know, it's shooting, it's not malfunctioning, it's working. That doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't mean it's, you know, and when you just buy an upper and you slap it on a lower,
you're more
that's
of a
not.
protectionist.
Yeah, that's not.
It's the same way with doing.
Now, when you start lapping your own upper receivers, when you start reaming your own chambers, you know, when you start head spacing everything, when you're doing your bolt faces, when you're, you know, drilling your gas ports bigger or adjustable gas plug, like when you start working on dwell time and timing issues, like, you know, that's going a lot more involved. And like anyone can really just slap an AR together, and even if it runs, that's just because it's a good design. It doesn't mean that it's running right.
True that.
It's just like doing work on an engine. A lot of people can do it. Very few are trained to do it.
Yeah. Or very few know what they're doing.
Yeah, I should say, yeah. There's
'Cause
too many grease monkeys.
Yeah, I know. Like people like my dad never got formal training, but was a heavy duty mechanic.
But they learned taking those damn engines apart because they kept breaking. Damn it!
No, it was like, I mean, while he was in the military, they put him in the motor pool, so the telephone company thought he meant he knew all about diesel motors, so he got a book.
You've worked on farm tractors, right? Yeah. Oh, you know how to work on this cat? No. Yeah, you do.
Oh, yeah, basically, it was like, but yeah, he got a book out of the library and just read up on diesel engines, and, you know, once you understand the principle of a diesel engine, it's like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. That's easy. This is what I got to check for. But, yeah, I mean, that's basically, yeah, no training, but he could listen to a motor like a car. He had always been into cars, too, which was probably a big advantage. Like, he had a 1917 Pontiac when he was 16, and it was like 10 years old at that point or something like that. It was like, okay.
That's
But anyway,
for back then.
yeah. But anyway, it was like, you know, never been trained, but he could listen to a motor and go, oh yeah, okay, it's your number 4 valve is ticking a bit. You know, you need to adjust it, because he could just hear shit.
Was it you that said you got trained to listen to an engine with a broomstick? I swear
Yep.
that was you.
Yeah, no, it was me. Yeah, it was me. And it works. I mean, honest to God, take about a 2-foot piece of broomstick, you cut it off. If you put it up against the engine block, you can hear stuff going on inside the engine.
It's a stethoscope.
Basically, it works the same
Actually,
thing.
yeah. That's funny that you mentioned that, because my old man wanted to be a mechanic, and he taught me that shit too.
That's great, man. And that's the kind of thing people don't realize. That
It was just like somebody else gets it.
The thing is, it really does work. And I mean, somebody who's got an ear for engines, they can listen to an engine and go, oh yeah, this is wrong with it, that's wrong with it. They can hear the problem. Those guys are getting old and dying.